Look at that.
Oh, is it it? Is it it? Right, don't load the pin to this laptop.
No.
I just want to get. This is one of the real get.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's it. No.
Really? No, well done. I'm only left for tea time.
Okay, no worries. I've actually got this. Is that Chester then?
Chester, yeah. And then my wife's coming down to London tonight. I'll be with you alone.
What did you do?
16 and 15? In the same circumstances in a couple of years' time.
You don't care.
We don't care. You're right, it's your problem.
Good, that works.
ball again, Drew.
County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, welcome to a gloriously sunny Kia Oval for the third day of the County Championship match between Surrey and Worcestershire. Surrey magnificently placed after a couple of days of dominance. Yesterday saw them rack up 342 for 5. They lead by 427 runs. We can expect, I would imagine, a pretty thrilling first session with Surrey putting their foot on the gas and then looking to get into that Worcestershire order. And who knows, try and finish the game today. Either way, you'll need to stick with us because it's all going to kick off very shortly. But before we get to the live action, why don't we take a look at yesterday's highlights?
Edged and caught behind. The fuller delivery from Worrell is the one that does it in the end. His 4th wicket. Oh, look at that. That is brilliant. Worrell completes a 5-wicket bag with his best ball yet. The top of off, the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler, angling in. He's on a hat-trick. Edge, caught behind. Worrell finishes it with 3 wickets in and over. 6 for 22, his analysis.
And Sibley have been in good form this season. And there's our first boundary. Allowing the ball to come to him, finding the gap. Well, there are 2 men back, but that's whipped away beautifully by Sibley for 6. Outside edge, but more runs. And that boundary from Burns raises the 50 partnership.
Now he's gone for that shot again. He's got it away. He looked to access that area off Leach in the previous over a couple of times, and this time he's got it. That's nicely pulled by Burns. He's going to get 4 for it. He's gone very deliberately in front of square. There's a deep backward square and it's sort of straight-ish. That's flown fine down to the boundary for 4, and he's got a bit of something on that, be it bat or glove, but it is absolutely flown.
For the second test match of the summer. Oh, he's got him, and there is his first wicket in first-class cricket. Sibley pushing out. That was a lovely moment for him, and there we go. He's getting the congratulations of his teammates. Gareth Roderick. Here's Gibbon, picked off by Burns for a single, and there's his half century. Half century for Surrey captain Rory Burns. That's the 4th time this season in the championship. Last ball of the over. Oh, is he taking the catch? He has. Leg slip. Pope has gone for 1. 2 quick wickets for Worcestershire. Well, there was that leg trap set. Catching close. Well, that's on the pads, and that got what it deserved really. Leg stump half volley and put away very efficiently by Rory Burns. Some easy pickings there for Burns again. Full and on the pads. Shot. That's glorious. It's the best shot in cricket when it's played well. In the last couple of months.
Shot
Another
again.
bowler disappearing there. Rory Burns picks up a boundary. There's Gibbon there around the rope who couldn't stop it. Probably should have done, having got there in the top 3 in the country. Oh, that's low catch and taken. Well, there's a second wicket for him. It's been a mixed bag. There have been some loose balls, there have been some leg stump half volleys, there have been some short balls outside the off stump.
Ooh, that looks close. It's Gibbon. Well, wickets are tumbling again. Folks this time trapped in front. Umpire had very little hesitation. Up went the finger. Suddenly a couple of wickets have gone down. Oh, an authentic thick edge, but there's no one at second slip. So Lawrence gets off the mark with a streaky boundary. Down the wicket comes Smith and plays a beautiful shot. It was a feature of his 150 last week. Shots just like that, advancing on the bowler. The next ball's pulled brilliantly through deep backward square for 4, and that is rubbing salt in the wound for Worcestershire. Up to the stumps comes the keeper. Had out through extra cover goes the ball. A beautiful drive from Dan Lawrence, and that lead has now advanced to thick edge, but there's no one down there. Chase is on, but it will be fruitless. Now he's got that fine. It's going to run away for 4. Is there anything on it? I think there was, looking at the umpires. Signal of 4, no signal of leg by.
Well, that's going to be 4, not where he was looking to hit it. I don't think any batter cares about that. Well, as long as it says 4. Well, that was a gift. It's going to keep the fielders interested, but ultimately the ball the winner. 4 more.
It's hit even better. And it snuck through for 4 as well. Just had the width to work with there, Smith, and didn't miss out.
No, it's rubbish.
Catch the call. Not dragged in at catching cover though. 4 runs instead for Smith. Giving quite enough. That's so well steered. And that'll take Jamie Smith to another half century. He went big last week. And today in different circumstances.
Oh.
Glorious. Smith's found the rope. Gets inside the line, gets 4 more. Just the bottom of the bat. Gave himself a chance on that angle. Into as we've been on. Square drive struck so hard. It's a 68, 12th boundary. He's motoring since tee. Jamie Smith.
Oh, he's got that fine enough. There is no long leg. There hasn't been for much of this game, so they should get at least 3 here. It might creep over the boundary. It does. Oh, it's got him. Straight through. Looking to thump that ball through the offside. Off stump come careering out of the ground. And a terrific innings ends on 72. Worcestershire pick up their 5th wicket. That's 50 for Dan Lawrence. His 2nd of the match. He started in very aggressive fashion. When he came in, Surrey had lost a cluster of wickets. 4 of them had gone down for 36. And as he did in the first innings, he took the attack. That's nicely played by Clark, waiting for it and then guiding it past second slip. He's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Oh, that's a lovely, lovely cover drive from Dan Lawrence. One of those rare occasions when weight has just erred in length.
Oh, inside edge. Will run away to the rope for 4. Frustration for Worcester. Clark profits by 4 and moves into double figures. Genuine medium pace, just trying to find something. Won't find it there. Carved away, work to do, long boundary, doesn't matter. Lawrence 68. Helped away, gets it fine. And does enough. So Clark's to 16. Went downstairs in the sun a moment ago. Heaps of people here. Leach new over. A crunching cover drive from Clark. He's up to 27 at better than a run of ball. We saw him do exactly this against Hampshire 3 weeks ago. The fielders, and that's going to be a fielder chasing the ball out towards the Galladari stand. Clark, another boundary, playing along, which is always part of it, right? It's in that direction, and it's 4 runs out to where the fans are congregated in the sun. Slips come out. Crunch! Thud! Wow. 6 runs for Clark.
It's flicked away fine, and it's going to be 4 more. Runs are coming aplenty here. Dan Lawrence moves to 80. He may well be eyeing 100 tonight. Line of inquiry, that's been clattered away for 4. A bit of width, and as I say, Clark's not going to miss out on any scoring opportunity, whatever the state of the game. And Jordan Clark will be with him on 69 not out. A brace of boundaries to finish the day. 10 runs coming from that last over, extending Surrey's lead. So Jordan Clark ending the day with 2 boundaries to take Surrey's lead to 427. The players are out there on a sun-drenched Sunday, and you imagine that Lawrence and Clark will be looking to get on with it. There'll be a couple of overs of reconnaissance, I imagine, and then it'll be all about trying to get that lead up as quickly as they can. New ball has been taken. Leach with the first ball of the day, easily worked away for the first run of the day. And one of the things we've got to remember, as Yaz Rana is by my side, is that this Worcestershire team, I know we're only on day 3, but they've been in the field for all but 43 overs of it. So there'll be some weary limbs out there. They bowled first thing on the first day, and then pretty much all of yesterday. Leach into his 18th over in this innings. He bowled a fair few in the first as well. Snaking down perhaps. So Yas Rana's alongside me. How do you see this first session panning out?
We were spitballing just before we came on air, and it was exactly this time last week that Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott scored 115 runs for the, maybe even the 9th wicket against Warwickshire to completely change that game.
Abbott came in at 10, didn't he?
And they scored 115 runs in well under a session. And this morning, Surrey have a far stronger foundation to build any attack, any potential attack on this morning. So you'll think they'll get their eyes in, but they're in no rush. But it's just actually their best way of pressing ahead in this game and ensuring this game is over well before the end of day 4.
Well, it's a weird old pitch. It's one that tends to get a little bit better as you go along. So the sooner you can get bowling on it, in a way, the better it is. Well, they're hustling here. They're looking for the quick singles. This is how they're going to get themselves in, get those feet moving again.
Andrew Sampson informed us that Smith-Abbott partnership was 115 runs in 18.2 overs.
So that's well over 6 and over.
And Clark 70 off 69 balls anyway. That's just going to be the way he plays as his natural pace almost.
The highest run chase in county championship history is not Surrey's, because they were denied that by Kent's ineptitude. Last year, I'm sure you recall, 3 Centurions, Sibley, Folkes and Smith, pulled off a run chase just in excess of 500. Now, that would have been the record for the county championship. So they got there quite comfortably. 5 wickets down, I think. But I think the highest run chase, Andrew Sampson's going to look for me, is very frustratingly 502 for 6. Surrey got 501 for 5, 502 for 6 for Middlesex against Nottinghamshire in 1925. Slightly hopeful, a bit high perhaps, I think. So 2 runs have come from the first over, bringing up Leach's 50, 344 for 5. After that, you go down to 449. This is for Worcestershire's record is 449 for 9 against Somerset in 1996. It's not a bad shout, is it? Sort of on the knee roll, and Lawrence does get across his stumps. It is the way you target getting him out as a general rule.
Well, Lawrence is starting outside his crease to Leach, and that has hit him on the knee roll. So ordinarily you would say that's probably going over, but if you look at the carry that Leach was getting through to Roderick behind the stumps on the balls that were let go, I think Leach would argue
he's not bowling fast enough for it to go over.
Yeah, the bounce isn't necessarily a given there.
No, I think that's fair.
And Lawrence got well across his stumps. That was a very decent shout.
Interesting, they're starting with Gibbon here, not Smith, with the new ball. And also interesting that they've taken the new ball. I suppose Worcestershire's only route to victory is rapidly to take these 5 wickets, because there's plenty of time to chase. However far-fetched that may seem, Surrey's worst concession, if you like, is 416 for 6 against Kent at Blackheath in 1934. So already Worcestershire would have to do what no side has done against Surrey in the 134-year history of the county championship. Are you listening, Yorkshire? 134-year history of the county championship. We don't count those ones before 1890 that you put up on your board. Outrageous. Of course, as I say that, a Gloucestershire fan walks in and tries to take credit for winning something before 1890. But of course, Gloucestershire still have officially not yet won the county championship, in just the same way as Yorkshire didn't win any of those before 1890. Are we clear on that? Yas Rana from Wisden Cricket Monthly is here, and whatever he says goes.
This is not something I've given a lot of thought to,
really?
I must say.
You amaze me.
I'm sort of easy, to be honest.
Don't. Just a little leg by, you'd think, into the onside. Now, there's a couple of things to be looking out for here. Don't expect massive fireworks, I would think, in the first 15-20 minutes, because Lawrence and Clark know that if they can get their eye and if they can withstand the first couple of overs of the new ball, get the feet moving, then they can go hard. And both of these guys will be eyeing up three figures. Jordan Clark and Dan Lawrence have already got centuries this season. Would they become the first Surrey players to have 200s this season? Sibley's got two, has he? He's got two. Oh, thin edge, flies past where second slip would be and down to the boundary for 4. Slightly baffling. You've taken the new ball. Sort of might think about having a slip in. It's easy to say after the event, but
it's a genuine edge.
It really is.
And Gibbons' fortunes in this game completely changed when he went from over to around the wicket. Really struggled.
Catchable height, that as well.
Yeah, he really struggled with his line when he's bowling from over the wicket, but around the wicket he looked much more threatening. And there he draws a genuine edge from Jordan Clark. And as you say, would have carried to a second slip.
Well, I guess what I'm doing here is I'm just questioning the logic, and I've seen a few questionable bits of logic against Surrey this season, not least in the partnership we were talking about between Abbott and Jamie Smith last week, which is that if you're going to take the new ball, it's presumably because you're looking to get wickets. If you're looking to get wickets, you probably need to support your bowlers with slips. If you concede runs, so be it. But if you're trying not to concede runs, keep bowling with the old ball to a defensive field.
I think it's
fair?
Especially at the start of the day when you got two batters who did well yesterday, but they are starting again. The one thing, we're looking at those record run chases there, the one thing in Worcestershire's favour, probably is the only thing, is that for those crazy fourth innings chases to happen, you need time in the game.
Which is what Surrey had
against Kent last year.
Yep.
That was actually the perfect conditions for something like that to happen. It was a really, really good pitch, and Surrey folded for really not many in the first inning, so they had so much time to get those runs. And like today, when Worcestershire, you'd imagine they'd start their innings towards the end of this session or in the second session.
Now then, it's going to be taken down at deep square leg. That's the first wicket of the day. Dan Lawrence didn't really go through with a shot. He's just sort of placed the ball into the hands of deep square leg. He was dropped in a similar position yesterday at Kershey Valley. But this time, he's going to have to go. It will not be a second century of the season for Dan Lawrence. He's going to go for 87. And Worcestershire have made their first breakthrough. We're only 8 minutes into the day's play.
Second 80-plus score for Lawrence in the game without managing to get to three figures, 84 in the first innings, and yeah, almost he's hitting that towards a short boundary, and he hasn't gone through the shot at all. He timed it very well, but
just stopped on the shot, hasn't
he? And you reckon if he did follow through with that, he almost certainly would have cleared the man at deep square leg, Nathan Smith.
It'll irritate him, but he should look back on this game with some fondness, because his 80-odd in the first innings was crucial in turning around Surrey's fortunes when he came to the wicket. Surrey 15 for 4, and then in this innings, similarly, they was just in the middle of a little mini collapse. 4 had gone down for 39, and Surrey were in danger of throwing away their massive advantage. 36, I beg your pardon. He came in at 115 for 4, but then in concert with Smith and now with Jordan Clark, 2 century-plus partnerships have put Surrey in this very strong position. But as you were saying just before that wicket went down, these are the perfect conditions for a monster run chase, and that will give a little bit of hope to Worcestershire. One more wicket and they're down to the bowlers.
100%, and the pitch is still playing really well, so it's not as if...
Oh, thick inside edge will get Jordan Clark a run. He's been pugnacious throughout. It's been a really aggressive knock from Clark. I don't see him stopping, especially with the lead up to 437.
Be interesting to see how Sean Abbott goes and how Worcestershire, that was really very, very close, how Worcestershire set their fields to him, because last week it was very, very strange when Abbott was batting with Jamie Smith. Abbott averages, I think, high 40s for Surrey.
I think we found it. Surrey, his oval average was over 50, wasn't it? 59. And he's also got great finesse and touch. First ball played down towards deep third. Somebody else did that yesterday. Was it Dan Lawrence who came in and played? What was that, exactly that shot? So he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, so for people who didn't watch the Warwickshire game on day 3 last week, Warwickshire basically put the field in completely back for Jamie Smith with Abbott at the other end.
Oh, say, and Abbott's second ball, I think he's signalling a degree of intent here. Yeah, we've got to put it in context. So Jamie Smith had gone in overnight in the 90s, and 98 even.
Yeah, he
started to get his 100.
Started the day on 98, and he
struggling a bit.
Started the day really slowly. It took him the best part of 25 minutes to get those 2 runs to get to 3 figures.
Cameron Steele went early.
And Warwickshire were bowling really, really well. Craig Miles, who took 5 wickets on day 2, was off the field with an injury. And I think it was Ahmed Jamal and Alan Dolby were bowling in unison. And Surrey basically weren't going anywhere. They get the wicket that takes, that brings Abbott to the crease.
8 down at that point because Roach had been in as a night watcher.
And they put everyone back to Jamie Smith, so they managed to contain Surrey to around about 2 and over in the opening 45 minutes or so of that session. But suddenly that got Jamie Smith going, and the plan looked to be to just bowl as much as they could to Sean Abbott, but Sean Abbott was seeing them well. And Warwickshire would have harboured realistic hopes of maybe not quite getting a first innings lead, but
well,
almost turned that into.
Sorry, it was 6 ahead at the time of the
when Abbott came
out. So, you know, perfectly feasible to think you wrap up the innings for another 10-15 runs. It's basically a 1 innings game at that point. But instead, they just gave the initiative straight away back to Surrey. It was a very baffling move. Now, it'll be different here, of course, because Clark and Abbott, end of the over, just the 3 from it, 354 for 6, Surrey, are sort of, they're not the same cricketer, obviously, but they sort of inhabit the same kind of role, don't they? Hard-hitting, extremely capable all-rounders. Each of them probably batting, you might argue, 1 spot lower than they ought to be in any other side. You could see Clark as a 6, Abbott as a 7, or even Abbott as a 6, frankly. So I imagine Worcestershire aren't going to do anything funky with the fields, and they know that Clark and Abbott are going to come at them. They saw what Abbott did to his second ball, charging down the wicket. So
yeah, I think Warwickshire's mistake last week was that they pushed the field back without Surrey having to take any risks. Right now we've got a relatively conventional field for both Clark and Abbott, just a 1 slip still.
You'll probably be able to hear, by the way, it's the lovely sound of Sunday on the Kia Oval Surrey live stream. It's the Love Church, the One Church, the Church of Love. First Love. We'll get there in the end. First Love Church. And they're marvellous. They've got great stamina. They're loving it. And they'll go all day.
Can we test Colo's theory today?
Remind me of his theory.
He believes more happens when the church services are going on. There's one in the morning that we're currently hearing right now, and there's one in the evening.
Oh. Are you suggesting that they're invoking a higher power? And
he reckons that more wickets fall during One Love services. And I don't think you were here last Sunday, Andrew, but Andrew wondered, Colo wondered if that was something you could prove, whether or not more wickets fall during One Love services here at the Kia Oval.
These are the questions that Andrew was hoping were not going to come up. Well, that's the thing. He's going to need some data to correlate. Some Good bowling this morning from Worcestershire, not really giving too much away to Surrey. You did try to find out. 1:30 p.m. service. Oh right, so we got we need a timetable. Why shall we send our producer Sharky down there to get the service timetable and then correlate with time of fall of wicket? Now another thing I've set Andrew Sampson the task of is to get a for and against for Surrey so far this season. Runs per wicket for, runs per wicket against. There was a time about 20 odd years ago when the Daily Telegraph used to be saturated with cricket stats, county cricket stats, and they used to give you a running total of that, all the different counties you'd have the for and against.
Or even so you get to August and
and you could say
Northampton would be 4,000 for...
Yes, that's right, and then turned into an average per wicket. And it was a very enjoyable metric. You know, it's like goal difference.
Did it serve a purpose? Because with goal difference, it's that's not, they're not just telling you goal difference because they think people might be interested in it. They're telling you goal difference because if the points are equal, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but you see, but it does a little because we had this conversation about bonus points and how erroneous they can be. Because it's not. Look, it's never going to happen, but a side could score 249 and bowl a side out for 100 time and time again in a season. Oh, I say, that was hit fiercely. It was a great effort, but if that's gone to him on the full, Sig has possibly pulled off an amazing stop there. I'd like to see that again. That went like a bullet. And take a look at the fielder's reaction here. Oh, that was cracked at the fielder. Wow, what an effort that was.
Clark threw everything.
Is that Smith?
That
Smith at extra cover?
I think it might be Hose.
Wow, we need to see that one again. I mean, that went as hard as you can imagine and then bounced off him, but he's fine. Maiden over, which is quite the achievement at this stage with two batters coming at you hard. Still 354 for 6. We might sneak one last look at this before the next ball. I mean, there was no time elapsing between the ball hitting the bat and it hitting, I think you're right, Hose at extra cover. You just have to sort of preserve your hands as much as you can there.
But also the hands need to do some potentially quite important work
later on.
Protecting yourself in that situation.
Yeah.
Ooh,
they are your major line of defence. It has a little. There's still a bit in this pitch.
Well, I think Worcestershire have started the day really well. We're 18 minutes into play. Sorry, we've only added 12. We've seen already that Abbott and Clark are looking to take the attack to Worcestershire. They've already taken the... Yeah, that really has popped off a length. They've already taken the wicket of Dan Lawrence. Sorry, are trying to score freely, but Worcestershire exerting some control. Sorry, haven't really got going yet.
Just guided away down for another single.
And most of the runs that have been scored have been to the deep third area, actually.
Now then, Andrew Sampson's given me the answer. Don't look, don't peek. I want you to have a guess. What is Surrey's current runs per wicket across this season? So it's effectively what we mean by that, folks. If you're listening at home, let's say they bowled out 400 in every game, lost all 10 wickets in every game. Their runs per wicket would be 40. Simple as that. So we add up all the runs and divide by the wickets.
$42.
Oh, you're good. You're very good. I'm gonna give it you. It's 43.88. It's just gone up with that run. that was a Douglas Adams guess. That. So if Surrey are going at actually now 43.88, every little run.
I thought we were done.
Well, no, it's a runs per wicket against.
Okay. Well, I have seen it, so I'm not going to get it now.
Well, you've ruined it. And this is why it's intriguing measure. The runs per wicket against is 23.95, and why it's important is that they're playing in the same conditions, albeit that Surrey have elected to bowl first and have bowled first almost every time this season, so you can argue they might get slightly the better of the bowling conditions to start with, but the point of cricket is it's supposed to even out, isn't it? They get harder to bat last. But that is sort of the equivalent. If both innings were played to a conclusion, of winning by, on average, just under 400 runs, by 400 runs, which is a measure of dominance. And that's why I think it is a useful thing.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and that is borne out in the results. Surrey won by 9 wickets in the previous game, an innings in the 2 games before that, drew against Somerset, and even in that game, Surrey 123 for 5 in the second innings. There was a chase of 220 or so overs.
Well, exactly. That game gives a slightly imperfect flavour for my metric. There's another over passes with just a 1 run from it, 355 for 6, because actually, had they needed 206 to win in 40 overs, the way they were playing on that surface against a Kookaburra ball, they'd probably have got there, 2 or 3 down. But because they only had 20 overs to get it, they had to go gangbusters and therefore lost 5 wickets. So it's probably, under normal circumstances, I mean, if you took out the 123 for 5, it would be even more dominant, I would think, which was an artificial innings, really.
I suppose they also had the run chase against Warwickshire that almost goes the other way, finishing 89 for 1. You know, average 89 runs per wicket very often, and
there is a bit of that.
And a chase of 90 does help.
Right. Nicely played, but there is a deep point. So after the loss of that wicket, Surrey are just finding themselves pegged back here by some very good bowling. Gibbon and Leach have really been on the money. This is the 6th over of the day. Is that correct? Surrey began it on 342, so they've only had 14 runs in the first 31 balls, which doesn't sound like a particularly slow start to the day, but the way they've been playing, namely very aggressively, they might have got more were it not for the accuracy of the bowling.
Yeah, it's not just the way they have been playing, it's the way you could clearly see they want to play. Abbott charging Leach, second delivery at the crease.
So I think this is a moment where I would be inclined to put Dan Worrell up to 9. Because you just don't get the best out of Worrell at 11 when you're trying to shield him. When you're looking to score quick runs in the morning session, Roach goes at 11 for me. That is beautifully played by Abbott. Great finesse, waited for the ball to come to him. There's only one slip in place. All he had to do was find that gap, but that's the shot of a top order batter. Somebody who can wait for the ball, has great trust in his technique and timing, picks up his first boundary.
The angle with which that went to the deep third boundary is quite similar to the genuine edge from Jordan Clark a few overs ago, but this was totally deliberate by Abbott, rolling his wrist over the ball, ensuring that it bounced early, always safe. And Worcestershire have a few men back, so boundary scoring isn't particularly easy at the moment, so Abbott did very well there to beat the man at deep third.
Who tries to repeat the shot, that's the danger.
Yeah, I think the fielder at deep third went a fair bit finer after that boundary, so the gap is more towards a deep backward point.
Yes, it is.
Or wider deep third.
Although there is that deep point who's very square. But as you say, the deep thirds come much finer, and it's about 15 yards in from the boundary. There are 4 boundary riders at the moment. Abbott's forward deep square leg, a long leg. I'm interested in your take on the fielder on the leg side that's in front of square. At what point, when you're in front of square deep on the boundary, do you become a mid-wicket? Because where that fielder is now, it's in my blind spot for description. He's about 6 yards, 7 yards in front of square.
Deep forward, square leg?
Deep forward, square leg. I mean, that's what I called it, but I find it clunky. I think I want another fielding position. There aren't enough, yes.
But you have a deep backward square leg. That is a
deep backward, yeah. And you have a deep square leg.
So why can't you use deep forward?
It's a lot of words, isn't it? Deep over there. 8 off the over. The most productive over of the morning. Sorry, 363 for 6 at lead, edging up to 450.
I think that fielder is about 10 yards away from where you can describe him as a deep mid-wicket.
I think that's right. But then you see, how do you do your deep mid-wickets? My deep mid-wicket is basically, for me, deep mid-wicket is where you're sort of in line with the non-striker's end, drawing a line across. And then I'd probably cow corner it once you get another 15 yards in front, further straighter. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I'd say.
Or would you go straight deep mid-wicket? I think this will be, yes, it will be signalled leg by.
Interesting look at the spread of workload among the Worcestershire seamers.
Oh yes.
So
Smith not so heavily used.
Smith has only bowled 12 overs in the second innings. I thought he bowled really well in the first innings. Gibbon has bowled 25 overs.
Right, now we seem to be getting into a little phase here where Worcestershire are just leaving a lot of gaps open, and Surrey are not necessarily aiming for the boundary. They're just looking to tick the strike over. Now then, some countries apparently use runs per wicket for, runs per wicket against as a quotient for a tiebreaker when teams finish level on points in first-class competitions, like Australia. So it can work. Goal difference, in effect. I would like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm increasingly anti-bonus point.
You are, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're becoming quite militant in this fashion.
Just
all bonus points?
I think so, yeah. I just think that you use the 249 plays 100 example, and you can only get 19 points if you win that game, and you've completely
we have here, haven't
game.
we? 213 against 128, you know.
Yeah.
An 85-run first innings lead, when your first innings is only 213, that's 40% of it, roughly. Advancing.
And you can have games, especially now with 8 points for a draw. You can have games where you score 450, opposition score 450. You are nowhere near winning that game, and you can get 16 points, and that's only 3 fewer than potentially, in this game, winning.
And that's not right, is it?
I don't think
that
that's
is
right.
Not reflective of what's going on.
I think it's also. It must be a factor at play in.
Let's start a petition.
In Division 2, it's got slightly better in the last couple of weeks, but in Division 2, generally speaking, over the last season and a half, you just haven't had many results, and you want result cricket.
No, I agree with you.
And I think bonus points.
I think it's encouraged certain pitches, certain counties, to develop pitches which make the draw more likely. I mean, we see a lot more flat decks at Canterbury, don't we? Also perhaps at Hampshire as well. Ooh, we're getting into a little pickle there, trying to cut the balls a little too close to him. Speaking of which, I've got to jump out, but I was going to just try to find for you Warwickshire 58 for 6, Essex fighting back. The lead there just 293. It's time for me to take a break. Simon Mann's going to join us for the first time of the day.
Yeah, it's been steady progress for Surrey this morning. They've put on 23 runs for the loss of Dan Lawrence early on, flicking Ben Gibbon to the man at deep square leg on 87, a tame end to another very impressive innings by Lawrence in this game. Leach and Gibbon have bowled unchanged so far today.
Good morning, Gaz. Good morning, everyone. Where's this game going this morning? On strike then. There's no real need for Surrey to totally extend themselves. I think they're probably, their inclination is to play very positively and get 500 plus ahead, and then well, they might pull out, but there's no need to pull out, certainly not before lunch, although you might find a situation, I don't know, possibly another hour, and then they might say let's have a little dart before lunch, and then if there's a very fair wind behind them, wrap it up today. Everyone likes a day off, don't they? Especially cricket players.
Yeah, especially cricket players. I think last week in the Surrey Warwickshire game, where it briefly looked like it could finish on the third evening, I was thinking who least wants to be here tomorrow, and I thought it might be the Warwickshire players.
Because they knew they were going to lose.
Yeah.
Sometimes there isn't quite enough time to finish off a cricket match.
Yeah.
It could well be that Worcestershire produced one of the greatest stories in the history of county cricket, but 452 it would be at the moment against a high-class attack. It's really well struck and stopped in his follow-through by Gibbon.
You're talking about how Surrey going to play it from here. Clark, Abbott, Atkinson, Worrell in particular, of the batters to come, they're all naturally aggressive players. That's how they go about scoring runs anyway, regardless of match situation. So we saw Abbott charge Joe Leach's second ball of his innings this morning.
Yes, there will be no need particularly to give them instructions. They've played enough cricket to know what's required and the way they play. It's a positive one. There's been a few of those nicely struck shots that have gone straight to fielders. There was one in the previous over that nearly took Adam Hose with it. It's difficult to tell whether it was a chance or not. It happened so fast. Even seeing the replays, even seeing it live, it was drilled out to extra cover.
You could really tell how hard it had been struck by how much the ball had bounced off Hose.
I must say it was hit that hard. I completely lost the flight of the ball. I think it was too fast for the cameras as well. It was one of those, it would need a square with the wicket camera and super slow-mo to see exactly what happened, whether it was a chance or not. I feel I did well to, well, not be injured by it actually. Single down to deep third for Clark, who hasn't yet been able to recapture the ebullience of yesterday evening when he came in and just took it on. Better than a run of ball, 69 not out. Fancying his second 100 of the season. And his fifth 100 in first class cricket. Still 20 away, mind you. And that lead 452 on a lovely day. The forecast good today, forecast good tomorrow, so there's no potential escape for Worcestershire from the weather. They'll have to really tough it out and see where it takes them. Highest successful run chase in the history of the county championship. It's on my screen. Just need to put my glasses on.
First bowling change of the day, Matthew Waite replaces Joe Leach from the Vauxhall end. Waite was really impressive in that Surrey first innings. Finished with figures of 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 19, bowled two very different spells in terms of how effective they were. Initially bowled a 5 over spell when Pope and Lawrence were going really quickly, and his 5 overs I think conceded only 9 runs. And he came back and sort of ran through the Surrey lower middle order, picking up 3 very cheap wickets.
punching a single there. Clark to move to 83. Yeah, highest successful fourth innings run chase in the county championship, 502. Middlesex against Notts back in 1925, and then there was that famous occasion last season. All Surrey supporters will remember it, the 501. We remember 501 for a different reason, for a Brian Lara reason, but Surrey's 501 against Kent at Canterbury last year. 501 for 5. Knocked away for another single by Abbott. So it can be done, but can it be done by Worcestershire against this very fine Surrey attack? Well, you would say the conditions have eased out a bit since the first day. It's a sunny day expected tomorrow as well. Nice benign weather. Pitch flattening out is the oval, but it's a heck of a task ahead of Worcestershire. I think it's worth, as a batting side, if you're in this position, at least get 500 and more than 502 ahead. So if you lose, you say, well, fair play to you, you've broken the record, you know. Oof, it's really appeal. Catch behind. That bounced.
We've seen 2 or 3 this morning from the Vauxhall end really pop off a length. A couple from Leach, and this time Waite drawing Clark forward initially, and the bounce really surprises Clark.
What I wonder here is, what else did this hit if it wasn't glove or bat on the way through? And there was a confident appeal from bowler and keeper, so there must have been a sound out there. Well, it's one of those that they might have reviewed it if they'd had a couple of views left on DRS, and inevitably, although there's a fielder down at deep third, so it's only a single.
Where do you stand on bonus points in the county championship? Dad and I were discussing this earlier. I was bringing up the hypothetical of, in this game, Surrey had a 80-odd first innings lead, and the maximum number of points they can get, because they didn't score 250 in their first innings, is 19 points. You can pick up 16 points in a game that you don't come close to winning. And that doesn't feel right to me. You know, Surrey and Worcestershire had very similar first innings conditions at the end of 95th over. Surrey 373 for 6. You know, very, very similar first innings conditions for both sides in this game. And Surrey, what was their first innings lead? 85, yeah. 85, that's significant, especially as a percentage. You know, if you, looking back at recent county championship seasons, in 2022, 2 Division 1 sides stayed up, having only won twice all season.
It's a constant debate, isn't it, about the best point system for the county championship, whether you should have, you know, just simple first innings points and then outrights, or whether you reward teams for runs and wickets. Of course, they've increased the amount of runs that you need to score to pick up batting points. Gibbon with a new over, nicely played by Abbott for a single, going to deep third. I mean, you also get other issues that come up. If you don't, there was a game early in the season where it was banned with that ball being bowled, because you got no chance to get any bonus points at all, and that feels potentially unfair as well. You do get more points this season for a draw, so there's that slight balance has been addressed. So I wonder whether in a game that's abandoned by that ball being bowled, whether you should actually get a few more points, because you don't get the opportunity to pick up any bonus points.
Yeah, it feels weird that you're punished for that, right?
Yeah.
If you have no chances of picking up points in a game, you'd think that teams are given more than, was it Durham? It was a Durham game, wasn't it? I think it was the first.
There were a couple of games I think were abandoned with that ball being bowled. There's definitely a game involving Gloucestershire. Their first match was washed out. I'm just trying to remember where they were playing. I think there were 2 in the opening round. I mean, you could say, of course, you could lose, couldn't you? Until you don't even get you wouldn't get the draw points. That's the, I suppose, the other side of it.
Yeah, it was Durham, Hampshire and Gloucestershire, Derbyshire.
Yeah, looking for 2. They're coming back for it. Throws at the non-strikers. That's pretty well run.
We saw Abbott trying to hit Joe Leach over towards the river, second ball of his innings, but actually since then he's identified the gaps on off in the field and he's rotated the strike really well, and as has Clark, who's gone about things slightly differently this morning.
Nicely struck but no run. Yeah, the most fruitful area has been square of the wicket on the offside or just behind the square. Big open space there between extra cover.
Both bowlers have 4 men in front of square who are quite tight in on the 1. So Surrey found beating the man, particularly at extra cover, they found him quite hard to beat. But there are plenty of run scoring opportunities, as Simon says, square and behind square of the wicket on either side.
And every now and again one slides past the outside edge, which will keep the Surrey bowlers interested, definitely. That one in the previous over that bounced from weight. And there's a bowler, you think, well, a sunny day, it's the oval, not as green as it was on the first day, but there's still something there for the bowlers, which will encourage them. Our lunchtime guest is the author Tim Brooks, whose new book, The Batsman of Copenhagen, is an inspiring story of a cricketing hero who defied the German occupation to keep cricket alive during World War II. He will be in conversation with Daniel Norcross. There we go, there's that gap on the offside again. And they're coming back for 2 more, to pinch 2 there. Nothing more than a push away into that offside. Frustrating for Worcestershire, but it's not easy. You're getting to the stage where you'd like to have 13 out there on the field. Lead up to 463. Yazran is taking a break. Hashim alongside me for the first time today. 378 for 6 then. I mean, nothing spectacular about Surrey's batting today, just doing the job they need to do, grinding them out. I dare say we will see some real attacking shots as this innings progresses this morning. What will be 42 minutes into the day's play. But you could argue that Surrey already have enough, but I don't think any captain would declare in this situation. I certainly wouldn't. I'd like to be ruthless. Go on, chase 550 in 5 sessions, something like that anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to be out in the field in this sunshine at the moment. Let the Worcester bowlers toil for a bit more.
The only thought is that, as I was mentioning about 20 minutes ago, everybody likes a day off, don't they? And the players are like that as well. It's the one odd thing about cricket is you can get it done quickly and have a bit of downtime. Most other sports have sort of specified time limits. Now they're looking for 2 more here, and they are coming back for it, and they get it comfortably. So they're not dealing boundaries at the moment, they're dealing in 2s, 1s and 2s.
Yeah, the thing with cricket is no one actually ever wants to play cricket. You always see people praying for rain.
I've spoken to cricketers of the past who, you know, this has come up, hasn't it, recently? This whole idea of how much cricket do we play, and the PCA saying, you know, we need to play a bit less and look after the players a bit more. That's well struck. It would probably only be 1. Typical, isn't it? You hit it well and you just get 1. You dab it and you pick up 2. That's the subtlety of the game. The score continuing to increase. So what's that lead? 4-6-6 now. And players will say, well, back in the day, you know, we used to play 7 days a week. You know, we would play 26 days out of 29 in a month, or whatever it is. You know, available days, or 26 out of 31 days, or more than that. And I think that's when players started to open their curtains in the morning and see it raining and think, okay, this is the 25th day in a row, or 25th day out of 28 that I've played. I wouldn't mind a day off today. I wouldn't mind if it just rains all day. But I mean, generally it is spaced out a bit more now. I think the the sort of clutch situation players comes when you get those back-to-back games, perhaps in T20. I'm not wanting to harp on about Gloucestershire, but they do have a sequence of games later in the season where they have back-to-back T20, one-day break, and then they go to Scarborough to play in the Championship. Okay, it's not all the same players will be playing, but there will be some. I think it's those moments that players are saying, is this a good thing or not?
Yeah, and I guess the difference between cricket now and back then when they were playing probably a lot more is that probably got more night games, and I guess that kind of messes up with your schedule and your body
clock
as well.
Yeah, it's hard to get to sleep if you've played a night game. The adrenaline of playing under the lights, big crowds, and you might have to then travel back. A bit of nip there, but no shout for LBW, and another leg by a cruise. Yeah, and you might not get to sleep till 3, 4 in the morning. Your mind's still ticking with the game. But there was someone writing on X, I'm just trying to remember who it was now, apologies for not being able to remember who it was, who pointed out that if you don't progress in any of the competitions, you play 78 days county cricket, and not since 1949 have the players played as little as 78 days. I'd look back at the 1949 season, and that's right, you had 26 three-day championship matches in 1949. The following season it was increased by 2 to 28. That's a crunching drive. Singh into the attack, and he's been met with a wonderful shot by Clark that takes him into the 90s. That was clattered away.
Just a touch loose from Singh, first ball of his spell. Quite floaty.
He bowled some good balls yesterday, but he also bowled some hittable balls as well. I think it's been a feature of his debut. First ball was a full toss on the first day of the game. Picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Dom Sibley was his first class wicket. It's nicely struck, but only no run this time. And Yaz was asking me about the point system in the Championship, how fair I thought it was. Actually, in that 1949 season, I know we're going back a long way, you actually got points. The bonus point situation there was 4. So if you lost or drew a game, you got points for being ahead on first innings, though. I think you took points for winning. If you lost or drew, whoever was ahead on first innings took some points. There's a chase around the boundary. It won't be 4. They've gone for 2. They have to settle for 2. You feel that there should be lots of 3s out there. There is that boundary rider. Andrew Sampson would check that for me, because he checks everything. 1949 season, I think it was 12 points for a win, and I think it was 4 points if you were ahead on first innings in a game you lost or drew. I think that was it. Clark there, 6 away. He was very nearly on his way. It's so easy to have nicked that through to Roderick.
Just harking back to your point regarding different schedules, and yeah, like you say, that there's a prospect of a team not playing that much cricket. You see it with different priorities as well for the cricketers. You'll see someone like Rory Burns here, who's very much just a red ball cricketer nowadays.
Only a single that time to Clark, down to 5 legs. He's on to 95. Andrew's confirmed that for me, by the way. 4 points for if you're ahead on first innings in a draw game or game you lost. 12 points for a win. That was it. Those are the only points that you got.
And so with Burns, his season will be very much front loaded, and then quite a massive gap. And so you've got these different priorities of red ball cricketers probably wanting to play a lot more cricket, really. or if not a lot more cricket, just have that cricket more spaced out.
This is intense at the moment, isn't it? This schedule in April and May, and there has been a bit of weather around, but there's also been quite a lot of play and some flat pitches, cook up the ball a bit, and there's been some huge scores. There's been some hard work for bowlers. Right, Clark's going to be on strike for the start of the next over, and he's 5 away from his 5th first-class 100.
This is Waite's 3rd over of the spell. He looked like he was struggling a bit in that first over, just getting his body right, and then looked a bit more comfortable in the last over.
Surrey do play a couple of championship matches in June. They're Worcestershire away in June, and then they play Essex here on the 30th of June. But we are approaching that time when the T20 Blast takes over. Now, short ball dealt with. Has it got enough on to go for 4? It's going to be one of those lesser spotted 3s. Clark moves to 98. You can get in contact with us, by the way, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Lovely day to be at the Kia Oval. Benign mid-May day. Sun is out. Surrey on top. Another short delivery. Just a single. So Abbott at 18. Now Clark on 98. There are 2 balls left in the over. Yeah, batting and bowling bonus points first used in the county championship in, do you know what year? It's a niche question. I'll leave it for our viewers just to contemplate that for a moment. Meanwhile, Clark 98 not out. Oh, it's a big shout for Abidol. He's got him. Oh, that's so frustrating for Jordan Clark. Well bowled by Matthew Waite. Finally persuades the finger, the umpire to raise the finger, and Clark denied 5th first-class 100 and 2nd of the season. You could just see the anguish on his face, and unsurprising. He's put Surrey in a strong position here.
Yeah, it's just stayed low here. Potentially just clipping leg stump. First angle I thought maybe just going down the leg side, but he's just caught on the back foot. We've seen some variable bounce from that end in particular this morning, and
delight for Waite. Get rid of Jordan Clark for 98. It kept low and it nipped back a fraction as well. It's one of those that I think, as an umpire, you see that and you think, yeah, that's done enough for the bowler there. But you're right, it might be one of those that if they did put the technology on it, it might be an umpire's call on leg stump.
Clark will be pretty frustrated with that one, I reckon.
Do you think?
I think so.
Well, let's have another look. Yeah, let's have another look from front on. Let's slow it right down. It's pitched outside the off stump. giving that out. I'm giving that out.
Yeah,
I'm giving that out.
I'd say it's clipping, yeah.
Do you bat or bowl when you play club cricket?
I mainly field, so
Oh, right, okay. Gus Aktinson is the new batter. Lead 4-7-8. So Surrey this morning, what have they added? 51 runs this morning in 55 minutes. For the loss of those 2 wickets, the 2 overnight players. Lawrence out for 87 and Clark for 98. Clark's last 4 innings, 260 runs for twice out. Nine not out, 11, 42, and now 98. That's very useful if you've got. I mean, you've got a strong enough batting lineup as it is. You've got someone like Jordan Clark coming in, contributing at number 7.
Yeah, he's got 4 first-class hundreds, 3 of them coming at the Oval.
And Abbott goes big. Stands and admires it. And umpire Blackwell, who liked to play those sort of shots himself, happy to raise the arms and signal 6.
Oh, this is always quite harsh on the first-class debutant. He's barely moved his feet there, just all eyes, all hands.
So cleanly struck. Dragging his length back a fraction there. It was in T20 terms, that was in the slot, wasn't it? It was a sort of ball that's been disappearing into the crowds in the Indian Premier League. I mean, you've got that freedom to play as Abbott has. And the field is up as well. There's no one at home at long on there. It's a deep mid-wicket, deep back and square leg on the leg side, a deep third, deep cover, but no one up or no one out straight. And goes again, and the deep mid-wicket fielder watches it sail over his head. It is the short side.
This one's even better. It's got a touch more flair to it, actually. Squarer hit. He's really letting the wrist work.
490 lead. 400 up. And the orthodox extra cover drive, but that will only get him 1 with the fielder out. Kashif out there at deep cover. This is where it can be a joyous game for the lower order. It's not nice sometimes when you've got a quick bowler pinging it around your ears. That was a good comeback there. Atkinson new to the crease. But when you've got that freedom to play in this situation, you can have some fun. And it also can really play with a top order of the opposition as well. They've been smacked around everywhere, got chase here, then everywhere. You don't quite know when the closure is going to come. Summary of the game.
It's quite unusual. Just 20 minutes, half an hour ago, when Joe Leach was coming in from the Vauxhall end and had a very straight long on with Abbott on strike. And you've just seen there Abbott, he's capable of hitting it just a touch more leg side-ish than that. Basically eliminating the purpose of having that fielder there. It was quite unusual just how straight that long on was.
you think Surrey are looking at here?
Well, initially I thought it was a case of getting Clark 100. But now I think they want to be even more brutal.
Well stopped.
Could well be the case that they want 8 more runs. Get that lead to a nice looking 500.
Chase on. Oh dear. That was the big fast bowler there. Gibbon going round the boundary, got there. Really frustrated that he wasn't able to haul that in. Very nicely played by Aktinson, keeping it down, hitting it well in front of square. Once you've got there, don't want that to happen. Another shout for LBW and another wicket. Well, he's got 2 there. 8 in consecutive overs. And the game moving on.
Can't see a Surrey batter coming down just yet. Oh no, now there is.
Happy with that one?
Yeah, I think that was. I think that one's fine.
I don't think many can complain about that one. It's absolutely straight.
He's been hobbling a bit, but he's given it all here. 3 for 62 now.
So 411 for 8. And I think the other thing, we talked about it yesterday actually, when you think, oh, will there be a closure, a declaration, how long should we bat for? Sometimes in this situation it's just better to be bowled out, so you never have that, oh, they declared and gave the opposition 5 sessions to get it, and you know, there is, in theory there's time to get it. You just take that, we got bowled out, so that sort of psychological aspect goes. Play a few shots, lose the wickets, get bowled out, on you go. 496. I think it's time for Daniel Norcross to come in as Kemar Roach makes his way to the middle.
Bit disappointed they haven't sent in Dan Worrell, if they were going to send someone in, but maybe they want Roach to stick around while Abbott goes berserk. And I think they've just taken a single off the last ball of the over, so Roach is going to be on strike. That lead edging close to 500, the highest run chasing county championship history, just a reminder, is 502. 1 run more than Surrey's 501 last year. And you'd kind of like to be there, wouldn't you? Just to say, if you're going to win, you're going to have to make history. Still plenty of time left in the day and in the game in general. But another, I don't know whether, you know, really teams think about this or not. But another part of it is, if Worcestershire put up stiff resistance, back out the day, you might want a new ball as soon as possible the following day, mightn't you? And if Surrey were to declare, let's say now at the end of this over, they'd have 78 overs left to bowl in the day, so then there'd only be 2 overs to bowl tomorrow morning for a new ball. And the advantage of that being that, you know, you have fresh bowlers and you have new batters and you have a new ball. I wonder whether that's something that we think about more than they do?
I think at the moment they're giving very much a vibe of let's just bat until they get us.
Although Sean Abbott's giving a vibe of let's just clatter the ball to all parts. 4 more, and that takes the lead above 500. It will now have to be a record chase. 503 Worcestershire would need if they're going to pull off an unlikely victory.
Yeah, Sean Abbott not particularly bothered about moving his feet in these last few overs. He's quite a wristy player actually at times.
He's in Larrup mode, all right. They should get a couple here. Just watching him bat and watching the quality of his batting just makes me even more bewildered by Warwickshire's tactic last week. When Surrey were only 6 runs ahead and 8 wickets down, and Abbott walked to the crease and they just let Jamie Smith have the single and just bowled at Abbott. I don't quite know what you think's happening out here. Oh, he's got him. Slower ball, really good bit of bowling. He knew Abbott was coming after him. And Abbott was through the shot. Out goes the leg stump. Surrey now 9 down. Are they going to send out Worrell? It looks like it, because Kemar Roach is still standing there. Surrey now on the brink at 419 for 9. We've had 4 wickets go down. An entertaining morning. Surrey certainly haven't had it all their own way. And that's clever bowling, really clever bowling from a man on his debut. His 100 had just come up with a streaky 4. Well, there's what, streaky 4 and then that couple more.
Just rolled his fingers across the ball. Decent leg cutter. Didn't really move much, but it just took the pace off and messed with Abbott's own movements.
Yep, and I think that's a terrific bit of bowling from a very inexperienced man who's having somebody come at him on his debut. And he showed his nerve there. So there you see the scorecard. Surrey 419 runs, no one into 3 figures, but 4 very significant contributions. Clark, Lawrence, Smith and Burns, and then that cameo from Abbott, 38 from 31 balls. And Dan Worrell plays only one way as well, so I think the tempo will not change and the intent will not change, and it will not be long before we get to see Worcestershire embarking on trying to achieve this mammoth total. And Worrell can be a pretty destructive batter in his own right when he gets going. I've seen him score a half century for Surrey in double quick time. Go first ball. The big wind up.
Yeah, my personal favourite is the exaggerated cover drive that he likes to play, where he kind of gets on the knee.
Oh yeah.
Kind of sort of Kim Hughes
style you want to go with, yeah. Yes, I'll give you that.
Oh, probably not as good as Kim Hughes.
That's nicely played, beautifully timed. End of the over, a wicket from it, 8 runs from it. Surrey 420 for 9, the lead 505. Well, Abbott had a bit of fun before he got out, whacking the ball to all parts. Let's take a look, just a few of the boundaries from his innings. That's a nice little delicate dab. He first got in, waiting for the ball to come onto him, shot of some class. And then here, a couple of big meaty 6s out over deep mid-wicket. He really is a very crisp striker of the ball, almost identical shot. But then, looking to repeat the trick, got bowled. Now then, short and wide, that's an interesting way to go. Worrell still believes that he can cut it back over deep backward point or deep third for 6. I don't think batting's been easy this morning though. what's your view of it being? You know, Surrey would have come out here with 5 wickets in hand and 2 very good batters at the crease, probably hoping they might have scored 100 or so in the first hour. There's still plenty in this pitch, and Worcestershire have stuck to their guns.
Yeah, and you saw it there with the way Clark got out. The ball not only stayed low, but there was a bit of jag off the seam, came into him. So especially from this end, the Vauxhall end, we've seen quite a bit of variable bounce. A few balls just leap.
Soon be named the Worrell end, I think.
Yeah, and he's
getting a little warm up here. Just getting those limbs loose. Nicely weighted for it. Now, Roach generally plays the role of the person who bats with someone at the other end. I don't think that's going to be the orders for today, but I think he's got a bit of license to unfurl.
There is something very sensible about Kemar Roach that I feel like even in this situation he might
do you think?
still try and play a bit
sensibility will get the better of him.
Yeah.
Well, let's chip that in the air. It won't be 4. They'll come back for a second, which could be tight. But, well, 2 of the stumps have been demolished at the non-striker's end, but Worrell is safely home.
Still showed off a pretty sensible straight bat there.
It was, yes, it was actually. No, you're dead right. It wasn't a big old wind-up, was it? It was a very controlled chip. Well, this is the time where bowlers can just enjoy themselves with the bat, isn't it? With no real consequences. When you've got a lead of 508, no one's going to blame you if Worcestershire hunt this down, the highest score in county championship history. I don't think people will be looking back and going, it was a very irresponsible shot, Kemar, when Surrey only led by 508. But there you go. Taha has called it. A sensible nudge into the offside. I think we'll see a different style.
Yeah, I think Roach gives off the vibe that he wants to look like a batter, and well, Worrell has sort of, he'll throw out all sorts of shapes. He doesn't really care how he looks. He'll just have a bit of fun.
I've got a list of the highest successful 4th innings run chases in first-class cricket, that is across the world, which I shall come to shortly. And Surrey got a little way to go before they post 541. Oh, and a no ball, so another couple of runs. 511 now the lead. That would now make it the highest first-class run chase in England. We're past Cambridge University's 507 for 7 against the MCC at Lord's in 1896. This is how vanishingly rare these kind of scores are. Next up will be 513 for 9, which Central Province got against Southern Province at Candy in 2004. Another slower ball that was eventually picked by Worrell, but good over that for a weight 6 coming from it. Roach will be on strike. The lead 511, so we're in Central Province, Southern Province territory. That would be the second highest, but the biggest happened this century, only 14 years ago. So maybe we've got to think about the direction of travel. West Zone v South Zone. At which Hyderabad are we talking? The Indian Hyderabad at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. 541 for 7. That was in 2010. So that's 30 odd runs away. We're not in world record territory, we're in England record territory. Nicely driven by Roach, 512. So now it would be equal with the second highest run chase in history. We're not willing this to happen, by the way, on the Surrey live stream. We're just pointing out the historical context of the lead that's there. Partly because Andrew Sampson, I think, thinks they should have declared by now. But I don't see why. It's good fun to watch. Again, well bowled, and for some reason Worrell declining the single.
I'd like to think that the internal discussion in the Surrey dressing room right now is let's play it safe. You guys obviously remember what happened 14 years ago in Hyderabad between West Zone and South Zone.
Oh, they're all very well aware of that, I would think. Not sure anybody in this game was playing in that match, but Oh well, it's all moot. A swing, a miss, and 4 wickets for Singh on debut. 4 for 103 he will finish with. That target will be 513. There are 76 overs remaining in the day. It says 78 on your screen, but that will go down by a couple. Surrey are going to have around about 35 minutes or so to bowl at Worcestershire before lunch, so they're going to get 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball either side of lunch. And those 5 wickets have fallen in a bit of a rush today. We've had 75 minutes play, and it's another really good bit of bowling. Full, straight, he knows Worrell's going after him, and I've been impressed with the debutant. 2 stumps out of the ground, a spectacular finish.
Quite enjoyable to see Worrell refusing to look behind at the mess he's made.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Off to the next job.
Yeah. So we'll take a look at the scorecard and the tail of that innings. 427 all out Surrey. They started the day on 342, so they've added 85 for the loss of 5 wickets in 17.2 overs. So they've gone on at a pretty decent rate. 17.3 overs. I'm always getting something slightly wrong. And I think they'll be happy enough with that, weren't they? I mean, we knew what the intention was going to be at the start of play. Score runs quickly, get Worcestershire in. There's plenty of time today. We're a long way away from this scenario developing, but when it says 78 overs remaining today, should Worcestershire find themselves 8 down? Well, no, we had this discussion the other day. There's a really weird thing about whether they're 7 down, 8 down or 9 down, how much more time you can play if you want to. But that is for much, much later. For Worcestershire, their plan and their intention will be, in the 76 overs that remain today, to be batting at the end of it and just see where they can get to. I will quickly run you around scores elsewhere in the country, because there's some amazing things going on at Chelmsford, you know. Warwickshire are 94 for 9. They lead by only 329. Essex have come right back into that game. 4 wickets for Matt Critchley, so it's turning a bit there. 2 for Harmer, 2 for Porter, 1 for Cook. The lead 3-2-9 for Essex, Surrey's closest rivals at the moment. Lancashire Durham, Lancashire 256 ahead but 4 down, 135 for 4. They've just lost Bell. Stokes has picked up a couple of wickets there. He has 2 for 29. So they've still got a fair bit of batting to do if they're going to bat Durham out of the game. That's Lancashire at bottom of the table. Nottinghamshire, Hampshire, there's another game that's had another twist. Hampshire had a first innings lead of 41 and now Notts at 81 for 4, a slender lead of just 40. And at Taunton, Kent have been bowled out for 178. They conceded a mammoth first innings deficit of 376. And Warwickshire are now all out for 94. So the game is afoot at Chelmsford. There'll be a result there, one way or the other. Interested to see what Somerset do at Taunton. Do they put Kent straight back in? They've already bowled 48.1 overs. You imagine they might do. So Somerset look odds on to win that game. Sussex against Yorkshire. Sussex have set Yorkshire 183 to win. Yorkshire 21 now for 1. Finlay Bean, one of the greatest names in cricket, has gone for a duck. But Lyth and Shan Masuda at the crease. A low scoring game, that one. Could be a tight finish, we shall see. Gloucestershire, yesterday, they gladdened the hearts of dozens of people around the country by scoring 706 for 6. Certainly gladdened Simon Mann. A record Gloucestershire score. They finally got into the 700 club after 134 years of waiting. We welcome them. Leicestershire, in reply, 194 for 5. Glamorgan v Middlesex. Glamorgan have been bowled out for Middlesex been bowled out for 343. They have a lead of 160. A very sizable lead at that. An alumnus of the Keir Oval, Mark Stoneman, making 129, and Ryan Higgins, who's having quite the season, unbeaten on 75. I don't know what Ryan Higgins' season stats are now, but they are eye-watering. 75 not out, he finished on 112 balls, and it's a very handy lead. And the one game that's sort of drifting and meandering into nowhereness is Derbyshire against Northants. Derbyshire 240 for 3, Northants 422. From a Surrey perspective, or at least I say from a Sharky perspective, he'll be happy because Wayne Madson's in his fantasy team and is unbeaten on 53. Cameron Ponsonby, who is fresh from playing for Spencer Ones yesterday.
Goodness me.
How did it go? Has come to join us.
Well, naturally, we're a very fine cricket team, so we won the match. So it's fine. And I contributed very little to the day.
You got a wicket?
I did get a wicket. I've learned that you guys were tracking it live.
Yeah,
on the live stream.
We've got a little tracker on you, actually. We know where you are at all times.
And I appreciate that. I like it that you
need to look after
close to me. Yeah.
You're young, headstrong, weird.
Absolutely. No, it turns out players in the ones are better than the players you normally play against in the twos.
Is that right?
And so I would bowl a ball and then it would get hit in various different directions, seemingly all at once. So it was fine. I enjoyed my day out. I was
what were your
told
figures?
1 for 27 off 5. A bit
That's
expensive.
all right, isn't
Nah,
it?
it's fine.
What, in the modern age? 5.4?
Yeah, if it doesn't have a 3 or a 2 in front of it, I'm not happy. And as soon as it goes above 4s, that's too expensive. You play club cricket, like 200 wins more games than it loses.
Yeah, you know we do this for pleasure, don't you?
I don't, because I feel like I have to. I feel like I'm committed and I've...
Did you bat?
No.
Not required.
Not required.
So what did you, who were you playing?
We were playing against Old Hamptonians.
Oh yes, fine
and
side.
It was actually my first, I played, I don't know, half a dozen, 5 to 10 first team matches in my life, kind of half in the cup, half in the league. It was actually my first ever league win in the one. So there was a worrying corner. No one else would have been aware of this statistic, but I was. I'd played 3 league matches in the ones before yesterday and lost all 3. And so it was quite nice to change that. And I told everyone, I said, this is my first win in the league in the ones. They went, oh.
They didn't really care, did they?
Went, oh God.
Yeah. Why would we pick you?
Exactly. that I think that was.
So what were the final scores?
Old Hamptonians got 210, and we got 211. We were 3 down, I believe.
Oh, that's really quite a dominant performance.
It was very enjoyable. There's a friend of mine scored 150 last week in the twos with me, and he went up to the ones and scored 90. And,
oh, lovely.
He's quite good at batting.
Yeah, and it meant that you could sort of start off in the bar quite early.
It was remarkable. Yesterday I think was the first match I can remember. I didn't even take my bat out of my bag because I was listed at 11, and that is
oh, lovely.
That was. Well, you say it's lovely. It was quite a horrifying, emasculating moment when I discovered I was literally the worst batter in the team.
Oh well, I batted 11 in the ones before. We had to bat out 22 overs to draw a game because our dilettante numbers 1 to 9 had failed, and then me from the twos with Russell Clayton batted out 22 overs. And in fact, the last over took 28 balls when the overseas deliberately overstepped 22 times. So frustrated was he at the failure to get us out.
Sounds wonderful.
I was at the non-strikers end for all of that, and to make it very clear we weren't going to run, I sat down behind the crease, cross-legged, and stared at him as he ran in.
They must have loved you, Daniel. You must have been a very popular man within that cricket field that time.
Yeah. Well, you know,
well,
he kept on bowling bouncers from 16 yards. No ball.
Well, I hope the listeners and viewers are emotionally invested in the Spencer first team season. Actually, I hope they're emotionally invested in the Spencer second team season, because that's where the updates will be coming from.
Any news from Bertie Worcester's favourite Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones? Did we?
I saw her yesterday. I think she might be playing today. I think the women's ones are playing today, so we'll find out. We can get it up on Play Cricket, NV Play.
We can do whatever we want, can't we?
Track everything.
Right, now we are at the final stanza. It could be a very long final stanza, but we know what's left in the game now. A target of 513 for Worcestershire to get that would be the second highest run chase in the history of first class cricket. It'd be the highest run chase of all time in England, and only West Zone v South Zone at Hyderabad in 2010, 541 for 7, would beat it. So Worcestershire are very much up against it, and what we've seen so far today is some splendid bowling from Worcestershire, who have stuck to their guns, and some biffing from Surrey, I suppose you'd say. I haven't given you the bowling figures. They may have propped up on the screen and I was distracted by Cameron Ponsonby, but just in case, to let you know, the wicket takers there: Gibbon 3 for 102, Waite 3 for 69, very good reward, he's played very well in this match, and Chahal, the debutant, 4 for 103, bowled really well at the end there. Delighted to see. One of the shames for Surrey, I suppose, that not out batters overnight. Lawrence and Jordan Clark weren't able to get their 3 figures. Jordan Clark particularly one that kept a bit low on him when he was on 98. Tantalisingly close to a second century of the season. But it was good entertaining stuff, and Surrey will be buoyed by the amount of movement there was. Now then, this is intriguing. Just 2 slips in place, but a leg slip as well. Dan Lawrence, Kemar Roach's first ball. Here we go. That's quite an expansive shot to the first ball. Slightly out there. Roderick's gone after it. So you see the required run rate. That's the assumption of 96 overs tomorrow and 76 overs today. 172 overs possible.
It'd be a remarkable run chase. I'm quite excited for a second, almost world record.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, you can
Sounds
keep
like
your excitement to yourself.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just love being at the Kia Oval, Daniel.
That's more like it. Well done. Don't we all? And on a day like today as well, tiny wispy little clouds shaped like Iceland. That's all there is to distract from the sea of light blue.
We have a fascinating field for Roach to start with. Surrey have been using this leg slip increasingly with Roach with his natural shape into the right-hander, but we also have 2 catches very close on the leg side. We have a fielder almost on the cut strip near the non-striker, and then we have a short mid-wicket, and then between those 2 we have a kind of a wide mid-on.
Well, it suggests that Surrey think that the pitch is not quite as quick as it has been, certainly from day one, and that has been the pattern at the Kia Oval this year. We've seen the pitches just get a little bit slower, and then Rory Burns move more to catches in front of the wicket.
I wonder also, it'll be intriguing to see if they adopt the same plan for other batters, the same plan for Libby, for instance, whether they think Roderick is potentially pushing at the ball harder than his teammates.
Oh, beats the bat. I mean, that's one of the great things for Surrey of having a man as experienced as Rory Burns as your captain, because he's played against so many players in the county championship. Just see that little nibble from Roderick. Misses the outside edge. I was only recalling that my first ever commentary gig for the BBC was here 10 years ago, and Sibley and Burns were playing in that game. So you know, Burns has been around. Just gets his bat out of the way in time. So he will have played against Roderick, he'll have played against Libby, he'll have played against pretty much everybody on the county circuit. So he'll have ideas and plans, and the analysts, of course, will have given their views.
It's remarkable when you think Dom Sibley's double century for Surrey back here was it over 10 years ago now. It was in 2013. He scored as an 18-year-old, I believe. I was here with my friend in the pavilion, yeah.
In the crash.
Having a watch.
First day was a maiden, and as a result the required run rate leaps up to exactly 3.
They'll be concerned about that. They need to get on top of that immediately. You can't let that get too high. Scoreboard pressure.
Now that we've had an email from Paul about changes to county cricket that he would like to run by us, and he's quite right. The influence that we both have could be significant.
It is true.
But these are good talking points. So, good afternoon. He says, I wondered about 2 changes to county cricket to improve standards. 1, allowing the team who loses the toss to make 1 change to their starting 11. For example, Surrey may have had a spinner in this match. If this were allowed, it evens out losing the toss. It's a thought. It's an interesting thought. I'd never heard that particular proposal. Dan Worrell, of course, took 6 wickets in the first innings, so he is going to be a big threat. We'll be keeping an eye on that. But secondly, he says starting the season earlier but overseas. Well, I think we're all for that. I think the Surrey live stream in Barbados, I mean, it would be a privation. I mean, no one wants to be away from their families for too long.
Absolutely. I think it's a remarkably sensible idea, actually.
This gets teams used to other conditions and allows more games to fit into the season. I would love that. And I actually, there's a sense there. However, I do hear howls of rage coming from members who'll be saying, but wait a minute, we want to watch Surrey. We can't all go to Barbados. How are we going to do that, or wherever it may be?
There has been discussions in the past about potentially moving
Like
the
the
one-day
Warwick,
competition to be played in kind of the UAE in March, for instance, and to kind of alleviate some of the pressure on the English summer to fit everything in. I don't know how far that has ever gone serious. I don't know if Rob Key sat down mulling it over with Brendan McCullum.
Well, I think there's a schism, and an understandable one, between people who see county cricket simply as a means of creating players for the England team, and you know, also about improving standards. I would say when you watch Surrey, you've got a pretty good team to be watching. You've got effectively 6 England players from 1 to 6. Jordan Clark, who's so nearly an England player in so many ways. In this occasion, Abbott plays for Australia. Atkinson has played for England and probably will do this season in a Test match. Kemar Roach, a West Indian legend, and Dan Worrell. So I wouldn't say the standard's too poor, looking at that, but I think the schism is between those who think about it just purely in those terms and the members who pay their money to watch their team play in England. And we've only got 7 home county championship matches as it is. I say only 7, we're lucky to have 7 in some ways. In Australia you'd have only 5, but it used to be more. And when I was first starting out watching cricket, it could be as many as about 24 games, maybe about 12 home games. Not to mention the John Player League, in which you'd have 7 or 8 rather, or 9 home games per summer. A couple of Benson and Hedges matches guaranteed, possibly Gillette Cup.
As I often do, I was spending my spare time recently flicking through county championship tables from the 70s and 80s.
Of course you were.
They have quite remarkable kind of records. Often some teams played 22 games, some teams 24.
This is quite confusing. You can continue mulling over that because Simon Mann's going to come in and take us up to lunch.
It's always been, well, after 2 overs, Libya's off the mark, it's 1 off 2. Roderick Naught off 10 balls, 1 for none after 2. That required run rate is all the way up to 3.01 now. Worcestershire want to keep an eye on that. And Simon Mann is joining me to my right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Simon.
Well, good luck with 513, but there's plenty of time to get them. About 3 and over, I reckon. Here's Kemar Roach. Leg slip in, you can see. Libby gets his second run. What you would say for Worcestershire is that these conditions are a vast improvement on the conditions they faced when they were batting on Friday. Well, ultimately anyway, there was some sunshine around, but the pitch was a bit greener, and then it cloud over and the lights were on in the latter part of the day. Perfect cricket playing weather, and it's not as if they haven't been in decent form this season, the Worcestershire batters. I mean, generally anyway. And there's some big scores around. I mean, they made 450 against Somerset, 350 against Notts, 360 and 295 against Warwickshire. There was a low-scoring game they were involved in against Durham. Well, I say low-scoring, 184 and 272 they made. With a bit of determination and perhaps some good fortune as well at times. You just miss the ones that just move a fraction or off the seam or bounce a bit. There's no reason to suggest they can't make something of this second innings.
Roderick's been in fantastic form, centuries in his last 2 matches. Libby on strike currently. had a very difficult time of it in the Worcestershire's first innings. He was 1 off 30. It was a pretty torturous time. But as you mentioned on Friday, it's quite difficult for Worcestershire. They bowled so well and bowled Surrey out for 210, I think it was 213. Then the horrible realisation that they had to bat in those conditions as well, and the tables turned.
As we know, Surrey have got a good enough attack to exploit them, and it's also relentless as well. It just keeps coming at you the whole time. Sometimes as a batting side you think, well, we'll see him and him off, and it might not be quite so tricky after that, but there's 5 of them encircling you. Oh, there we go. 2 off Kemar Roach's second over. Worcestershire is battling to just establish themselves in their second innings after Surrey were bowled out this morning. Lawrence making 87 and Clark 98, agonising for him. 427 all out, 5-13 to win. There are a few extravagant shots played as well towards the end. Final women's T20 international between England and Pakistan. England won the toss and will bat first. England 2 up in the 3-match series.
And Surrey will be able to rotate their quicks throughout today. I'll be surprised, I'll be shocked if Dan Lawrence finds himself with a bowl later today. I think they'll be quite content to shuffle between Clark, Atkinson, Rory, Roach, Abbott. Atkinson only bowled 4 overs in the first innings. You'd hope, well, 4 or 5 overs. I'll have to check. It was 5. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's a strong attack, strong batting line. You wonder actually how it would. I was thinking about this last night. How Surrey would get on against some Test match teams.
I think they'd do very well. I'm sure they'd win a number of matches. Where you only have to look at the slip cordon. All 4 players in that slip cordon, including the wicket-keeper, have played Test cricket. Worrell's played international cricket. I think it's just Jordan Clark in this team who hasn't played any form of international cricket.
That's gone off folks' gloves, and that's gone for 4. 4 byes.
We often see this with Worrell. He gets incredible movement both before and after the ball passes the bat, and I think that ball just kept on going away from folks. And there was a ball in the last match, again, in the match last week against Warwickshire. Worrell has such a natural away shape, but occasionally when the ball goes the other way, it keeps going and it goes so dramatically. That was the case for folks there. The ball just kept on leaving him.
We were talking about bonus points and the point system earlier. Here's an email from Andrew. He says he's enjoying the discussion about the point system and if it's fair or not. What do you think about dispensing entirely with bonus points and just having 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw and nothing for a loss? As well as perhaps being fairer, would it also be a bit more comprehensible to those who are new to the game? And to be honest, some of those of us who aren't. Carry there from downward. There has been some extra bounce from this Vauxhall end, which the Surrey pace bowlers will look to exploit this afternoon. I'd have to think about that. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and nothing for a loss.
I think bonus points exist in part because of how common the draw is, and so to reward teams for their kind of actions within the game. I do agree on the point about being able to understand the table and trying to work out what has to happen in X, Y, Z, and if Essex do this and Somerset do that, how all the permutations work. So I'm for it in that example.
End of Worrell's over. 4 byes from it, 7 for no wicket then. That target of 513 ahead of Worcestershire in the next, well, rest of today and tomorrow, if they can stick it out.
I was reading, in terms of bonus points, to further complicate matters for Andrew rather than simplify it, I think it was Shieldberry. It's so I'll never, not for Andrew Sampson, I've never can complicate things for Andrew Sampson. Shieldberry was kind of legislating for the idea of potentially bringing back the kind of the winning draw, like a team's getting points for winning on the first innings, just as a way of, because we've had, I think it's 70% of matches in Division 2 this year have been drawn. Obviously we had bad weather in April. There's been this kind of a huge amount of draws this season.
Not just bad weather, but also flat pitches in the Kookaburra Ball as well.
Exactly.
I mean, there has been some rain around. There was early on, but actually generally it's been okay.
My current hot take.
That's 4. Short boundary. Unlike Worcestershire had a man out there, Surrey will not have a man out there. Well, not unless it's 340 for 2, possibly, sometime tomorrow morning.
I think Surrey are very content with this. They know Roach brings the ball into the right-hander. There's a man catching at mid-wicket for that shot, for precisely that shot, and the ball did go in the air past that man. Yes, it's 4. I think it's all part of the plan.
Oh, again, he's gone past that outside edge.
Folks has just spilled the ball there again. I think there's been quite a lot of wobble past when the ball is passing the batters. Folks has found it quite difficult to take a number of deliveries over the past kind of over and a half. The bad news for Surrey isn't, well, I mean, he drops a catch. The good news for Surrey, it sounds like it's going to be quite difficult to bat against.
Yeah, there's enough there. There's enough to work with. Sorry, the point you were making about
my
points.
dramatic opinion, which I don't really agree with, but I like saying it anyway. I'd like to move to 3 tiers of 6, which isn't too controversial. 10 matches, 5 home, 5 away, so neat and tidy. But they'd be 5-day matches to allow for more time.
5-day matches.
5-day matches. That's how I'm changing the county championship world, Simon.
Right. At a time when they're talking about 4-day test matches,
exactly.
They're going to play 5-day championship
I'm going
matches.
the other way around.
The other way.
It's such a source of enormous frustration that often if you have 2 teams play well in a 4-day game, you basically remove the opportunity for a result. It has to be manufactured, or if you lose any time to weather, or kind of there's so many variables to be able to get an excellent 4-day match and a result in 4 days. I'm waving my magic wand and solving all of county
Going
championship
5 days
issues.
Well, this game's moved forward pretty quickly. There is a chance of 3 days here, and and done properly as well, with both sides being bowled out twice, and nothing manufactured. I mean, there are so many things that come into the equation to get the balance right. Pitch probably being the most important. That balance between bat and ball.
I'd be interested, because Surrey's sit is such an anomaly in the kind of modern, well, maybe anomaly is too strong a word, but they've won the last 2 championships, and if you take them away, wins in 4-day cricket are exceptionally rare and hard to come by.
Roderick eyeing up that extra cover boundary. Dan Morrell eyeing up that thin outside edge. Not quite. Morrell 6 for 22 in the first innings, including 3 wickets and over to finish off the Worcestershire innings yesterday.
I mentioned my 5-day plan to Daryl Mitchell of the PCA, and he said he liked it, so I think that's now official PCA policy, I believe.
Okay. He liked 5-day cricket, did he?
He said as a player he liked the sound of it, or as a former player.
Now what's happened here? Well, Worrell's made the breakthrough.
Roderick caught down the leg side. Pretty rank delivery from Worrell, truth be told. He's pushed one down the leg side. Roderick trying to flick the ball away. It's just got the slightest of edges on it. It's gone through to Ben Folkes. A smile on Worrell's face, a knowing smile. He's earned more wickets. He's earned and taken more aesthetic wickets in the past, but Surrey nonetheless are on the board.
Well, it felt like a delivery that should have been flicked to the boundary. That's a soft way to go, isn't it? It often feels like that down the leg side. I mean, sometimes you bowl for wickets down the leg side, but more off the glove when you're bowling at the hip, something like that, or the chest area, but not like that.
No, I think that was Worrell looking for his away swinger and just losing his line a little bit, so the ball isn't able to come back. It's too much work to do. It goes in a nice straight line, in the wrong direction, but in the right direction as it ends up for Surrey. With Roderick gone for one.
Yeah, that feels like a bonus for Dan Worrell, but he's at it again, his 7th wicket in the match.
See him, Roderick. He looks disappointed, whether that's because he feels like he didn't hit it, or just because of the nature of his dismissal. We'll never know, at least. But it does bring to the crease Kashif Ali, who is such an aesthetic player to watch. He really is a beautiful stroke maker. He's having a fine season. He only made kind of a dozen or so, 15 in the first innings. But there were 15 runs, well worth watching. I think for those in the crowd today. Hope he makes a few more.
A great bat twiddler. He's under pressure here though. 15 minutes to go until lunch. And Worrell, with 1 wicket to his name, is 7 in the match. Looking for more, on the hunt. Andrew's pointed out, just back to the points, from 1890 to 1909, admittedly quite a long time ago, there were no points in county championship. It was decided by wins minus losses.
Why would it be wins minus losses rather than just wins?
Well, now where's that going as well? That's flying away down the leg side. That was the one I was talking about, in at the ribs or the hip area that can produce a wicket from down more. It didn't quite there, whereas the wicket that did fall was a bit of a strangle, but that was a good ball with the leg slip in. And he was bowling for a wicket down the leg side, and it didn't quite work out. Kashif Ali got away with it. Only just.
It's obviously a plan they have for Kashif Ali. They've moved straight to this leg slip. We see it with Roach, we don't often see it with Worrell.
So who won the title? If you had, I suppose, I mean, the title has been shared a few times in the course of its history. 1949, 1950, 1977, definitely 1977. Who wins the title if you have like 5 wins and 3 losses in your season? I mean, it could happen, couldn't it? You could have lots of teams who, you know, I don't know, win 6, lose 4. So you're on +2. And they didn't play the same number of games as well. So there's a percentage. Right. And a successful over from Dan Worrell. And Worcestershire up against it, 13 for 1. Still requiring another 500 to win the game.
I think that sounds like quite a bad system they had 100 years ago. I think it's been improved since then, workshopped.
Well, there have been all sorts of point system over time. And of course different numbers of points for winning games. I mean, that's been fiddled around with, yeah, relatively recently as well.
Thinking when the last time 500 had been chased first class cricket, and I imagine it may well be Surrey themselves against Kent.
It was last season,
last year.
Yeah. Second highest run chased in the county championship, and the highest was one more run back in 1925.
I don't think I'm breaking any state secrets here, and we're talking to one of the people who work in the backroom staff at Surrey, Dom Sibley batted for close to 10 hours for his 140 to bat through and chase 500. It was incredibly hot that week when they won that game. He said he saw Dom Sibley still pads on, having just won the match, rewarding himself with an ice cream in the change room. He thought it seemed like a very satisfying image.
I think you can allow a guy to have
Absolutely.
an ice cream, don't you?
I'd let him have 2 if he really wants it. I think 140 in a chase of 500 warrants a cornetto.
I thought you were going to say about crate of beer.
No, but that may have come later. I don't know. I didn't have eyes on the ground at that point. It was just the ice cream at that moment in time.
I mean, you could argue that, just on the points thing, that there is no perfect system. The nature of the game doesn't lend itself to a perfect point system. But what you often find with changes, that when you bring about a change, there's always a consequence, or often a consequence you don't necessarily imagine. For example, the impact player in the IPL.
Yes, absolutely.
Which seems to have completely skewed the game, where batting side's got that license to just go out and attack more, and so bowlers are getting thrashed all over the place, and it's probably changed the balance of the game. A game that's already dominated by batters as it is.
A few changes in field here for Roach to cash a value. We've had fielder come up from the offside boundary. We now back to the field that Roderick was facing when he started his innings. Was at the start of the Worcestershire innings. We have a catching man just off the cut strip. The catching mid wicket is now dropping out to the boundary for the last ball of the over.
I'm just seeing confirmation on my screen of the fact that there have only been 3 shared titles in the county championship. 49, 50, 77. 1977. You don't know why I've said that, do you, Cameron?
I'm increasingly intrigued, because 1977 has had several wistful kind of recollections.
Well, Middlesex Yorkshire shared it 49, Lancashire Surrey in 1950, when they played 28 matches. 26 matches were played in 1949. Well, the only reason 1977 I can recall it so vividly is because Gloucestershire were leading the title going into the last round of matches and blew it in the game against Hampshire. And the other 2 won their games to finish level on points at the top.
They managed to lose it to 2 different teams at once as well.
Yeah, that was just peculiar. Yeah.
I mean, that was the cruel joke about Tottenham a few years ago when they managed to finish 3rd in the 2-horse race for the title.
Yeah. Where do you, Andrew's not on mic, but I can just get a nod or a thumbs up or whatever. Where do you stand on the titles pre-1890? Do they count or not? There's Worrell looking for another wicket. Libby not to be knocked over as we move towards the lunch interval. Afraid not, he says.
Well, they were decided by effectively the press saying this was the best county.
Andrew's saying that it was decided by the media.
What?
Saying that. So this is which is the best county. You probably. It might just be worth Cameron taking his headphones off and putting them on Andrew just for a moment, just to explain that. So the media deciding which county won the title after this ball from Worrell. Comfortable single there for Libby into the offside. Go on, Andrew.
Yeah, so effectively this was a Wisden thing. So Wisden had a list of the county champions going back to 1864, which is when Wisden started, coincidentally. And the official county championship was instituted in 1890 when the counties agreed this was going to be the structure. They were going to play whatever many games against each other, and that's how the points, as I've just said, were wins minus losses. So there'd be an actual official table of results, as in all leagues these days and everything. But prior to that, it was literally.
So from 1890 we had an official table.
Yeah. Prior to that, they'd scan all the press reports, and someone would say Yorkshire were the best team that year, or Gloucestershire, as they often were in those days, were the best team that year, and that was where Wisden got the list from, effectively. So it was. So there wasn't even an official media award or whatever for whoever won the championship. It was just these guys were the best team this season, we think. I mean, there were a couple of ties in that list in those days, in the old Wisden list of it. But
and they get the title because we've decided.
Yes, effectively. So there wasn't really a title. There wasn't really a competition.
Sketchy from Cashy Valley gets him a single down to fine leg.
And of course, Gloucestershire won a few times in those years and haven't since.
No.
As Simon knows all.
Yeah. And 77 was the closest. What about that then, Cameron?
I found that fascinating.
Yeah. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
I like the idea that rather than just writing down who won the matches, they wrote down who they thought was the best. They were still doing the same activity, just writing down an opinion rather than a fact. Were there unofficial tables? If you wish to go back to 1888 and know who had won, no tables.
Thickish inside edge again. That's good from Worrell. So it's the last day of the Premier League season today, and we know that either Manchester City or Arsenal will win the title because we know how many points they've got and we know their goal difference. We're a bit like someone saying, actually, overall though, we think Liverpool have played the best football this season. They are the Premier League
very
champions.
enjoyable.
So that was how the championship was done back in the day, albeit there was a sort of less formal number of matches played against each other. It was a bit more random and ad hoc. Yeah. Random.
I was quite critical of the wins minus losses strategy of the early days. In hindsight, a wonderful system.
Yeah, it was an improvement on what came before.
Yeah.
19th century sport was, from what I've read, they were piecing it together bit by bit. We built on that. We've had a long time to build on that and try to come up with the best solution.
I still find it fascinating. I'm not a massive rugby fan, but kind of the professionalisation of that game and how that's impacted the sport now and how the shape and size of the players have changed. But also because it was so recent in terms of, say, when England won the World Cup in 2003, you had people like Martin Johnson, 10 years earlier, were playing with guys who had done their week's work in Deloitte or something from the city and then coming down for a game at the Stoop.
Nudged away by Cashy Valley for 4. Well, I can remember back in the day just talking about that. Mike Rafter, who played for Bristol and played for England as a wing forward, I remember him being the cricket coach of the school we played against, and going back with him in the minibus after the game, and on the Saturday he was going to be playing for England. He was a school teacher who ran the cricket team that we played against. That weekend he was in fierce Five Nations battle, I think, against Wales. Yeah, that's how it used to be. That would be in the 1970s.
That's a fantastic claim to fame for the teacher, though. You go back into school on Monday. How'd you get on the weekend, sir?
Yeah. We beat Wales, or actually we lost to Wales, probably more likely in the 1970s, and to Scotland and Ireland and France as well, even back in the day.
A friend of mine's a teacher, and he was saying that his friend, who's also a teacher, is a cricketer, and obviously now so many of matches get streamed. When he scores some runs, he goes in on Monday morning. He goes, right, class, who wants to see Mr. Smith score some runs? Puts up on the screen, he goes, God, look at this shot.
Narcissist, moi.
I think I'd be very quick to do the same.
And lunch is coming up, but there's so much more interesting stuff about the championship, who was a champion county in the 19th century. I have to come back to that in the afternoon session. Kemar Roach goes into bowl what should be the final ball before lunch. Yeah, the players are making their way off. So a couple went past the outside edge. Worcestershire battling away and losing that one rather unfortunate wicket really down Worrell with that ball that Roderick was looking to flick to the deep square leg boundary and got a feather on it through to Ben Folkes down the leg side. So Surrey making progress in that morning session, doing what they needed to do really. Go over 500 and say, well, have a go at those over 5 sessions and 172 overs if you can. Kemar Roach 5 overs for 11 down Worrell with the wicket. 7 wickets now in the match, and Surrey in total control of the game. There we go, Worcestershire 491 runs off 163 overs minimum. So I'm just doing a quick bit of arithmetic. It's only just over 3 runs and over, all thereabouts, isn't it?
They've got the run round under control
to knock them off.
They'll be fine in this modern day and age. It's no bother.
Yeah, well, they won't need 163 overs to get them in this day and age. Anyway, Surrey looking for 9 balls really. 9 balls to round off this game. So that's the situation here at the Kia Oval. Let's have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere in the County Championship this morning. And then we'll go to our lunchtime interview. Be with you in just a moment with those.
You getting the scores up?
I am getting the score. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Essex 19 for 2, needing another 311 to beat Warwickshire. Lancashire Durham. Lancashire are 325 runs ahead with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire against Hampshire. Notts lead Hampshire by 84 with 6 wickets remaining. Kent have been bowled out for 178. They are following on. They're 36 for no wicket. Still 340 behind Somerset, who look good for victory there into the second division. Northants 422. Derbyshire 272 for 6. Glamorgan 26 for no wicket in their second innings. They're a long way behind Middlesex. Still need another 134 to make Middlesex bat again. Leicestershire haven't lost a wicket this morning. 210 for 5 in reply to 706 for 6 declared. And Yorkshire 45 for 3.
Root's out.
They need 138 more to win, and Root LBW to Lamb for 10. Adam Lyth is 25 not out. Right, here's Daniel Norcross in conversation with Tim Brooks, author of The Batsman of Copenhagen.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, we are going to have a bit of a chinwag for the next 30 minutes or so about a new book that is out, and a great fun book it is too. I have finished it and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's based on a true story. The author is alongside me. Tim is also an expert on associate cricket. So while we will talk about the Batmaker of Copenhagen, which you will be able to see on your screen very shortly, we will also be talking a little bit about the T20 World Cup, because of course it's been expanded this year to include a whole bunch. Here's the book. You can see it here in its glory. I urge you to buy it. We're going to talk about it in a bit. But the T20 World Cup also has been expanded to include a whole bunch of nations that in previous World Cups haven't had the opportunity. And there'll be some unfamiliar teams there to a lot of people, but you know a little bit more about it than most. But first of all, I want to start with The Batmaker of Copenhagen, which is a compelling story. It is, it's a thriller. You say it's based on a true story. Tell us what the true story is it's based on first.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I did a book a few years ago on continental cricket in continental Europe, and I kind of came across this, what I thought was quite a stirring tale about this guy who essentially refused to stop playing cricket during the war when it was difficult under Nazi occupation, and took it upon himself to make some bats so that cricket could continue. So I mean, it was literally kind of a 3-4 paragraph reference that I found, and I kind of built a story around that. So yeah, I thought.
So why was cricket difficult to play under occupation? What were the barriers?
So the main issue was that they got all their kit from England, and there was an Atlantic blockade. so they couldn't get the kit through. So they were using bats that were kind of taped up, and they were trying to get through the season.
And balls must have been awkward as well.
And the balls were kind of out of shape, and it was getting to the stage where at the end of the 43 season it just wasn't really possible. And you know, cricket had been played in Denmark since the 1860s, and it was going to stop basically unless someone did something about it. So he did.
Now you may think to yourself, well, surely how difficult can it be to make a bat? But the bizarre thing about our game is that you can't make a bat out of basically any other piece of wood than willow, which is, I know it's very odd, this, but you talk to bat makers around the world, and cricket is truly a game that has sprung from England, where willow is plentiful, but it's not really used for anything by anybody else other than bat making. It's a weird wood, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he tries very hard to find some, put it that way, and he goes through all of the kind of commercial channels, and they all kind of say, why do you want willow? And I'm not sure there is any.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that bizarre though? Because, you know, the meteorological conditions in Denmark are not particularly different from those in England, where sort of similar lines of latitude and whatnot. You'd kind of think that willow would just grow wild, but in England, do we have like sort of willow farms that have come up because cricket exists?
I think so. Yeah, I think you have to kind of deliberately plant it, and it was very much a kind of very much a niche wood, shall we say, in Scandinavia. So that's partly why he goes all the way around the country to try and find some.
And so the conceit of the book really is that our hero, Friedrich, and have you used the real name of the real Batmaker?
I've changed his surname, but I've then done a dedication to him.
Yes, I saw the dedication at the end, so that was the real...
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So the conceit is that our hero is scoring for his club and is in despair at cricket. Effectively, he feels it's unsustainable any longer because the bats are broken, the balls are rubbish as well, but the bat's the most significant part of it. And he's a sort of veteran of the Danish cricket scene. So, as you say, he goes around the country looking for willow, but in so doing, comes under the suspicion of our shadowy Gestapo man. Now, when you created the other parts of the book, which are by your own ambition, fictionalized, did you end up researching the Gestapo and you know? So is Albrecht our Gestapo chief? Is he based on an actual kind of moustache twiddling?
He has character traits that would be familiar. So he's a fictional character, but I think he's consistent with the type of person in that role. I mean, I'm a history graduate. I'm very passionate about history. So for me, kind of combining cricket and history was something that I've been looking for a while. This tale kind of fitted the bill. I did a lot of research into the different the different resistance groups. It was quite complicated.
Was there sort of People's Front of Judea, Judean Popular Front, and all that? Were they?
Yeah, so there were kind of three main bits of it. There was kind of a nationalist bit called the Holger Dansk, which is named after a famous Danish national hero. And then you had a kind of communist-leaning resistance bit, and then you had various small student-based groups. And just at the time when this book starts, the British were very much interested in bringing these groups together to maximise the impact, to sort of start a front from within, if you like.
So now Sweden is almost a whole other character in this, insofar as Sweden is a haven. So Sweden wasn't occupied, is that correct? So
Sweden was neutral and was essentially used as the Nordic base by the British Secret Service so that they could penetrate Norway and Denmark.
And topographically, as those of you who watch The Bridge will be very well aware, Denmark and Sweden are separated by a tiny channel, really. So that's the place where you can go to get away. And being as it is a fictionalized account of Nazis, there's a lot of need for a safe haven, and Sweden becomes this place wherein you also find members of the Special Operations Executive, which is kind of the forerunner to MI5, isn't it? And that would have just been starting to, well, it had been begun in the early 40s, but by 43 they're starting to get a bit more sophisticated. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So it was mainly kind of helping coordinate resistance efforts, but then from a practical point of view, supplying weapons and things. to the resistance groups.
Now, your background, you say in history as well, but the books you've written before have been straight factual accounts, they've been in journalism. So the challenge of creating a novel, we've all thought about it. We've all got a novel in us, haven't we? But then you come to sit down, you write it, and you think, actually, I'm not sure I do have a novel in me. How did you handle that particular challenge?
So I had started a couple of novels previously, not cricket-based, and I just hadn't quite got them over the line or had quite enough time. So I had a bit of experience on the process. I think I was helped in this one because although there wasn't much primary source material available, there was enough to give a structure to the core of the story. So, and obviously it was true, so I didn't really need to worry about people thinking, well, that's ridiculous, because it did actually happen. And then that allowed me to kind of intertwine different plots around that and different characters around that, which made it a bit easier than a completely invented story. But yeah, definitely a different skill set, definitely writing in the small hours of the evening, wondering whether this was actually going to come together. But thankfully it did in the end.
And a lot of recceing and research of Copenhagen, I presume, because the detail of place as well as time is a feature of the book, and you sort of find yourself very much in Denmark.
Yeah.
So did you go in search of these woods and forests to find the trees, as well as trample the streets of Copenhagen to bring it to life?
So I've been to Copenhagen quite a lot. I didn't actually go during writing this, but I watched a lot of Danish films set in the era because I wanted to get the mood right, and I didn't want to. One of the motivations for me was to bring this guy's story to life, not just as a cricketing hero, but also as a Danish hero. So I didn't want to kind of let down Danish readers by getting loads of things wrong. So I took quite a lot of time to just look at the mood in Copenhagen at the time, because it was a very different context to, say, the Netherlands or France resistance, which was a different setup.
In what sense? So try to explain.
So when the Nazis came into Denmark, they didn't kind of formally occupy it in the same way as they did Norway or the Netherlands. They allowed the government to stay in place. So it was kind of very much kind of light touch, if you like. And it wasn't formally occupied, but there were troops there. But over the course of kind of 41, particularly going into 42 and 43, the level of kind of resentment started building. And because of that, you got into a kind of vicious cycle of the Nazis applying more pressure, the resistance applying more retribution, and it just kind of escalating. And that is the context for the beginning of the book, really.
Because I guess, Denmark, it wouldn't have been quite within living memory, because it was sort of 80-odd years before, but the Schleswig-Holstein question had cropped up, and there was a sort of a Prusso-Danish war, wasn't there, in 1863, roughly? Sort of
obviously Scandinavia, Denmark kind of had an empire, then got taken over by a Swedish empire. There was, German conflicts as well. Obviously, they got a land border with Germany. So I think the history of Scandinavia in the 19th century is quite interesting, building up to, this particular time. And then obviously the Germans had, Norway as a directly occupied territory to the north.
Was that because they didn't remain neutral, or what? I mean, I can't quite understand how Sweden manages to.
So it was a different tactic by the Germans. The Germans decided to directly occupy Norway, but to have this kind of lighter touch model in Denmark.
Was that because, I suppose, the west coast of Norway would directly face Great Britain?
Yes.
That would be the reason,
Yes.
I guess, because Sweden's kind of tucked around. So it's all about topography.
Mainly about topography, and I think also, in effect, they did a deal with the Danish government. And obviously it's a lot cheaper to do a deal than send all your troops in and directly impose it. But as I say, 43 was a pivot point where they were starting to need to do kind of more formal oppression, I suppose.
Now, without giving the plot of the book away and how it ends, I think we can reveal that the bat gets made, more than one. How much of truth is there in that within the book? Because actually our hero doesn't make a bat, which I suppose you wouldn't, because once you've found the willow, you're going to make a few. So do we know that he sort of actually almost got a production line of these?
Yeah, we do know that. So all of the elements about the bat production are true.
Wow.
So you know, he had to find the wood, then he had to find the machine to make it. He had to,
because we've got to understand this. There's a quite a lengthy part here about how you press the bat.
Yeah.
And I suppose it depends how much you're interested in bats, really. But if you like cricket, you should be. Willow is a wood that needs to be quite heavily compressed, and in those days, even more so than it would be now, because you know, bats in the 1940s, they didn't resemble the bats that we play with now, which are actually quite lightly compressed, aren't they, on the basis that for some reason more spring, but also people are willing to buy more of them and have them break, whereas you know, back in the day you got yourself a cricket bat and it was supposed to last you for 10 or 15 years with loving tender care and waxing and oiling.
So one of the things I was trying to get across, and I guess it's up to the reader how well I achieve this, but I was trying to, for him, the bat maker himself, quite a spiritual process to make this bat. You know, he didn't know how to do it. He was a craftsman well, you know, he made things himself, but not bats before, so the challenge appealed to him. Obviously, it was a sport he loved, and it was kind of him going through this journey of whether he could craft this bat or not. And he has a few allies on that journey, as you know from the book. So I was trying to get across that, that kind of spiritual element, which I think, you know, fans of cricket generally quite deep thinkers, I think, and also have quite a love of the history of the game as well. So I was trying to kind of draw on those elements a bit in that aspect of the book.
That comes across massively and is absolutely beautiful, but I guess the question that some people who aren't familiar with cricket outside or on mainland Europe would ask is, how come Denmark became this sort of, well, it feels like an island of cricket. You know, we're all familiar with Ole Mortensen playing over here for Derbyshire for years, and I think we've been aware that that cricket's sort of more popular in Denmark, let's say, than in Norway, Sweden, Germany, Poland, or any of the countries that are nearby. The Netherlands, of course, which isn't too far away.
Yeah.
But it seems like an unusually isolated outcrop of cricket. So what's the history of cricket in Denmark? How did that come about?
So there were two routes to the development of cricket in Denmark. One was they went through an industrial revolution a bit later than us in the 1850s, 1860s, and a lot of British railway engineers went to Denmark and brought a passion of cricket with them and started playing.
So that's when the railroad was being built in Denmark.
In Denmark, so that
it's a relatively small country, Denmark, and therefore, you know, you've got to separate it from the rest of Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden. Your massive, great big links you've got to build, but I guess Denmark is you can get that infrastructure and you can bung it in relatively quickly, can you, in those days?
Exactly, yeah. I think the more important one though was basically the Danish upper class going to British public schools, and
that sort of happened around then, or was that something that had been happening for years?
They were going to you know, British public schools in the 1850s, coming back wanting to continue to play cricket, but not just play cricket, but bring the you know, the ideals, the virtue of cricket back into Danish society. Very high-minded ideals, similar to the origins of the ICC in some respects. And obviously, because they were upper class, they were very well connected, and therefore, even though there wasn't many of them, they could influence government departments. They could influence, you know, they could buy land and set up pitches and things. So although it wasn't a big game, it was very passionately played by a small number of very influential people. It's not too dissimilar from the origins of cricket in the Netherlands. Actually, there are parallels there. And it didn't sort of balloon in popularity. But I think one of the things that this is actually brought out a bit in the historical annex, which is at the back of this book. You know, cricket had a hold on continental Europe way before football, and there was actually a missed opportunity for cricket there because it had a couple of decades march. But the nature of cricket, or particularly the early pioneers of cricket, was that they wanted the exclusivity. They didn't really want to take it to the people. They wanted it to hold it for themselves. It was a kind of status virtue marker for them. And that's why, unfortunately, cricket didn't, you know, catch on in continental Europe as it might have done.
See, that's a very familiar tale, isn't it? I mean, I'm trying to think. I spoke to Duncan Stone about his book, which is a different class, which is about many of the issues that have bedeviled cricket in England, and of course the ICEC report that's come out recently, which is highlighted, I guess, an attitude of elitism, perhaps sort of keeping cricket for a particular class of person, a certain high-minded kind of person, and that's filtered through even in the 1860s, even in an entirely different country, which is weird.
Well, another classic example of that is the USA.
Yes,
it was played in very high standard in Philadelphia. Yeah, Bart King, and it wasn't in the Empire, so they weren't allowed to be in the ICC. And now we've spent the last 50 years trying to get cricket into the US. Well, it just wasn't. It wasn't supported.
Because of course the ICC used to stand for the Imperial Cricket Conference.
Yes, conference initially. Yeah.
Not the International Cricket Council,
Yeah.
which it now is, and the Imperial being the absolutely key word there. Now, whereabouts in Denmark is it proliferating here? Because you're talking about it being a relatively elitist sport. So are we talking slightly outside Copenhagen, not really in the inner cities, in slightly wealthier?
Do you mean now? Do you mean present day?
I mean then, when it began.
Then.
And then now, for that matter, how it's evolved.
It was mainly in. It was mainly around Copenhagen, but there were a few clubs in Jutland as well, and then gradually it kind of proliferated out from those centres. So it had a pretty good geographic spread, actually, albeit the community itself was relatively modest.
So were these leagues that were being played in? Or
So, I mean, the big thing, same with the Netherlands, actually, they all wanted an MCC tour because they're all judging themselves against the MCC, and it's all about virtue and class. So they had leagues. They also played against German teams. So there were teams in Schleswig-Holstein, just south of the border. There's a very good book you may have read called Field of Shadows about cricket in Germany in the 20s. So there was quite a good league in Berlin. So they were playing against Danish teams, and then they had.
And didn't Leicestershire? Was it Leicestershire?
Worcester, actually.
Was it Worcester? I'm so sorry, Worcestershire. Worcester did a tour of Germany, didn't they?
Yeah, well, that's what that book's about.
Dan Waddell's book.
Very good book. So yeah, it was local leagues, but they were particularly interested in playing the MCC and English clubs because of the kind of virtue element to it, and then also with Dutch teams and others.
Finally, on the book, you say that, and it's very poignant actually at the end, because we begin at the end of the 1943 season with a certain, I suppose, expectation that it's all over, cricket's not going to happen anymore, everything's broken, bats are broken, Nazis are everywhere, dash it. The thing that matters most to me, it's gone, and there's an elegiac sadness. But we end with the upbeat. We can do that, spoiler alert, because the bats are made, and they start in May 1944, unbroken. Is that all true? Do we
Yes.
have that notated? So are the scorebooks around and stuff like that, or did you just go into the clubs and see the photographs? Because you talk about photographs in there, like a man who has actually seen those photographs.
I have seen some photographs. So I work with a few kind of Danish cricket historians. There are some, just to verify everything, because I didn't want to get anything wrong. So yes, it definitely continued all the way through. Interestingly, in 1945 there were quite a few victory matches, as we know, in Europe generally.
Yeah.
There were also some in Denmark as well. And then actually, if you go into kind of 70s and 80s, that was kind of then the glory period for Denmark, actually. They were playing, as you know, they were playing in the county competitions until the mid-90s. Ole Mortensen and a few others played. It's a slightly different game there now, as it is with most of Scandinavia, actually, because it's very reliant on immigrants from the subcontinent. You'll see that in the makeup of the teams. So a different game, but it's actually the fastest growing game in Scandinavia. So
it's even in Norway and Sweden as well.
Yeah, it's massive. It's massive. It's not quite translated into them qualifying for global tournaments yet, but I think it will in due course. If you look at the player numbers, they've really gone through the roof over the last decade. Germany as well. Germany were very close to qualifying for global tournaments. They're just below. So it's an exciting time for that region, and I've been a bit involved. So the ICC asked me to go to Norway and work with the board. This is about a decade ago, on a kind of growth plan. So I did that, and that was quite exciting. There was then a kind of change of leadership, and I'm not directly involved now, but it was interesting to see the potential there. They do have an issue with available grounds, and some issues with climate as well.
Well, yes, let's just zero in on that a little bit, because it is exceptionally cold. But it's relatively drier, though, isn't it, than England, especially sort of Sweden. Tends to be a bit drier, but I suppose your available window for playing is very much sort of May, really, till end of August, very beginning of September. Would that be right?
Yeah, it's a slightly shortened season, I would say. I mean, one of the things that they've had to work really hard on in the whole of Scandinavia is indoor facilities, so that they can get the game played all year. And actually, indoor tournaments are really, really important for the growth of cricket in Europe, continental Europe, because of the lack of playing facilities. I mean, I'll give you an indication. So in Norway, in Oslo, there were technically 57 clubs in Oslo 10 years ago. There were 3 pitches. So that shows you that there is some fixture congestion.
Yes. Yeah, I don't quite know how you resolve that. Because it's a delightfully large country, but I suppose there's not an awful lot of space available and free in the major cities, because there will always be that'll be a premium.
And the price of land is quite high.
Yeah.
So who's going to suddenly say, oh, this this niche sport can have some prime real estate? Unlikely.
They've got a nice sovereign wealth fund, though, haven't they, in Norway?
They've got a lot of oil, haven't they?
They've got a lot of oil. I wonder what we can do about that. Now, look, I think this neatly segues us into T20 World Cup, because you say cricket in Europe is really taking off again, and it's improving. But we haven't got any. Who are the European qualifiers? We've got the Netherlands, and who else?
So we've got Ireland, but obviously they're a test nation these days. So Scotland.
Scotland, of course.
Yeah. So they're currently over in Voorburg playing a T20 tournament warm-up. The Dutch won yesterday against Scotland. I think the Dutch won a lot of admirers. They obviously qualified for a 10-team World Cup, which is some going for a country like that.
Well, they're a serious outfit. I mean, I saw them in the last 2 World Cups, T20 World Cup and the 50-over World Cup, and they pulled off what many thought was a big surprise against South Africa, and it was actually a result that got Pakistan through to qualify from memory. Incredible catch by Roloff van der Merwe.
Yes.
Playing against South Africa.
He's opted not to play in the 2020 World Cup, unfortunately, van der Merwe. But
well, he's about 90, so he's been around a long, long time.
Yeah. It's a very exciting time actually in Dutch cricket. I think they've got a good mix now of, they've got some overseas-based players, and I know some like to say, they're very reliant on people with Dutch passports. But actually, if you look at the squad, a lot of those squad are homegrown. Baz de Leyder over at Durham, obviously. There's a guy called Vic Ramjit Singh, who's a very talented batsman as well. They at least sort of 7 or 8 have learnt their cricket in the Netherlands. So it's unfair to say it's kind of a passport team, which is an accusation levelled at them.
And they pull off shocks relatively regularly. I mean, it's 2010 in England. I forget, was it
2009? I think.
2009. That's why the Stuart Broad missing the stumps 4 times from 6 yards.
Ryan Tendiscarter was playing in that one. I remember that one well, actually. I had mixed emotions there because I knew a lot of the Dutch team, but obviously I'm a patriotic Englishman, so it was a difficult day for me, actually.
Yeah, I can imagine. But they've done that. They actually performed very creditably in the 50-over World Cup, pushing a lot of sides really close. And did they not provide a scare for South Africa there as well? They seem to get up for playing against South Africa. I suppose the links between the two.
Historic links there, yeah. I mean, I think the shame for the Netherlands is that the ICC have changed the structure now, because they were allowing the top associate to be involved in the ODI league that fed into World Cup qualification. That's now changed,
and that's why England were playing against them.
So now unfortunately they are back into the kind of leading associate tournament, which is World Cricket League 2, along with Scotland and UAE and others like that. So that's a bit of a, well, for those that support the associate game, that's a little bit of a backward step, unfortunately.
Do you think it's better for them to be playing against the best sides?
So I'm sure Dutch players will be interviewed at the World Cup, and they'll all say that is why they qualified for a 10-team World Cup, that experience with the top sides, because you can do as much training as you like, but actually it's about, can you replicate your skills in a high pressure environment, and you only really get that from playing top teams regularly.
The T20 World Cup, people always say, well, T20 is going to just sort of bring the less experienced nations closer to the more experienced nations, and in my experience that is definitely the case. But Scotland managed to hold their own against England. I mean, they were the only side to win. You can't really call it a series, but they won the one-off game up in Edinburgh, an absolutely thrilling game. The vast crowd, massively exciting atmosphere. And so, you know, I think there's a little bit more to the associate nations than perhaps is made out. And maybe this World Cup, we're going to see perhaps a little bit, slightly more upsets than we're expecting, because it'll come down to sort of one-off matches, won't it? We've got, am I right in saying, 4 groups of 5?
Yes.
So you've effectively got, there's a group of death, which is, I think, the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh might be in a group. Oh, well, that's very helpful. Yep, yeah. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, South Africa, Nepal, Netherlands. That looks like there's a lot of banana skids there.
Yeah, and Nepal are an interesting team, a bit up and down, but on their day they've got some talented young players and very, very passionate supporters in Nepal. I mean, unbelievable.
Huge crowds, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, I mean, a lot of people, you know, I get asked quite a lot, you know, what are the teams that are coming up, not just on field success, but with sustainable growth to be able to sustain a professional domestic game, which is you need really. And Nepal is definitely in that list because it's a very, very passionate crowd. Obviously, it's next to India, so you get that excitement. And they've got a production line of young talent. They just need to hone it.
But that rather terrifies me because Netherlands, handy, and we know what they're like when they play against South Africa. Bangladesh feel beatable. They feel beatable for any of those teams in that group. So it feels like a slightly lopsided group when, for example, you might then compare it with, I mean, let's take a look at England's group. Australia, England, Namibia, Oman and Scotland. So the reason why this is because you've got effectively 10 test playing nations, 4 groups, so there's got to be a couple of groups that have got 3 and a couple of groups that have got 2 test playing nations. So how have they done the seedings for this? Have they done it on world rankings?
Do you know what? I don't know that question offhand.
Does it feel like, if I'm looking at it, because you know these teams better than I do, does it?
So obviously USA and Canada are kind of hosts, so that's in the kind of mix as well. And there was a range of ways that these teams qualified, weren't they? So Netherlands actually qualified because they did well in the last edition. They qualified through that route. And actually the European qualifier was Ireland and Scotland going through. Netherlands had already got their place, so that shows you that they're kind of there. USA is an interesting one because, you know, the ICC are desperate for cricket to take off in the USA because of the marketing ability there.
Is it realistic? I mean, when they've got such a sophisticated sporting environment, baseball is their national sport. They play 160 odd regular games in the regular season. Are we looking at USA when we should be looking at China? Because you've basically got a one-stop shop with China. You get it into the Olympics and then China will all hurl.
China are a little way off from qualifying for a T20 World Cup, unfortunately, but I would say on the USA, cricket would have a small slice of the pie, but the pie is big, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a massive sports entertainment industry that you're tapping into there. And you've also got to remember that, it's a cultural mix there. So you've got a lot of communities there that have got a cricket background. There's very strong interest in the IPL, for example. So I think that's what they're trying to tap into in the US. They're playing obviously by virtue of being hosts. The domestic governance of US cricket is
well, it's been
challenging.
It's come under the microscope a lot, hasn't it, over the last 15, 20 years. Do you feel that it's going in the right direction, or will time tell through this process, I suppose?
I think one of the issues they've had is that there's been a lot of people who kind of see the profit potential and have kind of gone into US cricket trying to get a short-term profit out of it without necessarily the longer-term interests of the game at hand. We know from Mr. Stanford, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good example.
Yep.
There's been others like that at board level as well. So what it really needs is a kind of longer-term vision where they put down longer-term routes rather than the kind of get-rich-quick schemes. If they can change that mindset, then we can start to see some sustainable growth, I think.
And are there players that we should be looking out for? I mean, there was a lot of talk made of Liam Plunkett moving to America.
Yeah.
Who might we know who's playing for the USA?
So Corey Anderson,
the New
Zealand, yes, yeah. He is in the squad. They've got a bowler called Ali Khan who's played IPL. He's played He's US based, but he's played T20 contract stuff. They've got a very good bowler called Netravalka, who's a former India under-19 bowler. He's very good as well. And then it's quite a good mix actually of kind of experience and youth in the US squad. So hopefully they can, show a good account of themselves.
How about Canada? Because USA-Canada is the oldest international fixture, I think, in any sport.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
When the USA played Canada...
Oldest international fixture in any sport.
You might remember the year 1849 or something mad. It's
testing me there, but yeah, something like that.
It's a long time before England played Australia, I can tell you that for now, in anything like a representative fixture.
So Canada, so Canada's an interesting one because... for those that have followed associates for some time, they'll remember that they played in World Cups previously, and
75,
they were
79,
part of the ICC's development program, and then they fell out of that, and they've now just come back in. So World Cricket League 2 is like the second tier at ODI level, and Canada have just got back into that at the expense of Papua New Guinea, who are also playing in the tournament. They've gone down to the third tier. So Canada are a team which has kind of recovered, but they're not a team of stars. They've got some decent players.
Again, are we talking at sort of South Asian immigrants into Canada? It's not mostly homegrown.
No. I mean, playing at home, but maybe not homegrown. So I think with Canada, if they can kind of hold their own and show some credit, that would be really good. They haven't got the stars that the Dutch and to some extent the US have. The eye-catching names. They haven't got the eye-catching names, but they're a good steady unit, and they've made a good start to World Cricket League 2 as well.
So, if I was going to push you, because we have the 5-minute bell and the players are going to be, well, they're starting to make their way down. So if I'm going to push you for, when we say shocks and surprises, I know this irks you and people who write a lot about associate cricket because it feels somewhat patronising, but just for the sake of argument, we're talking about non-test playing nations. Do you have a kind of tip for the ones that you think might surprise perhaps people who don't know quite so much about it as you?
So definitely the Dutch, but maybe they're less of a surprise package now. I think Namibia are worth looking out for. They are kind of homegrown talent. They play in the South Africa domestic system as well.
They've got some great name players
Erasmus
as well.
is a fantastic player. Their captain is a fantastic player. He's really brought on his bowling recently,
Erasmus.
and they've got a good left armer called Trumpelman.
Trumpelman, yes, I liked him.
He's a good player. JJ Smith is a good player, quite explosive. So I think Namibia, they're a bit mercurial.
Is David Visa still playing, or
David Visa is still playing? Yeah, so he gives them that experience as well. I think they might do pretty well.
And might we see Picky Yafrons?
I'm not sure he's in the squad, but yeah, he's definitely in the setup generally.
Okay, so the ones to look out for you, Namibia and the Netherlands. I look forward to that. The first match of the ICC T20 World Cup will take place. It's actually taking place on the 2nd of June in England. It'll be the 1st of June in America. USA play Canada in Dallas at something like 7:30 US time, which I think is 1:30 in the morning.
I do want to get another little bit of trivia in just before we go.
Yes, please.
Which is Frank Nsabuga, who's a 43-year-old spinner for Uganda.
Frank Nsabuga
started his international career 27 years ago for Uganda.
So Jimmy Anderson, forget it.
Yeah, so a really great moment for Frank Nsabuga, who's played when he was a teenager, is now 43, and he's playing his first World Cup, which is a wonderful story.
And Uganda also has a women's team as well. We see them starting to.
Uganda are a team on the up actually. They've been kind of near for a while. This is the first major global tournament they qualified for. But yeah, one to watch out for. They've got a lot of young talent.
And now you mentioned Uganda, what happened to Kenya? I mean, they had that high watermark semi-final of a World Cup.
Steve Tickolo, very high caliber players. Well, if you want me to summarise it, they didn't make the most of their money. They didn't have the governance was not really with the long-term interests of the game, and others got better.
Right.
I would say complacency and not very good use of funding they got.
Well, because they have completely disappeared off the face of.
They're now in the third. Yeah, they're now in the third tier. So Uganda well, they're still a similar standard, but Uganda will probably edge them now. So yeah, it's a sad story with Kenya.
Tim, thank you so much for taking us through all that. He's here ready to talk about this book, though, The Batmaker of Copenhagen, the story of cricket's Second World War hero. I read it. It's splendid. It's a rollicking read. It's a romp, if you will, but one with a kind of elegiac sadness, but also a spirituality, as Tim says. So it's available in all good stock. It's Pitch Publishing, isn't it?
Yep.
Tim Brooks, the Batmaker of Copenhagen. Tim, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you, Daniel.
Cheers.
Been a pleasure.
And as it has been for us, we're going to let you go because somebody's going to have to come in and take your seat shortly. So I'm just going to mute you there as the players make their way out. Worcestershire 22 for 1 is a big old target, 513. We've mentioned it before. It would be the highest fourth innings run chase on English soil were it to happen, certainly in the first class match. And they've started okay. They've lost Roderick, strangled down the leg side, caught by Wokes, off Worrell. Who else? His 7th wicket of the match. So how will they get on? Will they be able to dig in? Will they be able to force Surrey's bowlers into 2nd, 3rd and who knows 4th spells by this time tomorrow? Time will tell. Yas Rana's back to tell us all about it, and he will be joined by Taha Hashim.
Thanks, Dan. The equation is simple for Surrey. 9 wickets to take to go 4 wins on the trot to consolidate their lead at the top of the Division 1 table. Dan Worrell will continue and kick things off for the second session. Right on the money, first up, beats Libby. Afternoon, Taha.
Afternoon, Yaz.
There's a bit of chat at the end of the lunch break about Uganda's amazing rise in their looming T20 World Cup debut. You've been doing a bit of research on the Uganda story.
I have. I've been working on a story on Uganda cricket. It's quite an interesting one that hasn't really been explored in much detail. But obviously, I think it would be in 2018 where the ICC granted T20 international status to kind of all games played by internationals. Yeah, all countries. Before that, you'd have a T20 that wouldn't necessarily have T20I status. And since then, I think Uganda, I think Andrew might be able to check this one out for me as well. But I think in terms of win-loss ratio, they've got the best in terms of men's internationals. And now they're about to play in their first men's T20 World Cup.
Slightly wider from Worrell, and Libby briefly thought about putting bat on ball, but withdrew his bat at the last moment. There'll be some people who look at the expanded T20 World Cup format and say, well, Uganda are only in it because it's a 20-team tournament, but actually they beat Zimbabwe to get there. Zimbabwe, full member nation, will not be at a 20-team World Cup because of what Uganda did in the qualifier.
I stand corrected. It's Portugal who have the best win-loss ratio in men's T20s. And played 22 games, 118. Uganda have played 91, 169. They're in 2nd place. Obviously, naturally, Spain follow with 35 matches, 26 wins. And then India, where cricket, I've been told, is quite big. 219 games and 144 wins.
Well, they've won as many T20 World Cups as Portugal, Spain and Uganda in the last 14 years, 15 years. Since the IPL started. Yep.
Are you trying to get in trouble, Yaz? Play any cricket yesterday? Yes.
I did, and we won. Thanks for asking, Taha.
I had no idea.
We played Horsley and Send, their 2nd team. Very pleasant afternoon. They were a really, really lovely bunch, actually. Fuller this time from Worrell, and Libby guides that down to the man at deep third to complete the first over. After lunch, Libby moves on to 11. Worcestershire 23 for 1.
I always find it interesting that the other team become sort of more lovely once you've beaten them.
Oh no, they were really nice from the start. So this was my first home game as captain, and it's fair to say there were several administrative responsibilities that I didn't fulfil. So, for example, I didn't list out our team, which you're supposed to do. I didn't organise a scorebook, so it was total chaos at the start. I don't think there's anything was scored for the first over, and they filled in without complaint as Roach starts from the pavilion end. But yeah, we bowled them out for 125 and chased it 4 wickets down, but we took 46 overs to get there. So I asked my middle order to bat with responsibility, and bat with responsibility they did. But I'm sure plenty of people watching and listening to the live stream would have been involved in the recreational game yesterday or this morning. So if you've got any tales from your club cricket fixture, either yesterday or this morning, get in touch, tell us what happened at surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Interesting field this at the moment. Roach bowling from the pavilion end. You've got 2 catching mid-wickets there, which also, I guess, tells you about the nature of the pitch. Rory Burns trying to make things happen on what appears to be a
slightly slower pitch than it was playing earlier in the game.
Yeah.
The interesting as well, it's not just you've got 2 men in front of square on the leg side, you've also got Dan Lawrence in at leg gully. So Roach, who naturally gets the ball to angle into the right-hander, is really leaning on that natural shape. We saw him bowl with a lot of success in the second innings against Warwickshire last week, with a slightly older reverse swinging ball. Ran through the Warwickshire middle order on that occasion. There aren't too many bowlers. There's Roach's first over, one ball to come, sorry, in the over. There aren't too many bowlers who, I guess, get as much natural in-swing as Roach does. Slightly old-fashioned natural shape, I suppose. When Mike Proctor passed, there were videos doing the rounds on social media of Roach just beats Libby's outside edge. It's the end of a maiden. Worcestershire 23 for 1. There were videos doing the rounds on social media of Proctor bowling from around the wicket, right arm, really chest on action, and really hoping it in. It's not necessarily something we see a lot of, and those fields that we've got for Roach at the moment, you don't often see 2 men, even when it's slightly slower, with 2 men catching in front of square on the leg side and a man at leg gully. You often see a leg gully when bowlers are trying to bowl the ball short, but that's not really the plan. Leg slip in place for Worrell. Oh, and he beats the outside again, edge again.
What?
Really, really good start to the second session from Dan Worrell.
It almost feels like swing bowling's got quite a bad rap in the last few years. I mean, the thing in style, things that's been in style for quite a few years now, but it's really only been talked about in the last 2-3 years, I guess, is the kind of reliance of the wobble seam for fast bowlers within international cricket and county cricket as well. That's what most seamers are looking to do. They're not relying on the shape of the ball.
Oh, beats the outside edge again. Really, really positive start from Surrey after the interval. Good pace too from Worrell, who's found really good carry at the start of the Worcestershire second innings. That ball there getting up to just under 85 miles per hour on our speed gun. Yeah, Worrell and Roach are 2 quite old school swing bowlers.
Just slightly got the line wrong there on the bouncer, Worrell. Just wanted to shift things up against Kashifali, who's still relatively new at the crease.
Very healthy crowd in here at the Kia Oval. Sunny Sunday afternoon. Should get a whole day of cricket in. Surrey going well. Not too late to come in, folks. Another one down the leg side, and it's a smart take from Ben Folkes, who's been very good as usual behind the sticks this week.
I'm interested to see how Kashifali goes here. Someone we've kind of heard about a lot over the last couple of years because of his quite fascinating origin story, really. Did the rounds in numerous county second 11s.
It is an amazing story, and it's worth going over it again. So I first came across Kashifali maybe 2 winters ago. I was on Cricket Info going through the scores, and I found the Kashmir Premier League. And in either the semi-final or the final, I saw that there's this guy who scored 100. And the Kashmir Premier League sounds like it's not a proper competition. It really is. You get a lot of Pakistani internationals playing in that competition. Driven firmly towards mid-on. They scamper through for a quick single. 1 run off the over. Worcestershire now 24 for 1 after 12. And Kashifali, it was either in the final or the semi-final, scored 100. Clicked on his profile. It's like, this guy's English. What's he doing here? And I think there were at least 3 or 4 players who, you know, this isn't quite the PSL, but it's a good standard of cricket. A lot of recognisable names in there. And it was interesting that this guy was having that sort of success in Pakistani domestic cricket, but hadn't yet really got a go in English domestic cricket. You did a piece around Saka a couple of years ago for Wisden.com, looking at their story. It's amazing how much an impact they've had in such a short period of time. You could almost... Could you now pick a Saka 11 of players who've come through Saka who have full-time county deals? Yeah. If you can't, it won't be far off.
Yeah, you can't be far off now. But yeah, he's the sort of... So obviously he had that winter playing in the Kashmir Premier League, and then it was after that that the South Asian Cricket Academy started up here in the UK. That's another fine delivery from Roach. And yeah, he was given a go there, and they basically, you know, hold games against county second 11s. And so as a sort of shop window for players who've kind of been, you know, sort of been lost and just, you know, been in county second 11s themselves, but then not managed to progress through and kind of been searching for opportunities since. And so he was one of those players that was enrolled there and made a quick impression, and was still quick onto him. And then he's obviously made runs in the last couple of years in the 50 over stuff, and now he's getting a proper go in the county championship team and made this twin hundreds earlier in the season. 72 in Worcester's last game. But yeah, with Saka, they're getting to the stage where they've got players who are getting sort of tenuously, I'd say, but linked with.
Oh, that's a genuine edge pass, second slip, a run away for 4. But Roach and Worrell actually from both ends settling in on a really probing area outside off stump, and this time Roach drawing Ali forward. finds the outside edge, but it passed Ollie Pope at second slip reasonably safely along the ground.
We've been talking about that shape that Roach is trying to get, but it's the ball that's just holding its line that's causing the batters problem at the moment.
Oh, that's an excellent catch from Leg Gully. We were talking about that man just in the previous over. Roach with the angle bowling into Ali's body. Ali flicks it, and it's a very, very smart catch by the man at Leg Gully.
It's a lovely setup from Roach. Getting that exaggerated movement. Oh, well, not a great deal of movement really. It's just quite straight. It's there to be flicked. And he falls into the trap. Kashif, the man we've been talking about for the last few overs, flicks, and it's really impressive low catch. We'll see a replay here.
Yep, Dan Lawrence at Leg Gully, diving to his right, wasn't far off the ground. Really impressive, clean take for Lawrence, who had an outstanding game with the bat, 280 plus scores. But yeah, as Taha says, maybe not as much movement through the air as we initially suspected from Roach, but that was the plan for Surrey. They had 4 men catching in on the leg side. They had a silly mid-on for that delivery as well. And yeah, Taha was just explaining that Roach was causing a lot of problems, not just in creating opportunities for those catches on the leg side, but also with that delivery that just holds its line, that threatens the outside edge as well, so causing lots of problems for the batters. And it was a relatively quiet start to the season for Kemar Roach, not quite reaching his customary high standards, extremely high standards, but in the last couple of weeks he's really hit his stride. Rob Jones, a new man in for Worcestershire.
Like a number of other seamers cross country, I don't think he had a great time with the Kookaburra ball. But now he's onto the Dukes and having a great deal of fun.
Yeah, even with the Dukes, it took a couple of rounds of Dukes action to really get into the swing of things. Took 3 wickets in the match against Hampshire, 2 for 81 in the first innings against Warwickshire, and then in the second innings against Warwickshire in the previous round here at the Kia Oval, 6 for 46. Tucked away from Libby into the leg side. They'll come back for 2. And it's quite interesting that even for Dan Worrell, who moves the ball away from the right-hander, they still got that man in at leg slip. It's more leg slip for Worrell, more leg gully for Roach. What do you think the plan is? How does Worrell get the ball to go to leg slip? I think it's slightly clearer how it works for Worrell, for Roach rather. How do you think it works for Worrell?
Well, there were times when he was bowling earlier in the spell to Kashif where he just dropped it a touch shorter than the length that Roach himself has been employing. Roach with that movement into the right-hander goes a touch fuller, and so you've got that flick there for leg gully to seize onto. You get the sense that Worrell, if he wants to get that leg slip into play, he's going to just try and drop it a touch shorter and maybe more into that armpit region.
Another short delivery from Worrell, and it's another excellent take from Ben Folkes.
And he's potentially hoping for a top edge. That goes wrong.
Worrell continues. 3 slips and a leg slip in play. And there it is. A second wicket for Dan Worrell. His 8th of the match. Slightly fuller to Jake Libby, who went forward, looked to drive it, but could only edge it through to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. 2 wickets in quick succession for Surrey after the lunch break. 2 wickets in 20 minutes. Worcestershire now 30 for 3. Surrey just 7 wickets from victory.
We've been talking about that leg slip. We've been thinking about that leg slip. Maybe Jake Libby's been thinking about that leg slip here. Because Worrell goes completely the other way. He goes wide, he goes full. There's really no reason for Libby to play at it, but he gets tempted into the prod. There's late movement there, which is the main issue.
It's a very full ball. It's certainly drivable, but you're right, maybe that fielder at leg slip was at the back of Libby's mind. His weight's not really forward enough to lead into the ball. Not enough conviction in the drive, and Libby pays for it.
Worrell points to Burns. There's a plan that's come together there. Maybe they're thinking about that leg slip that was just playing on Libby's mind.
It's a really important wicket for Surrey. Jake Libby can be a very, very difficult man to replace. So just looking up his numbers earlier today, he averages pretty much 50 opening the batting for Worcestershire. For a long time now, he's been one of the hardest to remove batters in the country. Obviously, a lot of that is in Division 2, but he's fared well in top Division 2. Adam Hose is a new man, and it looks like it's exactly the same plan. As we take a look at the runs scored off Dan Worrell's bowling in the second innings, as you can see, a lot of the runs behind square on the leg side. Worrell greets Adam Hose to the crease with the bumper.
A bumper to begin with, and now you feel that he might offer that little tempter outside off, just like he's done there earlier in the over with Libby.
Match figures of 8 for 33 for Dan Worrell so far. Oh, there it is again. Softens him up with a bumper. First up, follows it up with a fuller ball that moves away from the right-hander. And for the second time in the over, Worrell beating the outside edge, but he doesn't quite take it this time. Worcestershire 30 for 3 after 14 overs. 513 looks increasingly far away. Surrey, on the other hand, just 7 wickets away from registering a 4th win on the trot.
The execution of that from Worrell was brilliant. I mean, to nail that bumper and then have that perfect stock outswinger that he's got, you know, the line perfect, the length perfect. It's genuinely masterful stuff, and it shows in his figures.
And no let up here from Surrey at all. Kemar Roach continuing his now 8th over from the pavilion end. Driven safely through the offside by Rob Jones. He'll get off the mark. Gus Aktinson is in hot pursuit. Jones will pick up 3 to bring Hose, the other new man, back on strike. Yeah, slightly different field now with Roach compared to what Worrell has. You've got the 2 catchers in front of square on the leg side, and Dan Lawrence, who took that excellent catch a few moments ago at leg slip. But still 2 slips in play, so sorry, still very much fancying Roach's chances of getting something off Hose's outside edge too. Hose takes a couple of strides down the pitch before Roach delivers the ball, defends it into the offside and sprints down to the other end to get off the mark. Oh, it's a genuine edge. The Jones does pretty well to keep down, and it's well stopped by Ollie Pope at second slip. But as Tara was explaining a couple of overs ago, when Roach holds his line, gets one to hold its line from outside off stump, he brings that outside edge into play.
Does feel like as a batter in this situation you're almost happier with that outside edge at the moment, just because they've got I've got 2 slips in there, but they're close in, and you can get that ball to just run away to third man if you just play it a touch late. But there are plenty of men waiting on the leg side, those 2 catching mid wickets. Leg gully as well.
That one dies a touch on Ben Folkes. It's the end of the 15th over. Worcestershire 34 for 3. Yeah, Surrey really keeping a lot of space open in the offside for Worcestershire to almost dab the ball into the third man region. But as we saw with Ollie Pope dismissal actually in the first innings, that if you create that gap, you can sometimes draw a player into playing an almost awkward shot. And you bring either the chop on into play, or it's very easy for a batter to feather the ball through to the keeper in that situation. We'll do a quick trip around the grounds. So in Division 1, low scoring game at Chelmsford. Essex need 330 to win in the 4th innings. They're currently 31 for 2. Other than the 100 scored by Bernard and Burgess in the first innings, it's been a really ball dominated game. At Blackpool in the Ben Stokes return game, Lancashire are going well, 233 for 4 in their second innings. Keaton Jennings is currently 108 not out. It's his second 100 of the game.
He's really become just such a phenomenal batter at county level over the last 2-3 years.
I think he averages above 50 for quite a long period of time. Was he involved in an England squad a winter or 2 ago? Was it the tour of Pakistan?
I think he was on the field when they won that test match in Rawalpindi. He was, I guess, going into that tour, it wasn't entirely clear who was going to open with Zach Crawley. Obviously, Alex Lees has been dropped heading to that series, and it seemed like a shootout between Ben Duckett and Jennings. And Jennings opens in county cricket, whereas Duckett was at that stage very much number 3 with Notts. So it looked like Jennings might have been the one to take that spot, and ended up being Duckett.
And it's another for Dan Worrell, and it's another excellent catch from Ben Folkes. There's that slightly fuller length from Worrell, shaping away from Hose, and Surrey have their 3rd wicket in half an hour after the lunch break. Worcestershire now 34 for 4.
Another fantastic outswinger from Worrell. The control he showed in the spell after lunch has been immaculate. Again, he's He's got to play at it, really. He just forces. It's that late movement again. It's a better delivery than the one that got Libby. Libby was done with the setup, whereas this is just all about the one delivery in itself. Well, 9 wickets now, closing in on 10 for the match. Dan Worrell.
He's been totally irresistible. 6 for 22 in the first innings. Divide both those numbers by 2 and you find his figures here. 3 for 11 after 7.4 overs. Extraordinary figures in the game of 9 for 33. He probably has been Surrey's main man with the ball so far this season, even before this game, but he has just been so dangerous with that swinging Duke's ball. Missed the first couple of games of the season through injury, so unfortunately for him didn't get a bowl with a Kookaburra.
I mean, this is genuinely test quality stuff. He has the pace of a bowler who would thrive in international cricket.
Yeah, it's the pace, the length he bowls, the carry through to the keeper. If you look at where Ben Folks takes the ball so often for Dan Worrell, it really is high. He gets a lot of balls to really fly through. And that setup for the Libby dismissal in particular, it's an effective and threatening setup because of the pace he's got. Not that many bowlers in county cricket can genuinely push players back onto the back foot and get them to be tentative in getting forward, and Worrell is able to do that.
He had Libby hopping with a really sharp bumper just moments before that wicket, and so he had him on the back foot, and it's just very clever to then have the ability as well to send it forward just a touch wide and just invite that prod.
And D'Oliveira blocks his second delivery at the crease. And another successful over for Dan Worrell. So wicket maiden, Worcestershire 34 for 4. And we were talking about Dan Worrell's match figures, now 9 for 33. Andrew Sampson has just informed us that his career best match figures are 11 for 122 for Surrey against Essex here at the Kia Oval in 2022. In second place you've got a 10 for 148 for South Australia versus Western Australia at Adelaide in 2018. And his figures of 9 for 33 are already into third place. There can't be that many seam bowlers who have 3 of their 4 best match figures at the Kia Oval, because in fourth place is the 8 for 59 he took across 2 innings against Warwickshire here last summer. We have a change in bowling. Kemar Roach has been handed a breather. Jordan Clark will replace him from the pavilion end. Well, the run out chance. Ooh. I think if he hit, Worcestershire may well have lost their 5th wicket. It's driven into the offside. D'Oliveira sets off before changing his mind, and yeah, direct hit, and he was definitely gone. That is not what you need when you're 35 for 4.
Yeah, they just need a few overs of calm here at the moment, Worcestershire.
It must be such a difficult situation to be in as a batter, because that target is so far off. But, and equally, especially with the forecast for the rest of today and tomorrow, weather's not going to interrupt things, so the draw is as improbable as a Worcestershire victory at this point. So it's hard to know exactly what you're playing for. You're not playing for bonus points or anything like that.
It made all the more frustrating for how they began the game.
Yeah,
thinking they're right in with the shot of getting victory at the Oval, just going back to Worrell and talking about his collection of match figures at the Oval, I guess his move to Surrey has coincided with the pitch here changing. In the seasons that preceded his arrival, it was very much, you know, it was very flat, and you had Surrey at times fielding 2 spin this year, and since Worrell's arrival, and they've built this battery of quicks, and the pitch has changed. They've gone for result pitches. There's always a tinge of green. We saw it on the first day here, especially. And so he's taken full advantage of the pitches that have been on offer here.
Driven slightly uppishly by D'Oliveira into the offside. And they've both run hard, so we'll pick up 3. Yeah, one thing that Worrell and Roach do so well is that they get teams 3 or 4 down, sometimes more, in the first 20 overs. You know, we talk about the Duke's ball as if it's this magical weapon that it swings for 80 overs, and sure, it swings for longer than the Kookaburra ball does, but batting does get a lot easier once you get through the first 20 or so overs. And they so regularly create so much damage with the new ball. It's the end of Clark's first over into the attack. 3 runs off it. Worcestershire 38 for 4 after 17 overs. A couple more scores for you. Notts are 143 for 5 in their second innings against Hampshire. Really evenly poised games. Notts leading by 102 runs in a game that's not been particularly high scoring. Jack Haynes at the crease currently, 41 not out. And the other Division 1 game between Somerset and Kent. Somerset way on top. They scored 554 in their first innings. And then bowled Kent out for 178. Then forced the follow on, but it's gone better second time round for Kent. They're 92 for none. Zach Crawley, who's had a difficult start to the 2024 summer, he's unbeaten on 57. Ben Compton also there on 33.
Just on Crawley, 57, 10 boundaries.
Yeah.
I can picture it all.
Yeah, Jack Leach making his return to the Somerset side. 7 overs, none for 33 at the moment. Took 2 first innings wickets. In Division 2, Derbyshire 297 for 8 in response to Northance's 422. Glamorgan are well behind the 8 ball at home to Middlesex. They're 45 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing by 115. Leicestershire, another side struggling. They're 242 for 6 in response to Gloucestershire's 706 for 6. Rishi Patel scoring 100 there for Leicestershire. And we might have a really good finish in the game between Sussex and Yorkshire at home. Yorkshire, in a game between 2 of the Division 2 favourites, Yorkshire is 66 for 4 in the 4th innings, chasing 183. There's yet to be a team total of more than 230 in that game. Sussex had Yorkshire 45 for 4. It's a star-studded Yorkshire lineup, but Sussex have already been able to remove Shah Massoud and then, crucially, the wicket of former England captain Joe Root. England women in action as well today. They're playing the 3rd and final game of their T20I series against Pakistan. They've already wrapped up the series. They're hoping to make it 3-0 today. And they're going pretty well. In the 18th over of their innings, they're 153 for 6. full, and Worrell beats the outside edge again, and that's another one that's kept a little bit low, bouncing before it reached folks. Oh, we've seen a few balls really fly from Moore at this end through to folks behind the stumps, but this one, it really does keep just a little bit lower than you expect. Jones looks to leave that one, but doesn't quite get his bat out the way. That's the end of the 18th over. Worcestershire now 39 for 4. I'm going to take a break. Simon Mann, the only man at the Kia Oval wearing a jumper today, will replace me. But before he comes on, let's take a look at the 4 Worcestershire second innings wickets to fall so far.
Down roll first up. Little leg side flick that went wrong. And then another leg side flick that went wrong, this time off Kemar Roach. And then 2 outswingers from Worrell to give him 9 wickets in the match so far. Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon. And, wow, that was very nearly wicket number 5 there. D'Oliveira looking to crash that through the offside. Worcestershire in big trouble here. The only reason I'm wearing a jumper because this must be the coldest place in the UK today, this commentary box. But outside it's lovely, and there are people who are sitting just in shorts. It's a lovely afternoon for watching cricket and playing and batting in theory. Oh, he's done him again. There's enough out there, and there has been throughout the game, and also just the pressure on this Worcestershire side, the quality of this Surrey bowling attack. We were talking about it this morning. It's just a relentless feel about it. I feel as though we were talking about it last season as well. It's the formula that won in the championship. D'Oliveira, who was unbeaten in the first innings. No, that's more like it. Got hold of that one all right. 2 chasing it. Might well pull it up inside the rope. And a canted 3.
Yeah, Worcestershire in all sorts, and we've got Sean Abbott and Gus Aktinson to come. Atkinson, who's being, I guess, tipped to bowl with the new ball for England, and is coming in at 3rd change for Surrey, which tells you a lot.
Yes, it does. And that's the point, isn't it? There's no let up for a batting side. Single this time for Jones. He ran the first one quickly, but no chance of coming back for the second. It was Atkinson with the fielding. And it's one of those tasks for the batting side now. I mean, it looks hopeless, doesn't it? You think of how much time is left in the game, how many runs ahead Surrey are, what the target is, and how many wickets you've lost. You're kind of batting for pride here, a bit of form. It's nicely played by D'Oliveira. More runs from here, or Roach is across, keeping it down to a single.
Yeah, it's almost a time where you actually tell your batters to become selfish. You know, think about your own. You know, it seems out of the reckoning now for the side to escape with even a draw. So potentially think about your own individual targets. Try and get yourself a century at the Oval. It really does sort of become that kind of game.
A misfield. It's going to allow them an extra run. Is that the skipper? I think it is. Not quite setting the example there. Anyway, it happens to the best of us. There we go. This is the match summary then. Still Well, 467 runs away, Worcestershire. Surrey, 6 wickets to win. And you look at Surrey's wins this season, I mean, they have brushed aside the opposition. 9 wickets Warwickshire, innings Hampshire, innings Kent. And this has got the hallmarks of another huge victory. Right, it's time for Gus Aktinson, which is just what you want when you're 46 for 4.
Interesting that man at leg slip that we saw when Worrell was bowling from this end is no longer there. You'd think with Atkinson, with his extra pace, his ability to go short, that they might still have had that man just hovering for just to sit at the back of the batter's head.
Well, in terms of the field, it's the match situation as Atkinson lightens up D'Oliveira with that delivery. It's quite a defensive field. There are only 2 slips in. There's a deep third, there's a fine leg, there's deep backwards square leg, and there are 2 saving a single on either side. It looks more like the field when the score is 246 for 4 rather than 46 for 4. Atkinson this season, his 3rd championship match. His appearance is restricted by his England contract. 9 wickets so far in 2 games. 9 wickets at 20. No wickets in the first innings. So yeah, looking for his first wicket in the match. It was floated up quite temptingly for D'Oliveira and dispatched. No chance for the deep third fielder.
Finally a bit of a release for Worcester. Full wide. D'Oliveira has free rein to chase that one.
Was a ball you'd expect to hit for 4. Really full, wide half volley. We were discussing this yesterday, but we didn't come up with anything definitive. But Gus Aktinson in the frame for England this summer. Oh, there we go. There's his first wicket. He's knocked over the skipper. Atkinson with the wicket in his first over. And Worcestershire 5 down in tatters. D'Oliveira on his way for 13. And Surrey working their way through this Worcestershire batting lineup in remorseless fashion since lunch.
Just finding that tail into the right-hander. Speed gun shows 80.7 miles an hour. It felt a touch quicker. Or for D'Oliveira, it definitely felt a touch quicker. He plays through it, but he gets the line wrong. It's a touch of late movement that does for him.
Well, it's been a tough few days for Worcestershire's captain after such a promising start to the match.
And you can feel Atkinson within that 1 over, just finding his rhythm with each delivery. And he finishes it off with a wicket.
So waiting at number 7. Yeah, the question being, who is Innings' top 4 for, well, in a way we kind of know 2 of the bowlers, the 2 likely bowlers for the first test, Anderson and Stokes, you'd think. But who are the other 2? And then what's the configuration for the second test match at Trent Bridge against West Indies? Okay. So who are the other 2 for that first test? And Atkinson is in that frame. Ollie Stone's doing okay at Nottinghamshire. There's the two Essex lads. There's Wood and there's Wokes. There are options, but it isn't totally obvious at this stage who are going to be selected.
I don't think it's obvious in any format for England at the moment. If you think about their ODI side as well, having had that miserable World Cup, you feel like there's going to be changes there in terms of who forms their bowling attack there as well. Even heading into this T20 World Cup, you'd think the one guy who's locked in for a place in the 11 is the one guy who struggles with his body the most, and that's Jofra Archer. So it's really hard to try and pin down an England bowling attack.
Coming back for the second.
For a long time you could say that Chris Wokes seemed like a sort of a white ball lock. You know, he was always going to be in every England white ball team, but he's not been picked for this T20 World Cup.
That was nicely bowled. That Yorker length delivery to Jones. I think I'm right in saying in red ball cricket in England, Chris Wokes has a better average than Jimmy Anderson. He was the one that bowled England, or helped bowl England back into the Ashes series last summer. Hasn't been playing in the IPL.
He's in a strange situation at the moment where I guess the justification for England kind of calling time on Anderson's career is by saying that he won't be the man to feature in Australia.
Single there to Jones.
And you can't see Wokes featuring in Australia in 18 months' time either. He's himself said that him and the Kookaburra don't get along all that well.
A few county bowlers saying that. I think in early April. Some county coaches as well. Yeah, Anderson 24.5 in England. Wokes 21.8, taking his wickets 21.8. How many wickets has Chris Wokes taken in England? 113. And Jimmy, I know it's something like 434. Yeah, so there's a bit of a disparity there. But when Chris Wokes is on the field in England, he nips through the opposition.
And he has the potential to bat at 7.
With Stokes in the side and a keeper, you'd probably see him at 8, most likely, wouldn't you? Atkinson's second over. Inside edge on that, otherwise there might well have been a big shout. Still only the 2 slips in for Gus Aktinson, bowling to the number 7, who's just come to the crease.
It's a near identical delivery to the one that got D'Oliveira out.
So the old inside edge onto the instep as well, which can be very painful.
Just a bit surprising that with Atkinson finding that ball to getting that ball to just angle in a bit, that Surrey haven't almost replicated the field that they had for Roach. Those two men at mid wicket, Potentially a man on the leg side, behind square, close in.
Just there. I mean, not for that delivery, but that's where you're thinking. That
Yeah,
leg slip region?
Leg gully, leg slip region.
Leg slip or leg gully?
Because that is where he's threatening at the moment. He's threatening the toes, he's threatening the pads.
It's that ball that you can't quite control, that's into your body, around about, well, somewhere between the hip and the armpit. You end up either glancing it involuntarily or gloving it. Two overs, 1 for 6 then. Worcestershire 55 for 5. Surrey 5 wickets away from their 4th championship victory of the season. It's been so difficult for Worcestershire to hold this powerful Surrey side despite the start they made. Easy battling back from 15 for 4, but there's been a relentlessness about this Surrey team, brushing Worcestershire aside. Come back for 2.
Yeah, they've scored 600.
Dan Norcross is here.
Hello, 625 for 16 since that point. And Worcestershire, by contrast, are 195 for 15.
Well, you've got a team coming up from the 2nd division, up against a team who are looking for their 3rd successive title, and a team on paper that's, you feel, would give some test teams a good contest.
It's always taking us back to the 50s, isn't it? When you look at Surrey's lineup, and you'd think, oh, there's not many test teams that could stand toe to toe with Laker, Lock, Loader, Betzer, May, Barrington. I won't do it in my Bumble voice. There's all sorts of people who played for Surrey, you know. What's in it for the batters at this stage? Because it's 455, 5 wickets in hand, and a long time to go.
Well, you're playing for professional pride, aren't you? You're playing for some sort of score, you're playing for form.
Someone like Jones, I suppose, might be also, looking to make a point to his coach.
242 runs at 34 this season, Rob Jones, before this game, and 1/2 century. So room for improvement there. And
presumably after the next game, because you have this sort of block of 7 county championship matches, then you have the sort of dreaded go and meet the coach, isn't it? And mid-season assessment. They always used to say about Awais Shah that he had an uncanny habit of scoring 100 in the match before his assessment.
Well, people have got short memories, haven't they? Some people.
Yeah. Oh, the church is in good song. Now then, we have reason to believe that that often means wickets, Andrew Sampson.
Surely even that is beyond Andrew's statistical assessment, isn't it?
You just don't know.
A particular song and the likely chances of a wicket occurring.
We've worked enough with Andrew to know that nothing is beyond him.
That's true. There might be people who are tuned in and think, what on earth are they talking about? But there is a church that meets at the Oval on a Sunday.
That's right.
It's in full swing down beneath us to our right-hand side. Actually, when you talk about the finances of county cricket, one of the things that does happen here, you are really conscious of it when you come to the ground. And that's that ball I was talking about, that Atkinson, in at the hip, that can create a wicket down the leg side. And you think some bowlers, it's a strangle, but for Atkinson, these are legitimate wicket-taking delivery. Not there, but it can be.
Yozza's a big believer in that ball, isn't he? He thinks it doesn't get enough credit.
I think the one that took the wicket earlier of Gareth Roderick was a strangle, because it was
too full.
It was a full pitch delivery down the leg side. He tried to he felt he should have hit it before through square leg. Clipped it through to Stokes, to Folks, I should say.
Easy mistake to make.
Indeed.
A lot of Oakses about.
There are. Yeah, just quickly on the oval, you are conscious that this stand we are sitting in is a constant source of revenue. All the meeting rooms and
well, the day before this match, Chance to Shine had an event. There are events taking place in rooms all around in this building. The church that meets every Sunday.
I've often come here on a Sunday and seen the church meeting.
Very enthusiastic.
It's a nice accompaniment to the cricket, isn't it?
It is.
A bit different from the army trumpeter, but or the music that gets played over the PA system in the short form game.
Do you know, now you mentioned, I think the Peter May boys could do with a little bit of a musical accompaniment. I don't know what Peter May's favourite instrument was. I don't really see him as a ukulele man.
Is that kind of where we reached in the afternoon? Is
yeah. Peter May's favourite instrument? The viola, I would say. Well, there was something rather delicate about him, Peter May. Something slightly fragile, physically. So I think I would go for maybe a flute, a piccolo.
Yeah, I'd say not a violin or.
No, whereas Alec Bedser would be a cello.
Was the ball.
Sorry.
That was the ball that got Roderick out.
Yeah.
The fuller ball on the pads.
Consistently quick, Atkinson, the quickest Surrey's bowlers so far.
There's an economy of movement in his run up and his delivery, isn't there? He's not arms, legs everywhere. It's efficient, probing,
small strides as well, and his knees get very, very close together.
It's not a huge run up as well. It's not that sort of momentum gathering that you see from some quick bowlers. There's an efficiency about his bowling. So 3 overs, 1 for 7, 59 for 5.
Not seen Sean Abbott yet. He's tended to bowl from this end, the Vauxhall end, as a rule. But Jordan Clark started his spell earlier, so you'd think the next change of bowling would probably come from the pavilion end.
Clive Lloyd just used to rotate 4 West Indies fast bowlers. And Rory Burns can just rotate 5 pace bowlers.
It's crazy, isn't it?
And they're all of a high standard as well. It's not like it's not like an obvious hierarchy. They bring different things to the game of cricket.
Oh yeah.
But they're all what they do have though. They're all strong and at you. There's a relentlessness about them. It makes for a pretty potent cocktail.
How many overs of spin have we had in this match? Is it just Kashif? 4 or 5 overs yesterday, I think that's. And Lawrence may have bowled.
No, he didn't bowl in this game.
No, it was a different game, wasn't it, when he bowled the first over of the innings, which was 1 over before tea to Rob Yates.
Yes, he felt, just seeing that from afar, I felt like the world was turning on its head. Dan Lawrence opening the bowling in a championship match before the middle of May.
Bowled 5, did Kashif. Kent, by the way, has still not lost a wicket, following on. 123 without loss now. And Yorkshire have lost another. They're 87 for 5. They're not quite halfway to their victory target. The latest to go, Wharton. Bowled by Hunt, but Adam Lyth is still there. It's a kind of race in the county championship to see whether Sussex stroke Yorkshire or Surrey can be the first to register a win this week. There was a bit of a curiosity, I don't know if you watched, but on the first day we think it might be the case that Worcestershire got a bowling point. Around about 20 past 11, which was
Clark's over, 5 overs for 17 and 60 for 5.
Which was before Nottinghamshire had
Scored a run. I heard you talking about that on the first day, yeah.
Quite a good one, that.
That was just about the high water mark for Worcestershire in the game. Everything's gone wrong for them since. Well, they had that flurry, didn't they, after that stand between Lawrence and Pope.
Well, I mean, they bundled Surrey out really from 163 for 4. Only another 50 runs added. But that's been the case, and wickets have fallen in clusters in this match.
2 more there to wait.
And you'd say even today there was a sort of a little bit of a clustery burst.
I can reliably inform you that it says here only 127 teams, which actually I'm not sure the word only in front of 127 is necessarily the quite right way of framing it, but 127 teams have won a first-class match after being 15 for 4 or fewer in the first innings of the game, and the highest winning margin by these teams is 341 by Pakistan versus India in good old Kanpur in 2006. So
you
Worcestershire,
love Kanpur, don't you?
I do. Green Park Kanpur, one of my favourite cricket grounds of the world. Worcestershire need to get past 171. There's a no ball bowled by Atkinson. Worcestershire need to get past 171 to avoid this record being beaten in this match.
Ooh.
A niche stat, admittedly.
Oh, but what a time to be alive again, every day.
Yeah.
The Keir Oval is serving up delights and treats. World records, no less. How many first-class matches have there been, Andrew? 62,000, so don't you poo-poo this.
The only 127.
Only 127,
Right.
62,000 matches, Simon.
Mea culpa.
Yeah.
Not many stats they start with only 127, do they?
I mean, only 127 cells in your body. That would be an only, wouldn't it? This is what we get Andrew for. I don't know how many cells you have in the body, but I imagine it's a lot more. Trillions, exactly. So only 127 would be quite significant at that point.
But it does just actually emphasise the point, doesn't it, that Surrey were in so much trouble. Not many teams come back from 15 for 4.
Average human body. Average human body has around 36 trillion cells.
Not many people know that.
Not many people.
They do now, though.
Yeah.
A few more people watching on the Surrey stream today. Good afternoon to you.
36 trillion seems like an awful lot, doesn't it? Wow. It's a lot of human cells when you times that 36 trillion by the population of the Earth. Well, I don't know how the Ilians go after a while. What's a Googleplex? Yeah, that's beyond our pay grade, isn't it, Simon? We studied utterly frivolous degrees at university and have no practical application whatsoever. So we got the change.
Yep, here it comes.
From not an unfamiliar end, he's bowled at both ends, but he bowled from the Vauxhall end initially. He has a habit, you know, of getting a wicket in his first stroke second over of a spell, doesn't he? He has done, certainly in the last couple of games.
Here he is, and Sean Abbott. Sean, you're our 5th seamer today. That's quite a good way of getting a bowler going, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we won't use you to the 27th over because we've got 4 bowlers that we think are better. Here's the ball, have a go.
I'll play for Australia. Australia. It's quite the luxury, isn't it?
It is. That's a fine shot. And Rory Burns doing his best. They'll probably keep it to 2. They might look for 3. And they do indeed come back for a 3rd. It was hit just about as hard as some of the balls that Sean Abbott was hitting this morning.
Bit of revenge in there, you think?
Yeah.
From Waite. You've been impressed by Waite? I like the way he sets up.
As both batter and bowler?
I think you know what they always say when a team faces a heavy defeat, you know, we've got to take the positives, and we always mock them for it, but actually I think Waite has been a positive for Worcestershire. Bowled really well in both innings, actually.
What are his match figures, Andrew?
He felt tidy, difficult to get away.
He took wickets at the back end in the first innings and in the second. Took wickets today. Got rid of Clark on 98.
Yeah.
6 for 88 and 31. So he's had a good game.
Well, when your
And
opponents have scored 640, that's not bad, is it?
He's of no great pace, but he did get a few to bounce this morning, which actually made me think that this is not going to be straightforward for Worcestershire today. There is some bounce in the Vauxhall end, and 1 or 2 low balls outside the off stump, admittedly outside the off stump rather than on the stump. So we haven't seen. Actually, no, we did see one that kept low, didn't we, in LBW earlier? I think that was Jordan Clark's LBW that kept low. Yeah, did keep low. So there's been some variable bounce in this Vauxhall end. Single to Jones.
Now you're a football man. Can you tell me, is the season ending today? Are we nearly done?
Well, some aspect of it is, yeah.
And then there's an FA Cup final.
And then there's a European Championship.
Is that almost immediately after it?
Fairly soon after it, yeah.
So that'll clash with the T20 World Cup, will it?
It will clash with the T20 World Cup, yeah.
And the final is the last day of Jimmy Anderson's career if the game goes 5 days.
I hadn't looked that far ahead.
I think that's right.
I think it's 14th of July, the European Championship
14 juillet, oui, oui. Eh bien.
Oh, that's out. Well, Abbott, a wicket in his first over. And it really is a pack, this Surrey seam bowling effort. And wait, we praised him. Inevitably, he's nicked off.
Well, that was the idea, and it worked. It was just out there to drive, wasn't it? And in this situation, it's so hard to resist. Facing such a mammoth total. And maybe moved away ever so slightly. A regulation catch through to folks. A 6th wicket goes down. And we've still got 17 overs to go till tea. You're taking a break, aren't you?
Yeah, Yaz is coming in to replace me. Surrey, 4 balls away from victory.
They are indeed. Matthew Waite's game is done. And he's had a good game, really, notwithstanding. It's a funny old scorecard, though. 1-13-12, 11 not out, 1-13-12. So presumably Smith will get 11 not out.
It's a mammoth afternoon session in terms of overs. We're not yet halfway there in terms of overs. I think we've had 18 and we've got 19 to go.
17. 49.
Yeah,
So it's basically halfway, and 5 wickets fallen in that time. But what a strange scorecard in which there are 7 players who've batted, and there is no number higher than 3 represented. It's combinations of 1 and 2 and 3. Now Smith really is their last batter, an all-rounder. You fancy him?
Well, we bigged him up in the first innings, and he was gone 2 balls.
Was it 2 balls
later? Yeah. We were praising his the canniness of signing Smith, a New Zealander with an outstanding first-class record who's available for the whole summer. What have you made of? Surrey have deployed a man at leg slip for much of the afternoon session. There's a wicket that was caught well low to Lawrence's right at leg gully.
You seldom see it work, but it did.
Well, with Roach, the man is slightly squarer, and I suppose Roach gets the ball to angle in more often than most bowlers, but even for Atkinson and Worrell, Surrey have kept a man in there, maybe for a ball that's that sort of line, actually angled in towards the hip.
Isn't it? I mean, it's so interesting how cricket changes in your life when you watch it, all the way through to probably my early 20s. The fielder on the leg side to the fast bowler would have been short leg. Increasingly it's become leg slip. And we saw an example of the ball before where Jones got into a bit of a tangle. That's exactly where you'd have your short legs. Remember, the West Indies were playing England. There was always a short leg under the lid.
So a short leg, even when you're not trying to bowl the ball short, it's more for when a batter comes forward, inside edge off the pad.
There could be a bit of that, but also the faster bowlers their bouncers would be often at the body. So you'd be looking at getting a glove with people flinching. You know, it was just a very standard position.
When we were on earlier, Dan, we were talking about the average runs per wicket that Surrey have had this year versus the opposition.
Yes.
And you said that over the course of a 4 innings match, Surrey on paper generally win by about 400 runs, and looking where we are now, that looks like we're roughly where we might be heading.
We're not a million miles away, are we?
And that's after being 15 for 4, 25 minutes into the first morning.
Yeah. Yep, it's quite extraordinary. Cameron Ponsonby's walked in. He's going to walk out again. And then he's going to walk in again. Yeah. Is it time for me to go? I don't mind. Oh, he's doing it on minutes, bless him. He hasn't read the rota. Yeah. Youngsters, eh?
Cam's older than me.
Is he?
Yeah.
He doesn't give that impression. It's gone to that man. Yeah. Maybe your wisdom is beyond your years.
Yeah, wisdom, not hairline.
Well, there's a bit of that. But we're all in that together in the box at the moment. You, me and Andrew.
Well, it's the end of Atkinson's 5th over. Worcestershire now 69 for 6.
Full head of hair is massively overrated and extremely expensive. I looked into it. And I thought, hang on a minute, why am I even bothering? It's never going to pay for itself, you know. I suppose it is true that for the most part, TV, they do like hair. You look at your Nick Knights, and you look at your Mark Nicholases, lustrous full heads of hair. But the other thing that sort of they have that we don't have is a very worthy cricketing career. So since that ship has sailed, Mark Butcher and I suppose Matt Floyd would be the one man who might buck the trend there. So I think you've just got to play the cards you got. In our case, it gives a certain nobility.
Compensate with the beard.
With the beard, exactly.
Yeah.
With the beard, yeah. I mean, there is a sort of brutal cruelty to life that the older you get, less hair you get in your head, and the more of it sprouts out of your ears and nose. Why? Why do that to me? Gives us an opportunity to get little toys, though. You know, little clippers. When you run out of gift ideas at Christmas and you really can't be bothered, oh, just get us a nose trimmer. Couldn't imagine that when you were 15.
For a Secret Santa a couple of years ago, I was bought beard baubles.
Beard baubles? Oh,
so
yeah,
you
right,
sort of
yeah.
just stick them into your beard and they just hang there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I never really quite found the occasion in which I should get those out.
When's the next live stream? I mean, actually, this is a rather poignant point. I don't think we're all reunited now until the 30th of June, the day after the T20 World Cup final.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's Surrey's next home game. They play one more game in this swedge, and that's up at the Utilitar Bowl, where we are not required. And then we come back for Essex.
I think in between that, Surrey play Worcestershire again.
But away.
Yeah. And obviously, Surrey have a whole host of home T20 blast games.
They really do.
As well.
In which our host Phil the Power Walker, fresh from having finished his top secret book, will be revived and playing shots. You can be sure of that.
I'll be with him for a lot of that campaign.
Will you? Good. Those are splendid nights here at the Kia Oval in midsummer.
I think there are several Friday night fixtures here as well.
Oh, lovely.
Those are always fun. Smith plays out Sean Abbott's second over. Yet to get off the mark, but he's faced 6 balls, which is, I think, 3 more than he faced in the first inning, or maybe 4.
Still on a pair.
Still on a pair, though. Worcestershire 69 for 6 after 29 overs.
Yes, it's something of a lost cause now, and I was mentioning earlier, I feel very much for players in this situation, but then I remember playing club cricket, and in a strange kind of way, the more desperate the situation became, the easier I found it to bat, because you didn't really have any other option but to be utterly cussed.
Oh, that struck Jones on the glove. I think he's thrown his bat away. A fair bit of pain. Looks like the ball struck his left glove. Slightly back of a length delivery from Atkinson. We've seen a few balls from the Vauxhall end really pop today. A couple from Joe Leach early on, a couple from Matt Waite.
As they should do, really, you know, as the pitch gets older. Do you think it's a feature slightly more of this time of year? Because, especially when you've had such a wet spring, the underlying surface is, you know, it's not soggy by any means, but there's just a bit more moisture in it. So, on the first day and second day, but mostly the first day, as the ball hits the pitch, it just makes those little dents, and then the sun's been coming out.
There's more
just slightly hardens those dents, perhaps. Do you think?
Yeah, there's more initial hardness on pitches on the first days at this time of year. And a lot was made, obviously, of the use of the Kookaburra ball early on, but we talked a lot about how April is generally quite a good time of the year to bat. And run scoring doesn't come that easily, but I think it's just quite difficult to take wickets. There's just not that much pace in the wicket. There's not been enough heat on the pitches to get them to be hard.
Yeah.
Whereas this is the time of year where you start to see that hardness.
Now you see that was a shot of there was a certain flinch in that shot, and we've got the short mid wicket in place. Now, back in the day, you might have had someone, you'd have had someone dead square about, what would you say, Andrew, the 1 pitch width away? That was sort of the general way, wasn't it, for your short leg? If that, indeed, if that.
Oh, short again from Atkinson, and Smith tries to duck underneath it, but the ball didn't rise quite as much as Smith anticipated. It's the second time in the over that Atkinson has struck the body of a Worcestershire batter.
Yes, he's giving him a bit of a working over here.
That's a nasty blow on his chest.
And of course, Atkinson may be saying to himself, well, he can't bowl one back at me because the game's over. But of course, Atkinson may yet be playing in the return fixture at Worcester, and bowlers have long memories.
It's again angled in the vicinity of the man at leg slip, who's already taken an excellent catch today. And that ends Atkinson's 6th over of the afternoon.
You'd imagine that might be end of spell, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
In which case, who comes back? I mean, Worrell's bowled 9 overs already. Or does Jordan Clark have a little burst?
Yeah,
on the Vauxhall end?
Clark's first and only spell of the day so far wasn't particularly long.
No, 5 overs from the pavilion end.
Although, given the match situation, let's have a look at.
I like this.
A brief look at the wagon wheel.
I like the wagon wheel.
Sean Abbott. It's quite interesting actually, having the wagon wheel the other way around, not just where a particular batter has scored their runs, but where a bowler has conceded their runs. So we were talking about Dan Worrell's wagon wheel earlier today, and it's quite striking how a relatively high proportion of the runs that he's conceded have been scored behind square on the leg side.
There we see the wagon wheel again. Sort of like a man with a bit of a cheroot or a kind of Sobrani cocktail sticking out of his mouth. Probably a bit young to remember Sobrani cocktails, are you?
Yeah. That reference has been lost.
They were also known as Black Russians, so they were gold-filtered, multicoloured, a choice of coloured cigarettes that would go from, you know, violet, light blue, pink, orange. And this was a time when smoking was seen as perfectly normal. So my mother used to get these when she was having a dinner party. She'd buy a packet of Black Russians, put them into a wooden box, and the 8-year-old Norcross would then have to go round the guests and offer these coloured cigarettes. And then she wondered why I took up smoking when I was 14. Maybe a link, Mum.
Ooh. Driven uppishly. Wasn't a million miles away from the man at short mid-wicket.
This is a really interestingly set field, isn't it? This is a field set by a man who's played a lot of cricket here, Rory Burns. So we see this again. And that really wasn't too far.
And even though that Sean Abbott, he's not actually bowling with a leg slip, he's bowling very straight. That's the 3rd delivery in the over, all of them straight, angled in at middle leg stump.
I'll take you around the grounds at the end of this over. Just to let you know, Yorkshire haven't lost another wicket since the last update. They need another 74 to win. 5 wickets in hand. Why am I looking at Yorkshire? Because I don't know. I'd be interested to know how Surrey fans feel. I kind of want Yorkshire and Middlesex to be in the 1st division, but at the same time, I quite like the idea of Sussex beating Yorkshire. You get into these terrible pickles as a county cricket fan. But luckily, it makes absolutely no difference what I want to happen. It will happen, come what may.
It'd be amazing if what you wanted to happen had some sort of influence.
Do you know what? That would probably be one of the worst things for this country if I got my way. There'd be a lot of very loud motorcyclists who were no longer in very loud motorcycles.
It's a big game though, that Sussex Yorkshire one.
Isn't it?
Two of the more fancied sides in Division 2. Sussex had a pretty decent start to the season. A couple of early wins. It's another one that keeps a little low. Signs of inconsistent bounce at the moment. It's the end of Abbott's third over. He has figures of 1 for 7. Worcestershire now 74 for 6.
Well, let me take you around the grounds, because I think there's an intriguing game, dare I say it, slightly bubbling up between Derbyshire and Northants, because Derbyshire are on the verge of being bowled out. They're still 76 runs behind Northants, 346 for 9. So that will ask Northants a question. And you feel that they will have to set Derbyshire a target. You can't just keep on getting draws. You'll have to look for a win somewhere. Essex, we're keeping a very close eye on Essex, of course. They've lost a wicket since I gave you the last update. They're 96 for 3 in pursuit of only 330 to win, which is amazing after they bowled Warwickshire out for 94 in their second innings. But Dean Elgar is still there with Jordan Cox, so they're giving themselves a chance. Glamorgan, Middlesex, Glamorgan 81 for 3. We're going to change the bowler?
Yeah, we were talking about
Worrell, is it?
Gus Aktinson potentially come to the end of his first spell of the second innings, and he has indeed been taken out of the attack. And it's Dan Worrell who will replace him. Worrell, who has match figures of 9 for 35. That's another delivery angled in at leg stump. No leg slip in place for the start of Worrell's, would you call it his second or third spell of the day? Because it was one uninterrupted 9 over burst, but he did have a 40-minute break for food in the middle.
I mean, technically it's one spell, isn't it? I mean, when Ian Botham bowled unchanged in the Golden Jubilee Test in Bombay, as was, he bowled something like 26 overs on the trot. That's one spell. Back to Glamorgan, Middlesex. Colin Ingram is at the crease. He's the leading run scorer this year, I believe. He's just arrived with Marnus Labuschagne, who is unbeaten on 40. Glamorgan 81 for 3, still 79 runs behind Middlesex. Back into the first division, and Lancashire's lead is now 423. They've got to look to declare, surely.
Keaton Jennings still in?
Keaton Jennings is still in. He's 152 not out there, 302 for 6 against Durham. Surprisingly bottom of the table, Lancashire there, and they need wins, so you know, you'd pull out just 15 minutes before tea, wouldn't you? And then you stop a change of innings, so you save the overs. That would be what I would be thinking they'd be looking at. Leicestershire 302 for 6. The night watcher Curry is still there. He's been there all day. He's unbeaten on 54. 53 from 182 balls. How frustrating that is for Gloucestershire. Nottinghamshire Hampshire's bubbling up into a wonderfully complicated game. Nottinghamshire 188 for 6 in a not particularly high scoring match. Their lead is 147 against Hampshire, who also need the points. From a purely selfish point of view, you know, a win for Nottinghamshire, although Hampshire are lower down in the table, it might encourage Hampshire to prepare a result wicket when they play Surrey, because they've had some pretty flat decks, haven't they, down in Southampton. They might need to spice one up.
Not always been the case down there.
No.
You know,
no.
you think of Hampshire and their success. They've not got a championship title in recent years, but they've come close a couple of times. You know, it's sort of built on the work of Abbas, Abbat and Barker, all averaging 20 or sub 20 with the ball. Liam Dawson going well as well. Often are successful without anyone really getting big runs with the bat.
It was a good game there, and this is it's a classic, isn't it? We've seen this so many times when we watch cricket. Somerset 554, Kent bundled out for 178. Go on, follow on then. 157 for none. It makes no rational sense.
What's Zach Crawley on?
92 not out.
Short again to Smith, who's been uncomfortable on a couple of occasions when Surrey have gone short to him. He plays out another maiden. Worrell now has figures of 10 overs, 3 for 13.
That's the other thing. He doesn't concede many runs either, does he?
You know, we were talking earlier about how part of what makes Surrey such a good side is you sort of forget that batting does actually become quite a lot easier once you get through the new ball. But Surrey just takes so many new ball wickets. Almost every time they're in the field, you feel like they take 4, 5, maybe even 6 wickets in the first 20 overs. The reason why I thought it was just there is Worrell coming in now with a slightly older ball. You could tell there's not quite as much pace.
But then they get what Kemar Roach did last week.
Exactly.
Once it gets 40 odd overs old, perhaps.
Another short delivery, and Jones does well to get out of the way of it, because again that's another one that I don't think really got up as much as Jones initially thought it would. Yeah, and you get to bowl literally an Australia bowler who's fresh. He's bowling his 4th over, it's the 33rd over of the innings. Jordan Clark, who is so often the MVP here, he's barely bowled in this second innings. Gus Aktinson, who's played international cricket for England recently, he's bowled 1 spell so far. Kemar Roach, 250 odd test wickets, he's bowled 1 spell so far. I'm sure we'll see him soon.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if he has another little burst just before tea. So we're coming up to 43 overs to bowl, so there's another 11 overs to go till tea after this one. You'd imagine Abbott for another 2 or 3, and then perhaps Roach, or perhaps Clark again, and then Roach after tea with a slightly older ball. But they're not giving it away, these two. Between them, they've faced 69 balls, only scored 16 runs, but they're not falling in a heap. They're not trying to whack their way out of trouble. They're trying to resist. And I dare say, you know, in the reckoning that you get, I know this sounds a little bit self-aggrandising from Surrey's point of view, but players would go to their coaches and say, you know, the runs you get against Surrey are worth Surrey at the Oval as well on these kind of pitches, which are not treacherous by any means, but you know they're designed to create a result over 4 days. Whereas, you know, you score 120 at Canterbury, with all due respect, perhaps against a Kent side which isn't quite as quick and as relentless on a pitch that's slow and sluggish, wouldn't count for say as much as 50 or 60 on a 3rd day pitch against Surrey's attack.
And there's also you want to take momentum from one game to the next as well, and Worcestershire started this game so well, but now so far behind the game, you feel like a win or a draw is so improbable, but you can restore some respectability to the final scorecard. You know, it's amazing that they're looking at a defeat of potentially 400 runs, given that Surrey were 15 for 4. So
well, and bowled out for 213.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It sort of doesn't entirely make sense, does it? As doesn't the absence of Ponsonby. Where's he gone now?
He's come in a couple of times.
He's come in a couple of times, hasn't he?
Left without saying anything.
Yeah. Sharky, bring me Ponsers.
Could hear the grunt there from Sean Abbott as he delivered that bouncer, registering 82 mile per hour speed gun. And another over was just 75 for 6 after 33 overs.
That's a big day for you, isn't it? Because you're a big Arsenal fan. What time do they all kick off?
They kick off 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
So Arsenal will win the Premier League title for the first time in 20 years if Man City drop points at home against West Ham, which is unlikely.
Possible.
But it's possible. And Arsenal win at home against Everton. So
the question I put to you, Yasrana, is let's say, you know, at 5 o'clock. Let's say the game finishes around 5 o'clock,
Hmm.
and Arsenal are 2-0 down and City are 2-0 up, or indeed if just City are 2-0 up. Are you going to bother going up to North London, or are you going to drown your sorrows down south?
I'll be following how that game finishes, obviously, but the people I watch Arsenal games with, we're all sort of all over the place at the moment. One of the
You mean
guys.
topographically? You don't mean emotionally? Or do you mean that as well?
One of the guys I watch Arsenal with a lot, he is in the States at the moment. I've got a little WhatsApp group of people I went to school with who support Arsenal, some of whom I actually haven't seen in years and years and years. And there's one guy on the group who wanted to watch the game with someone, but no one was around. Somebody was fishing. I'm here. And he said to me, "Do you really have to be in the ground for this?" And I said, "Yeah, I do actually."
I think you do. Yes, I think I actually do.
And then a couple are at the game itself. So.
Oh,
that's a big appeal and given. Worrell picks up his 4th wicket, and that's his 10th in the match. His 3rd career 10 for, his 2nd for Surrey and 2nd here at the Kia Oval. He's been absolutely relentless all game. He's come back into the attack for his 2nd spell of the 2nd innings. He's given nothing away, and he's rewarded with a 4th wicket of the innings.
And it's what he does. It's the one that comes back, and his prevailing angle of delivery is one that goes away from the right-hander, and that has trapped Jones bang in front, right on the knee roll. That's hitting middle and leg, possibly just middle. And it was one of the easier decisions that the umpire had to give. Worrell looked to the heavens with delight first before looking at the umpire. 7th down. Just 3 to go down. You see that ball cannons off the knee roll and down, and that just takes any doubt whatsoever in the umpire's mind out. He's saying to himself, is it in front? Yes. Can it go over the top? No. The ball's blopped down. That's out.
And you're right to point out that Worrell's stock shape is away from the right hander. You can see there Jones almost waiting for that delivery. His head goes across towards off stump. With the ball, this one just comes in, angles in, strikes him on the pad right in front, and a very simple decision for the umpire. Worrell could have totally ridiculous figures at the end of the game. 4 for 13 in the 2nd innings, 3 more 2nd innings wickets to claim.
10 for 35 at the moment.
Yeah, 10 for 35 in the game so far.
What's his average this season? Where are we up to now? It's down. Obviously, it's down. Yes. Well, I didn't think it started at 3.2.
Wouldn't have been going up. But I remember a few weeks ago, he took his 100th first-class wicket for Surrey, and at the time, only Morne Morkel of Surrey bowlers this century had taken 100 first-class wickets at a better average. And since then, his average has just been going down.
12.73 this season. A season which has seen a lot of runs scored.
Yeah.
And often by his own teammates in the same match.
We've got a man at short leg.
Praise be.
So Dan is a happy man.
As Martin Luther King would say, let freedom ring.
We were saying earlier that injury meant that Dan Worrell couldn't take part in the 2 Kookaburra rounds.
Isn't that annoying?
So he didn't get to get his hands on the Kookaburra.
Yep. And I wonder how different that Somerset game might have been if he had, you know. A man very experienced with a Kookaburra ball.
Leach well forward in defence this time.
He's been around a long old time. He'd have been in these situations frequently. He's just going to look to frustrate Surrey here, isn't he? Do you think he might have a little biff? A little bit of a dart?
I honestly don't know what the mindset of professional players is in situations like this, because the win is so improbable, the draw is so improbable.
Yes, we're sort of moving into not literally, but basically impossible territory, really.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how batters will want to put forward significant scores, you know, that will carry weight late in the season. But once you get to the bowlers, you're not really sure what there is to play for.
No.
And actually, you know,
a bit of fun.
A bit of fun first, but also if we're thinking about how to add respectability to the final analysis, actually giving it a bit of a whack is probably the most likely way to add 50, 60 runs to the score.
Oh dear.
Leach plays and misses and that completes another wicket maiden for Dan Worrell. Remarkable figures for a bowler at the top of his game. 4 for 13 off 11 overs to follow up his 6 for 22 in the first innings.
And it rather maintains a pattern. I mean, Jones made it to 14, top score of 14, but this seems like a very unusual scorecard. 2 12s, 2 13s and a 14 out of the 7 wickets to fall. And I think we get a look at Dan Worrell's wagon wheel here. Hasn't been fielded yet. Here we go. So the runs scored mostly on the leg side where there have been any, but bear in mind there's only been 13 of them in 11 overs.
So 2 runs in 11 overs have been hit in front of square off the bowling of Dan Worrell, which is totally remarkable.
Andrew Sampson's pointed something out. It's gone 1, 13, 12, 14. 1, 13, 12.
So we need Nathan Smith to get 14 to continue the pattern. Okay.
And then Leach to get 1. Well, it could be, couldn't it? You know. Where's Ponsonby?
does Nathan Smith know what's expected of him? Ah, that's played nicely through the offside by Smith. He just punches that one through the gap between cover point and mid-off. Rory Burns retrieves that just before it reaches the boundary. Smith scores 3. He moves on to 6. 8 runs away from his personal target to continue that sequence of Worcestershire scores.
Also brings Joe Leach on strike, which I don't think will bother. I say won't bother. I think Abbott would be quite happy with that. That's the bowl at the new batter to come. Gibbon next. What's the situation with T if they're 9 down? They extend for half an hour, we think. It's not the last day. On the last day, T is an immovable feast, isn't it? I believe. I think everything's sort of immovable on the last day.
I mean, we are still a long way away from T. We have 9 overs after this one.
Tell me about it. I've been sat here for about an hour now. I don't know where my relief has gone. Oh, the youth of today. I think this basically numeracy is what it is.
Got another man in at short leg for Abbott. And that's guided towards the vacant deep third region. Leach will pick up 3, the second 3 of the over. And that, as Andrew Sampson points out, ruins the sequence.
That's wrecked it. Game's gone. Maybe this is start of the Worcestershire fight back.
Another interesting field. You've got Dan Lawrence at leg slip, A man under the lid, forward short leg. 2 more men in front of square on the leg side. And that's edged straight to the man at second slip, but it doesn't quite carry to Ollie Pope. And there ends the end of Sean Abbott's 5th over. He has figures of 1 for 14 after 5 overs, and Dan Norcross gets that long-awaited break that he'd mentioned he was looking forward to a couple of times. And I'm joined by Cam Ponsonby.
Hello, Yaz.
We'll be with you for the rest of this session.
I think so, yeah, that's the plan. Are we picking down Worrell for England? Is this the chat in the commentary box now? An inevitability.
No, it's an interesting one. He qualifies for England next year. He's talked about that being something that he'd like to do. Obviously Anderson and Broad have retired. You have injury doubts over a number of the guys who have done either well in international cricket recently or the sort of bowler England have identified they want more of. He's a very similar type of bowler to Chris Wokes, who's actually 2 or 3 years older than Worrell. Ollie Robinson is slightly out of favour at the moment. Had a relatively quiet start to the season. So I can see a world in which it's not that obvious who the bowlers are. And also, so many English bowlers have long-standing injury problems. Josh Tongue, for example, impressed on debut last year, impressed in his second test match against Australia at Lords. He's already been ruled out of the first 3 tests of the summer. And he missed the Tours of the Caribbean at the end of 2023, missed the Test Series in India at the start of this year. That's a really long gap without playing. John Turner's another one that England have name-checked a couple of times. He's been involved in limited over squads. But again, he's not actually played a first-class game since he was first called up for England in August last year. That's a long time to go without playing red ball cricket. So I can see a world in which Worrell's your form pick. Certainly if he was England qualified right now, you know, if you compare him to other bowlers, English bowlers who do well with the Duke's ball, he bowls 3-4 miles per hour quicker than Sam Cook. Has a similarly outstanding record in recent times. And Taha was talking earlier about how he bowls a really test match pace and test match length. So to answer your question, Cam,
yeah,
I can see it happening.
Goodness me. I personally think it'd be incredibly silly and shouldn't happen, but I enjoy the idea of it.
Why would it be silly?
Because he is just an Australian man. I know England have the history.
If he qualifies,
for sure, we should see a replay here of Leach ducking under a Worrell delivery. I think there's a world where we should pick, England should pick the bowling attack of Dan Worrell, Carl Abbott and Simon Harmer. I mean, what would sell at Lords? Samo agrees with that. Playing against South Africa, ideally. But no, it'd be incredible if he continues this form that almost the case is made for him. But I do love the storyline, the idea that he becomes an England player. 33 years old, he's given his debut in the away Ashes series against Australia. That's fun.
A really crucial part of the narrative that must not be missed is that although he is Australian, he is such an English type of seamer.
Exactly.
So I really hope if he does play for England, he's not picked because of his experience in Australia. I mean, part of his career rejuvenation really is actually playing so much in England and doing well with the Duke's ball. As Leach comfortably sways out the way of another Dan Worrell bounce. There's another Dan Worrell maiden. He has figures of 4 for 13 after 12 overs. And I'm going to take a breather before Simon Mann will take you through to the tea break.
So we have 8 more overs until the interval as Simon takes his seat, and we select various well, kind of make-a-wish England 11s, made up entirely of players who've played international cricket for other teams.
Well, they've done it in the past. Well, they've used players that are born in lots of other test-playing countries. Beautifully whipped away by Smith. That's gone for 4. Well, it's been all Surrey this afternoon. There's a nice riposte from Smith.
He's whipped that past Jamie Smith at short leg. He didn't have time to move, but was in danger there at short leg. A valiant attempt at a catch, but I think that was more kind of a reaction after the fact.
So are you pro or anti Dan Worrell playing for England?
I think my heart, I like the idea of it because I think it's silly, but I think ultimately because it's silly, I don't think it should happen. I think it would be a bizarre situation to give a debut to a 33-year-old cricketer from Australia who's played ODI cricket. Looks like we're getting a ball change here.
He's not going through. So the 2 umpires, Ian Blackwell and Graham Lloyd. Brief hiatus. What's been another, well, a bit of a procession really. Surrey today moving on to 427 all out. Dan Lawrence and Jordan Clark will be disappointed to have missed out on hundreds earlier. Lawrence out for 87 and Clark for 98. 513 to win. A wicket before lunch. Again, as Roderick caught down the leg side, and then since lunch, Worcestershire have just faced this relentless battery of pace bowlers, and they have not been able to resist, so just worked their way through. And we're down to the bowlers now for Worcestershire, but both Smith and Leach have shown some determination. They haven't shown getting on the motorway batting.
I want to watch the football at 4 p.m. I don't know what the best situation for Worcestershire would be there, whether they'll be able to get it up in the changing rooms.
Well, rather than being on the road, you mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, they'll have to presumably have to go back to the hotel and get their kit and clothes and things. Again, nicely played by Smith. That's a cracking shot through the offside this time.
Wonderful punch off the back foot through the vacant cover area, which is so often left free in the professional game. We'll see a replay of it here. Smith riding the bounce from Abbott's delivery, getting really high up on his toes. It's a wonderful amount of control in that shot. Some news from around the ground. Zach Crawley's gone to 100 for Kent after a first ball duck in his first innings, and so
he's had a lean time of it this summer.
Absolutely has.
Wristy stroke from Nathan Smith. He's already made 2 half centuries this season for Worcestershire in the County Championship. Well, it's early days, he's 15 not out, but he's played nicely so far and he hasn't looked in that much trouble. But in the first innings, it was this combination, Leach out first and then 10 and 11 out in the same over to Dan Worrell. There's a appeal for a catch behind, and nothing from the batter and nothing from Ian Blackwell.
Ollie Pope is distraught at that decision. There is a man with a vested interest in the 4 p.m's kickoff. As a big Arsenal fan, I think it was Dan Lawrence who actually had his hands on his head. I beg your pardon. I think, unless my eyes deceive me, Leach was a fair way away from that delivery. Abbott didn't seem the most convinced. Well, he had to celebrate. He celebrated as if it was so obvious there wasn't even a decision to be made.
It looked almost for a moment, I'll come back to in a second, almost looked as if Leach was about to move off and then realised the umpire wasn't going to give him out.
Stay there, yeah.
Let's have another look. It's very difficult to tell on the replay whether he has nicked it or not. It's one of those where you need the ultra edge. But it's more the reaction from Leach. Abbott was just, yeah, that's out. Yeah, straightforward celebration. Not acting in black belt, and Leach was about to walk off, wasn't he? He was waiting for the finger to go up, and realised that umpire Blackwell would get the finger down.
Excellent spot. He did have a lurch towards the pavilion.
Well, there's those old stories of umpires in the past, aren't you? Son, you're batting me into a traffic jam, you know, someone appeals, I'll put the finger up. So Ray Julian, great old character, used to fire them out as a bowler's umpire. Son, you're batting me into a traffic jam, that's out. Ian Blackwell there, no, could have
committed to the game.
He obviously thought it was not out, so clearly he thought it was not out. So, but I think everybody else thought it was out, even Joe Leach. Extravagant from Smith.
Another one fumbled behind the Stokes from folks today. He's not the cleanest of days for a man whose standards are normally so high. He's taking them when it matters, but one suspects, as mentioned earlier, the ball is wobbling after it passes the batter. Dan Moore gets so much movement on the ball, both pre and post. Batter intercepting it.
There was also an incident earlier, right at the start of the Worcestershire innings, where the ball went down the leg side. You can see it 4 byes. I just wonder whether he might have got one on the end of the glove, so those hands are a bit tender. Just possibly, just another theory. The wobble theory is probably a more credible one. If you have just got a slight hand injury there, sometimes make it a bit harder for keepers to take them cleanly the whole time. Hint of protecting that a damaged hand. I think it was his left glove as he went down the leg side, and the ball went away for 4 byes. Oh, a tremendous stroke. And Smith looks more inclined to play a few shots as we move towards the end of this game, and a hopeless situation here for Worcestershire. Players have got pride to play for.
See on the replay here, very powerful shot from Smith, who, as you mentioned, has been in some good form his last 3 innings. It was 33 not out, 57, 58. So I think he's has a chance at a free net session here to boost the average and score, add another 50 or so to his name.
He was given out in the first innings playing no shot to Kemar Roach, and it was one of those that I think he might have reviewed it if there'd been DRS. So sure about this level, but I think just a level down or 2, umpires don't look very kindly on players who play no shot. They tend to fire you out.
Makes it more out. It makes the ball straighter if you're leaving it.
We should bring the same things to bear. Is the ball going to hit the stumps? I don't know. Sometimes you see with some umpires there's a psychology about not playing a shot. Of course, there's more leeway because the ball can hit you outside the line. Still be out. So what have we got in terms of overs until the tea interval? 6 more overs to the tea interval?
6 to go, yep.
Yeah, or if 2 wickets fall, then play will continue with the team 9 down.
That's all there's all types of kind of social conventions around LBW decisions, kind of what things that make things more out, playing across the line and such. And my friend of mine kind of Luke completely losing his mind when querying the umpire's decision to give him out OBW. He was told it's because you played across the line. You know, it's not the rule.
Well, there's Kemar Roach into the attack. Well, Vic Marks talks about the umpire Sam Cook, that if you missed a sweep shot with Sam Cook umpiring, you were out automatically. And I think there was a time Vic said he went to appeal and realised it was not out because it hit him outside the line, and he was only sort of half barely an appeal at all, but up went the finger, even though Vic was withdrawing his appeal.
We only like proper shots here, son. Play straight. Leach is having a slightly difficult time for his threes, now 3 off 17, potentially 18 if the board's about to tick over. But another play in this. Just holding his line. You can see it swinging away from the right hander just as it passes Leach to go in with that angle that Roach naturally has of bringing it into the right hander. Has that leg slip in place as well.
Should be a couple for Leach down to deep third. As Worcestershire inch towards 100. Church choir still going strong down beneath us. Religious accompaniment to the game on a Sunday. Oh, he's done him again.
I remember being here just as a fan a couple of years ago, and I was sat on the other side of the ground over on the pavilion side, and there was the most incredible kind of singing coming from kind of the Vauxhall end. You can't hear like individual opera singers and XYZ, and they were hosting auditions for The Voice.
Right.
And so kind of Surrey and Essex were playing out a match or whatever, and kind of somewhere else someone was being yayed or nayed whether they could go in front of Simon Cowell in a few weeks.
Multi-purpose ground, well that's the future of cricket, isn't it? Use your ground for as much as possible, make as much money as you possibly can from outside of cricket activities.
So it's one of the many benefits that Surrey have in their location. South London, you have so many conventions and stalls and shops and events that are happening in the kind of building beneath us. There was a bike show here last week, I remember. I didn't have a look, but I know it was there.
You often come to the ground during the winter and you'll see there's a conference going on, or
absolutely
some kind of seminar, and all the various rooms that can be hired out in the stand in which we're sitting at the Vauxhall end. Well, that was a really testing over from Kemar Roach. He was unlucky not to get the wicket in it. Well, it's that sort of day at the Oval today.
That looks like a lovely setup. A slow Sunday afternoon. I had the cricket with a drink and playing some cards.
Surrey supporters won't mind. I suppose the only thing you'd say is the game has lacked a bit of tension for quite a long time. Surrey have dominated after that first part of the first day.
That's that moment where, that period of time where Surrey were 15 for 4. First morning feels a very long time ago. Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope put on a wonderful 100-run partnership. And Lawrence said afterwards, when he was speaking to the in-house media, that the wicket was misbehaving in however many different ways. So him and Pope decided the best route was to attack, to try and hit Worcestershire off their lengths, and they did so successfully.
That's nicely played as well by Smith. That's another boundary. He's enjoying himself in the sunshine towards the end of this game. Timed it sweetly, both sides of the wicket. And the 100 is up for Worcestershire. Nice and full on the pads. Most batters like them there. I know Worrell's taken a bag full of wickets in this game, so what is it, 10 wickets in the match, but you could argue that it was Lawrence's innings that turned the game Surrey's way. So he's got, what in this game, a pair of 80s?
No, absolutely, and it was the manner in which he batted as well, especially against the debutant Yadvinder Singh. He was advancing down the wicket, whipping him over the mid-wicket boundary from kind of regulation 6th stump deliveries. His innings was shown to be all the more impressive when Worcestershire came to bat and struggled.
Very well fielded.
Worrell does boast quite remarkable figures for the match. I think they currently stand up 10 for 43, which is good, which is helpful.
Best match figures, 11 for 122. At the moment he's up against a very determined Nathan Smith.
Smith is an unusual and overseas signing in that he's signed for the entire season with Worcestershire across all formats. He's not been capped by New Zealand, but it's kind of the be interesting to know if other counties kind of follow Worcestershire's lead, or whether it was a signing of necessity as opposed to luxury. Now, rather than sign like an international superstar like Jason Holder, who was with Worcestershire, sign someone a bit lower, further down the kind of pecking order, as it were, but you get them for the entire season without losing them to whatever international or franchise commitments they may have elsewhere.
The ball well played, a single as well. You're also signing, you're 25 years of age, you're signing someone who's hungry and committed and determined to do well.
I absolutely imagine Smith has designs on playing for New Zealand, and with England touring New Zealand in December, if you have a county season behind you where you've impressed against England players, it's hardly going to hurt your cause.
Well, so far in this innings, I know he's not played against the new ball. The ball is a bit softer now. He has looked the most accomplished Worcestershire player in the second innings. It's organised, he struck the ball nicely.
Flies down leg side there. Dan Lawrence bowls one to mid-wicket, just essentially to remind Rory Burns that he's there as an option.
Boy, we're moving towards an interval, a chance for a spinner to bowl the last over before it. How often does that work? Not very often, but it often happens.
Does look like Dan Lawrence is getting himself ready for a bowl. He's just gone through actions, a few stretches. I must admit, I wouldn't be too surprised. I think Surrey could stick to the current plan and it will serve them well enough. If they turn back to Abbott or Atkinson.
Now that sounded like an edge. It's Kemar Roach, and it's the end of Leach. 8 down, moving towards the end of the afternoon session and moving towards the end of the game. Nice low catch from Ben Folkes, but he resisted. Leach, I think he might have nicked one earlier and got away with it. He's nicked that one, and Ben Folkes did well to snaffle that low down. He's tumbling forward a bit. Good low catch.
That's a lovely delivery from Roach, who gets that natural shape in towards the right-hander. Then when he's at his most dangerous, his delivery's just like that. but the ball angles in, but just seems away. This time Leach is happy to go on his way.
It's the telltale look behind as well from the Batavi. Some are quite determined, aren't they, not to look back. Your instinct tells you to look behind. You want to check whether the catch has been taken. So 8 down, Ben Gibbon coming to the crease, and there are 3.5 overs to go until the tea interval, so if another wicket were to fall in that time, we would play on for an extra half an hour.
I had a slightly funny one yesterday where we had an LBW appeal, and the batter turned around to the slip cordon and said, I hit it, lads. And then our player at slip went, well, I caught it. And then all of a sudden we were having a conversation with the umpire said it's not out, and then we were saying, but the batters just said they hit it, and then the batter then realised they'd been caught, and so then all of a sudden he went, I never said that.
Why did he say he hit it in the first place?
Because he had it, he was trying to get away with the LBW decision, be like, I got an inside edge on the bat,
okay.
Sorry guys.
I think it sounds like you were playing with very honest people.
It was
it's not my experience of playing club cricket in London.
No, he was trying to get away with it, and he did get away with it. We now have 2 leg slips for Kemar Roach. We're able to just pan out, you'll see another, well, kind of leg gully. That's alongside Dan Lawrence. 2 conventional slips, 2 behind square on the leg side. Roach bowling to 4-5 field, 2 slips on the offside, a backward point, kind of mid-off / cover, and square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, 2 catching behind square.
Surrey's largest victory margin by runs against Worcestershire, 343 at the Oval in 1905.
Remember it well.
So, what are they? So still over 400 runs ahead in this game. So almost certain that will be beaten. This is going to be their biggest winning margin against Worcestershire by runs. Well, he does get it away on the leg side, but he finds the gap, and he is off the mark with a couple. Had 7 wickets in the afternoon session. And Kemar Roach ends another successful over him, so good figures. Surrey attack that hunts as a pack. No let up.
See, Worrell's going to continue. Be interesting to see if Surrey turn to perhaps Atkinson, who's had not as much to do this fixture as he will have done in plenty other of his Surrey appearances. To claim a couple of wickets at the end.
What's he bowled? 11 overs in the match, Gus Aktinson. Not many, is it? In a game which you are, you will take all 20 wickets. The best of down Morrell, so nearly through Smith there.
Just looking at Worrell's figures for the season, obviously 10 for 40 across this match against Worcestershire will help considerably. But for the season, he's got 26 wickets at an average of 13. An economy rate of 2.4. He's been such a star for this Surrey side.
The field has pushed back, apart from the 3 slips, allowing Smith the single. And looked as though they were inclined to take it there as well. They were looking for the leg by.
Worrell's now 3rd in the list of top wicket takers in Division 1, behind Cook and Porter, both of Essex. They have 28 apiece. Worrell's on 26. Cameron Steele's brief reign at the top of those charts is a distant memory now, unfortunately.
Still pretty impressive to be up there at this time of the season.
Absolutely.
The April-May period. They do take the single, so 3 balls for Gibbon to face in theory in this over. could protect the number 10, but it doesn't feel like much point really. Anyway, if you're going to improve as a low order player, you actually want to take a bit of the bowling, don't you? And the game's gone.
It'd be remarkable, probably the greatest innings of all time if Smith were to guide Worcestershire home from here. Going at 1 and over, they might run rate would required rate would go up.
Down the ground for a couple.
It's a lovely shot from Gibbon, just leaning on that full delivery from Worrell. He's got a high score of 41 in first class cricket, an average of 17, which isn't too shabby at all for
So why would you
10.
protect? You wouldn't protect him then, would you? If you're an average of 17 at number 10, you want to improve, you want to take plenty of the bowling.
I think especially with the match scenario is what it is in this context, where Worcestershire 405 runs behind. I don't think it's a case where it's in the team's interests necessarily for Gibbon to take one ball and over and give Smith the other 5. But that perhaps might be the impatient commentator talking as opposed to the Worcestershire's analyst room.
Leg slip's gone in. That's the end of another Worrell over, so he's bowled 15 overs in this second innings. Gus Aktinson's bowled 6. It may be that it's time for Worrell to have a break, although there are only 2 overs to go until tea, if another wicket doesn't fall.
And if we are in the current situation where it's 8 down, tea is taken as normal, or is there an option?
I think there might be an option. Definitely 9 down.
Well, he waits with bated breath.
One for Smith. Roach is bowling that nice line outside off stump, and if you can just get the ball to look as if it's angling into the right hand and then get it to hold its line or just move away a fraction, then you're in business. And with the angling as well, you've got the leg slipped. You've got those 2 options. You've got outside edge and inside edge. There we go. Outside edge just short of second slip. It's fine bowling.
That's exactly what you were just referring to. Roach getting that shape in. That one did keep on going with the arm as opposed to the Leach delivery, which just seemed away. But part of what makes Roach such a threatening bowler, see a very fine take from Ollie Pope, albeit on the bounce, is he has so many possible dismissals in play. He's challenging both inside and outside edge and the stumps. It's a pretty good recipe to have for one of your premier quick bowlers.
That's a very good stop. Gus Aktinson keeps it to 1. Okay, so we can play another 15 minutes if the umpires think a result can happen, which it clearly can if you're 8 down. So I suppose it's just a question whether Surrey, who decides that? Does Surrey appeal for an extra 15 minutes, or do the umpires say, look, come on, let's just play on? Who is the instigator? Well, we're going to find out in overs time. That's a rollicking shot from Smith. He wouldn't mind batting for the rest of the day, the way he's going. 30 not out.
It's another fantastic drive from Smith. Had a beautiful cover drive earlier. That one much more powerful. Roach had a quarter of a thought about potential caught and bowled. The ball had flashed past him long before that potential became a reality.
So Worrell is going to bowl another over at least. Well, in theory, this is the last over before tea. But we'll see how that works out. Gibbon joining in this time, and that's gone before as well. Well, Surrey on the attack. They got 3 slips and a leg slip in, so plenty of gaps.
A lovely shot from Gibbon, just leaning on this delivery. No real aggression in the drive, just a slightly checked shot, bit of a follow through, but 4 runs nonetheless. Back-to-back boundaries for Worcestershire.
More runs as well. Worrell straying onto the pads. It'll be 2. Roach around the boundary. Crawley still going at Taunton, 117 not out.
I don't believe we've mentioned this, but I may stand to be corrected. Ben Stokes has a 5-wicket haul for Durham. 5 for 98 off 20 overs. Incredibly chaotic figures going up. Well, as good as 5 runs and over. 4 20 overs. And Lancashire have declared 353 for 9.
It's a lot of overs to bowl in your comeback match. He's bowled 37 overs in the game.
I think this is in quite an exciting thing for Durham, and also just kind of the general enjoyment of the county game.
So nearly there. So nearly a 5th wicket for Worrell.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Stokes plays a lot for Durham and bowls a lot, as is evidenced by this match. The reason he's missing out on the World Cup is because he wants to build his overs, and so he's fully fit to play a full role as an all-rounder in the summer. And the only way to be match fit is to play matches. So it's not a case that he can just go down to the nets and do his sprints and do his bowl throughs at 70-80%. He's going to be playing cricket matches for Durham to be ready for England.
Got that away as well. At least 3. the umpires do here? So that should be the tea interval. It looks as though play is going to continue with Worcestershire 8 wickets down, so we can play on for another 15 minutes.
That feels sensible. It's not the biggest vote of confidence in the Worcestershire tail by.
Now, how would you respond to that if you were out there? You say, right, I'm going to
exactly
make sure this lasts the tea interval. They don't think we can bat. We're going to stick out here. There was a hint this was going to happen in that last over when Jordan Clark was loosening up. You think, well, hold on, this is the last over before tea, but Clark is loosening up, so that suggests they've got the nod from the umpires to continue for another 15 minutes. 32 overs in theory left in the day's play. That should be the tea interval. And logically, if you then go 9 down, if you were
then get the extra half
you
an
get
hour.
an extra quarter an hour on top of that, because logically, if you were 9 down at the tea interval, you'd play for an extra half an hour.
We have all of this to look forward to, potentially.
It's so exciting, isn't it? The rules and regulations. Oh, that was nearly the night. Clark made 98 earlier, yet to take a wicket. Everyone else in this Surrey 5-man pace attack has taken a wicket. Roach 2, Worrell 4, Atkinson 1, Abbott 1. Worrell has been heavily used, 16 overs. Atkinson's only bowled 6, Abbott 6, Clark 5. This is his 6th. Sounded like an inside edge there.
Clark has been so phenomenal for Surrey over the years. You can say that about almost every single player out on the pitch. They've all, of course, performed so well to win back-to-back championships. And they add the likes of Dan Lawrence to their roster this year, and they're going from literally from strength to strength.
Smith looked as though he was interested in 2 there. Gibbon turned his back. Crunching stroke from Smith with a width from Clark. He's put a few away nicely, really has. Impressive.
Smith showing his power once again. Just slightly short and slightly wide from Clark. And that ball travels so quickly over the square here at the Oval. And Smith moves on to 34. His fine form of the bat, recent form of the bat continues. Gibbon looking very smart for his 15 not outs. Close to improving on that much heralded first class average of 17. We'll have a double bowling change. Gus Aktinson into attack from the Vauxhall end.
Nathan Smith has played 50 first class matches. He does have a first class 100, 12 half centuries, a first class average of nearly 28. From Dunedin, south of New Zealand. Some pretty brisk winters down there, quite brisk summers as well. Call it the Edinburgh of the South. Dunedin.
Didn't know that.
That's over the keeper. Extra pace from Atkinson. Gibbon gets away with it. Now what does that come off? Leg buys. What part of his body? The shoulder?
I think that may have taken Gibbon's shoulder. We're not seeing anyone run out of a helmet or for a HIA head injury assessment. And Atkinson so often starts his spells with a short delivery. His kind of fast action is one of those bowlers that falls into the kind of quicker than he looks or quicker than you think category.
Another one. Not that surprising. A bit of joy with the first one. I'll just test him out with another one. That's pretty well played.
It's been a good start to the over from Atkinson. Yes, the first ball ran away for 4 runs, leg buys, but crucially doesn't go against his figures. So 3 dots from his perspective. Started with good pace. That'll be so important for him over the season to be able to maintain kind of high pace, high 80s throughout the course of a match over into his second and third spell.
Well, what about that? And Gibbon, the number 10, putting Atkinson away through point. I mean, in a way, it's no pressure batting for these two because the game's gone. But we've seen some excellent strokes. None much better than that one.
There'll be some wonderful photographs of that with Gibbon with both feet up off the air. 2 different types of cut shot. We saw Smith last over playing an incredibly powerful one. That was slightly more poetic.
End of Atkinson's over. The star for Surrey this afternoon has again been Dan Worrell. Let's have a look at the wickets he's taken.
You're lying to the audience, Simon.
Well, I was hoping to go through Dan Worrell's wickets, but we're not going to see that just at the moment.
Clark will continue from the pavilion end.
There's another magnificent shot. Full from Clark, admittedly. Smith giving Worcestershire just some late in the day encouragement. It's pretty chastening if you're bowled out for under 100 in the second innings. But okay, it's slim pickings anyway, 139 for 8. A bit of respectability here at the end of the game. And again, that's 4 more. Dan Worrell, the tumbling effort to try to stop it, unsuccessful.
It's a wonderful swivel pull from Smith. We've seen his power throughout his innings. That one A little bit more of elegance and touch. Moves on to 42. This is just dragging out a little bit for Surrey at the moment. It will all come out in the wash and it will still result in like a comprehensive victory, but frustrating last half hour.
Dot ball to end the over. Well, let's have a look at Dan Worrell's wickets now in this second Worcestershire innings. Gareth Roderick was the first to go. Well, a bit of good fortune about that. Roderick had to drag himself away. And then Libby caught behind. That's a beautiful piece of bowling. Hose caught behind, and then the LBW against Rob Jones. 4 for 35 from Dan Worrell. This is Gus Aktinson.
Sounds like this will be the last over before the tea break, unless a wicket falls, and then you may get your wish of an extra 15 minutes on top of the extra 15 minutes. Then if we take the 10th wicket, do we play on in a certain way again, or
have a beer match? These two came together at the 102s. They put on 41, and they haven't looked in that much trouble, Gibbon and Smith. I know the ball is softer now, and they've played as well and as confidently as anyone so far in this Worcestershire second innings.
And they've added those 41 runs in 7 overs, so it's been at a fair rate of knots as well.
Single down to Kemar Roach at fine leg, and we are approaching the last ball before tea, unless a wicket falls. And Smith and Gibbon said to those umpires, "We thought we were going to lose this game. Well, it was time to lose it." Not a bit of it.
That run rate required back down below 3 and over. The recent flurry.
Smith moving to 43, and that is the end of the afternoon session. So Worcestershire having a good spell in the last half an hour before tea, but it's been Surrey's session, it's been Surrey's match. They're closing in, 2 wickets away from a huge victory against Worcestershire here at the Oval, but we will have to come back for another session, or partial session. There are still 28 overs left in the day's play. There we go, there is the summary of the match. Low scoring first innings, high scoring from Surrey in their second innings, 427, and then Worcestershire struggling this afternoon against Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach et al. Actually, the Surrey quintet hunting in a pack, only Clark without a wicket so far. So 145 for 8 at tea, 368 runs Worcestershire need in a mere 124 overs, so the run rate fine, but the wickets column obviously totally against them. Let's have a look at what's happening around the country. Essex require 207 runs to win with 6 wickets remaining against Warwickshire. They're 123 for 4. Durham need 475 to beat Lancashire, 5 wickets for Ben Stokes. Durham have just started their second innings, they haven't lost a wicket. Hampshire need 162 to win with 7 wickets remaining against Nottinghamshire, they're 7 for no wicket. Kent are 198 for 1, they're still 178 runs behind Somerset following on, but they are showing resistance in that second innings. Zach Crawley's 118 not out. So those are the first division scores. Second division, Derbyshire 362 in reply to Northants 422. Northants 33 for no wickets second time round, so 93 runs ahead. Glamorgan are 34 behind Middlesex with 7 second innings wickets in hand. Leicestershire 328 for 7 in their first innings. They're still 378 behind Gloucestershire, but they have shown resistance today. And Yorkshire against Sussex. Yorkshire, well, they look to be closing in on victory. They need 29 to win with 4 wickets remaining. So that's the state of play here at the Oval. You can see that on your screen, and the state of play around the country in the other matches as well. Okay, so we're in the tea interval. Let's see some highlights of earlier rounds of Surrey matches in this season's county championship.
Well, the ball.
The game started with a minute's silence for Raman Sabaro.
Dan Worrell's a threat with every ball here.
Over the last year or so, last 2 years, we've really made sure that we make use of the new ball and get off on the front foot and make sure we set the tone for the game.
Nicked, gone. James Vince has to go. It's not going to happen today. 2 in 2.
Played that pretty awkwardly, but in the end, fairly well, Gubbins. Sharp. Oh, he's got him. The first wicket for Atkinson. It's gone straight up in the air, and Jordan Clark takes the catch.
In off the rope. That took some catching from Roach. Yes, please. He's gone high. And it's just carried to Kemar Roach. There you have it. Something quite special taking place on the outfield. He's receiving his county cap.
Obviously, you know, naming him vice captain, that shows it in itself how valuable he is.
4 beautifully timed. Outside part of the bat from Burns.
Shot. Good shot by Rory Burns on top of it.
Patel seeing him really nicely. Punching again. Patel's looking really good. Captain Burns on 39 and the night watchman Roach yet to score. And with the clouds forming above the weather, looks threatening.
Absolutely sensational from Burnsy.
To put down that marker for myself as much as anything, really, as much as well the boys, like the situation it was in. Yeah, obviously, like really pleasing.
And here comes Jordan Clark.
I think he cut his third one away, and I was just like, he's on it.
Goes all the way. Flayed away for more.
A captain's knock from Rory Burns.
Driven hard and beats the man, and that runs away for 4, straight down the ground.
It was all the Jordan Clark show, hammering a century in a session.
Yeah, I did really enjoy it.
I hope he wants to chat. We're huddling up, hoping he can chat.
Edged and gets the second slip. Pope's so good in there.
That's nicely played. squirted away past third slip.
Edged, and that's taken at second slip. Liam Dawson flashing at one. He's frustrated, hitting his blade as he leaves the square. Shot. Nice response.
Brown rocks back. Got him! Caught the second attempt, and Atkinson picks up his second wicket. What a shot that is from Ben Brown. Brown goes again and finds a fielder.
Edging and Pope! Of course it's Ollie Pope! It took only 2 and a bit hours for Surrey to seal the deal. It was the Dan Worrell and Ollie Pope show. The Seamer taking 5 wickets and Ollie Pope completing 8 catches for the match. Surrey victorious by an innings and 11 runs.
Yours will be easier than mine.
Welcome back. It's tea, it's done, it's over. And the players are back out. They're wandering back out onto the field of play, with Warwickshire requiring an highly improbable 368 from a minimum of 124 overs, so the run rate is not an issue. The wickets are something of that. Smith, 43 not out, and Gibbon 20 not out. They've batted very well, these two. They put on 43 to thwart Surrey, who took an extra 15 minutes in an attempt to wrap the game up before tea, but they could not do that, as Worcestershire showing some signs of late resistance. But Surrey will have had their feet up. Well, I don't know. Would they have their feet up, or would they have had a massage, or will they just have paced around the room? I don't quite know.
I'm
what
sure.
you do in a situation like this.
I'm sure Ollie Pope, an Arsenal fan, would have been checking the Arsenal score.
He will certainly have been doing that. And it's 2-1 to Arsenal. 2-1 to Arsenal. So if somehow the Irons, come on you Irons, can find a way of getting a goal, then that would mean that the table would suddenly flip. Goodness me.
Does Ollie Pope know?
Does Ollie Pope know? Is Ollie Pope out there? Now this is interesting. First over after tea. He is. He's at slip. He's standing at slip. And Dan Lawrence is going to get a bowl. Try and change up the tempo. See if Smith goes after him. He does. And he smashes it out into the crowd for 6. Well, what a start to the session. That brings up 150.
Yep, and Smith moves to 49 not out.
And the partnership is 49. Milestones galore here at the Oval.
I think that might have been the... No, not the first over of spin ball in the game, because Kashi Fally bowled 5 overs, but...
He did.
First over of spin ball by Surrey.
Yes, as I said yesterday, there's 50 for Smith and the 50 partnership. This has been a good kind of, well, I mean, it may be pointless 50, but it's not pointless for the batter who gets it, and it's not pointless for the fans who are watching. It's been a very entertaining knock, come from just 54 balls.
And he continues Smith's excellent form with the bat for Worcestershire.
Well, you did say. Now the next one's been smashed through the offside, and that will, in all probability, run away for 4 as well. And I don't think Surrey will mind this particularly, because it's what Lawrence is on for. He's trying to get the Worcestershire batters to have a bit of a heave-ho, and sure enough, the first ball Gibbons faced, he's gone after it. It's tossed up, it's just a little too full for it. And we've had a 6, a single and a 4. It's only just dribbled over the rope, as you can see. Long on his back, so deep mid-wicket is out there. And there's also a short leg Jamie Smith, which is a moderately perilous position when there's a couple of batters who are intent on attack, let us say. I wasn't a million miles away from short leg either.
Yeah, just on Nathan Smith, this is his 3rd consecutive second innings half century for Worcestershire. He scored, or sorry, that's not quite true. He scored 58 against Nottinghamshire early in the season, 57 against Durham, and 50 again here. So 3rd 50 of the season.
Now that's another big launch out into the crowd again. 6 more. Well, what a first over after tea that was. 18 have come from it. 2 6s and a 4. And that target is now just 350 runs away.
Do you think that's the end of the Dan Lawrence experiment?
No, I think it may have only just begun. Now, I heard Jake behind us, our producer, say something that confused me. He said, West Ham's now 2-1.
Yeah, so it's Man City were 2-0 up against West Ham. It's now 2-1. Arsenal were 1-0 down against Everton. It's 1-1 there.
Oh, I see. So, well, I was much more happy for you than I should have been.
No.
So it's basically as you were. So when it was 1-0 City and you were 0-0, it's exactly the same, isn't it?
But it's much better than it was 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
so Arsenal are now 2 goals away from winning the title. They were 4 goals away from winning the title.
Yeah, that's a positive way of thinking about it, yes. Yeah. That's very good from you. Now Gus Aktinson is going to resume. from the Vauxhall end. Bowling to Gibbon. He's got a short leg and he's got a leg slip, but a long leg, a deep square leg, and a mid-on. As this rear guard continues, 61 for the 9th wicket now. We'll have to start digging out record books, find out what the 9th wicket partnership record for Worcestershire is against Surrey. Meanwhile, there's cricket breaking out all over the country today.
There's a thrilling finish happening over at Hove.
Yes.
Yorkshire versus Sussex. Yorkshire are yet to get a win this year in Division 2. They're chasing 183.
Oh!
And they are 9 wickets down. They were, not so long ago, they were 158 for 6. They are now 158 for 9. Ollie Robinson has taken 3 wickets without conceding a run.
I say. Indeed, they have lost 3 wickets in 15 balls. The big wicket of Adam Lyth was the first to go, caught behind by John Simpson.
It's a great delivery. That was a bouncer from around the wicket from Robinson.
To the left-handed Lyth.
And Lyth was in all sorts of bother. Sort of ends up fending it off his glove to the keeper.
Well, I never. Jordan Thompson made a duck. Oh, they're looking for 2 here, and they'll get it comfortably. Slight fumble in the outfield, don't think it made any difference. And then Leach gone for naught. So Revis is joined by Ben Code with 25 still needed for victory for Yorkshire. What an absolute humdinger of a game that is. The other one I'm thoroughly fascinated by is Kent's fight back against Somerset, having conceded a first innings deficit of 376. They're now 230 for 1.
Hampshire Notts is pretty spicy as well. Hampshire are chasing 169 at Trent Bridge, but they're already 16 for 2. Dylan Pennington, who has had a very good start to the season. A lot of people talking about him as a potential England seamer maybe this summer. He is 2 for 7.
He's just got Felix Organ out, which may have drained the lifeblood from Hampshire. Who knows? $16 for 2. They need 169 in total to win, so another 153. Nicely played by Gibbon. And he's going to pick up another boundary. Moves into the 30s. 6 runs off the over, 169 for 8 now. We're going to find out whether the Lawrence experiment continues. I think it's going to, you know. And there's a good enough reason for it, really, that runs shouldn't be an issue. You never say never in cricket, but it shouldn't be an issue, and as a result, I think what Rory Burns is thinking is it's just a matter of time. If they're going to go for the big swinging yahoos, either miss Q1 or miss one completely, he's trying to buy a wicket, just as Worcestershire did yesterday with Kashi Valley, but in fact it was Surrey who cashed in. I'm getting nothing out of you today. You're not having that. Your mind's on Arsenal, I can tell.
No, I smiled. I didn't make a noise.
You smiled? Yeah.
Which I appreciate is not particularly helpful to the people listening and watching. But
no, I don't want to force anything out of you. Wonderful shot from Smith. Played almost with a horizontal bat, flaying the ball through the offside for 4 more. Lawrence has gone for 22 off his 7 balls.
It's a great shot from Smith. Bit of width again. Lawrence really tossing it up. He's got a lot of protection out deep, other than the man at short leg.
Got 5.
There are 4 men out on the leg side boundary, 1 man at long off. It's a lot of protection, but
now where's that gone? High in the air, Roach underneath it, takes the catch. It's worked. Smith goes for 60. Rory Burns' plan has worked to treat. The 9th wicket goes down. A fine partnership of 71 comes to an end. And Lawrence has done it again. He did this last week against Warwickshire. And he's done it once more. Just tossed up the big old larrup into the onside. Roach very safe hands at wide long on. Steadied himself under the catch. And Surrey now are 1 wicket away from victory.
You can see the plan there from Lawrence. He got it slightly wrong off the previous delivery, but the idea was essentially toss it up outside Smith's off stump. He's got 4 fielders back on the leg side boundary, and it's a short leg side boundary, so Smith's going to take it on. He took it on that time, but didn't quite get out of the middle of the bat, and Kemar Roach took a good catch at long on. That ends a very, very good innings from Nathan Smith. 60 or 57 deliveries, his best score so far for Worcestershire, and showed that he's a more than capable number 8 and potentially higher up in the order as well. To be honest, I've been
score for Worcestershire in the match.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Ben Gibbon actually. I know the pitch is slightly slower now, but he looks like he's got quite a lot of time for a number 10.
Technique and time, I know. And he leans on his bat like a proper batter, doesn't he? Right. Debutant comes out to bat now at number 11. I wonder what his approach is. Is it drop forward in defence to Lawrence and let Gibbon have a go?
I think so. Gibbon has been out there for a while now. He's probably enjoying himself, and we were wondering earlier what is in it individually for the players out there. And Gibbon, early on in his career, he'll probably be wanting to show just how capable he is with the bat. Sometimes we see young bowlers bat lower than they should. They've got to really earn a promotion, and maybe it's that Gibbon hasn't had too many opportunities to show what he's capable of with the bat.
And Singh's on a pair on debut. He's going to want to run as well. He's going to want to open his account in first-class cricket. He picked up 4 wickets in Surrey's second innings. And I think that was the ball he thought he might get a run from. And actually, this might not be a bad idea from Lawrence, is to toss it up, get it above the eye line, and let the new man think, aha, this is the one for me. Long off has come in. There's a short extra cover in place. Solid in defence.
Dan Lawrence tells everyone, with the exception of slip and short leg, to go back.
Give the single. Let him have his first run in Test cricket, and then have Atkinson bowled at him is the plan.
What?
Oh my word! That's a great slog. If he's got a bit of under edge of that, which I think he has, there he is. He's underway in first-class cricket. He's picked up a couple. He's off the pair.
That was really tossed up.
Yeah.
From Lawrence, really, really slow, saying to Singh, "Go on, go on."
Have a go.
And to be fair to Singh, he did. And he picked up his first 2 runs in first-class cricket. Not exactly where he wanted to hit the ball, but
hey, look,
it's 2 runs.
He's got 2 runs.
2 runs.
He's on the board. He's got an average. Well, he had an average of 0 before, but now he's got an average of 2 currently. Now, what's happening here? Oh, I think we're going to get a fly slip or a backstop, which tells you that Gus Aktinson, well, he's changing his line of attack. This is marvellous. He's going to come round the wicket and he's going to bomb Gibbon here. You can see the backstop just on your screen, just in front of the pavilion. Oh, and now he's turning down singles. This is you do sort of wonder at this stage, with 123 overs left, if they think they can still eke out the draw by farming the strike for a day in a session. It's a bold plan. Oh, he's nearly taken his partner's head off with that shot. That is a shot of real class. You said you thought he could play. Well, that went rasping past Singh at the non-strikers and nearly took him clean out.
Yeah, Gus Aktinson going for the bluff there, a fuller delivery, the field totally telegraphing short pitch bowling, but Gibbon was more than equal to it. He's absolutely drilled that straight and picks up 4.
Yes, that one was never going to be full. So the field will now change for the number 11.
Yep, interesting that Gibbon chose to take the single off the third ball of the over, but worth saying again, another short pitch ball from Atkinson that Gibbon looked to have had loads of time to get over the ball and roll his wrists over it, ensuring that he keeps it down. He's looked very comfortable. 36 or 43.
Do you know what? I think something's happened. Well played at Hove. And if you're a Yorkie, you're going to want to look away now, because I think it is just, it is all over. I think. You may be able to confirm this for me, Yaz.
Well, I reckon we're looking at the same apps.
Excuse me. Oh, it's a brute of a delivery. He's got thing hopping about out there.
Good pace, just
Nailed
under
it.
88 miles per hour. But yeah,
Very full, very straight, do we think?
I think so,
and
yeah.
do we have confirmation? Proof,
Yeah.
if proof be need be.
yeah, it's all over at Hove.
Sussex have done it.
Sussex have done it. They won by 21 runs. They've defended 182 against Yorkshire. It's the third win of the season for Sussex. Yorkshire's still winless.
Oh, he didn't play that with a great deal of comfort. And I think he's turned round so far that it's actually hit him on the back of the thigh. You've got to go some for that. The thigh pad is there because it's supposed to protect your thigh, because the idea is that you're facing the ball, but he's turned so far around it's whacked him in that painful spot. I'm not sure I've been hit on that part of the thigh before. You can understand why.
That ball was nowhere near as short as Singh played it, really. You know, he was sort of trying to get out the way of a short delivery, but that wasn't short at all. That was, as you say,
Yeah.
thigh height.
Well, he won't have faced Atkinson's pace that often, I don't
No.
suppose. And certainly not in first class cricket. So, Gibbon, what does he do to Lawrence? He goes for it. It's high in the air. Roach underneath it. Has dropped it over the boundary for 6. It was tricky because he was having to keep his eye on the rope. It is a short boundary out there, and he was keeping his eye on it, and he's having to keep sideways to it. He couldn't quite get underneath it, because then he would have stepped over the boundary. So as you see here, he's sort of trying to catch it to his side, almost like a keeper, and then you don't quite have your balance and your judgment. And Gibbon here will be eyeing up a half century. Now they look for 2, they're going to get it comfortably.
It's exactly the same plan from Lawrence as it was to Nathan Smith. Toss it up outside off stump.
As we see the replay of the drop catch again, you can see how close Roach is. He probably had one more step he could have taken, or half step. Now this could be the biggie, and that's it. That's 6. That's 50. 50 for Gibbon. What a lovely knock. He's really got hold of that, and he's hit some shots with tremendous power and timing. And so numbers 9 and 10, or sorry, I should say 8 and 10, both getting half centuries for Worcestershire, adding more than a sheen of respectability to the total from 75 for 7.
And that's
Where's
4 more.
that gone?
That's 4 more. That's been drilled straight down the ground, slightly shorter from Lawrence, and Gibbon this time rocking back, pulls it hard and straight, moves on to 54. You know, not that long ago, we were talking about a victory margin of around 400 runs. It's Worcestershire now 315 runs behind. They've avoided their largest ever defeat margin by runs against Surrey.
He goes again, and it's going to be 6 again. This is great fun. Lawrence has the extraordinary figures of 1 for 48 in 2.5 overs. So have we had 50 runs since tea?
We must have done. We've had 48 runs
from Lawrence.
From Lawrence's.
And we had that 4 off Atkinson. So yeah, and a couple for Singh. So this is great entertainment.
And Gibbon looks...
Oh, look at this. Lawrence is going to come round the wicket, and the field is going to change, because they would have loved to keep Singh on strike. There are still a few fielders out deep. We've still got a deep mid-wicket. Well, we've got a deep cow and a deep mid-wicket and a long on. couple saving one in the offside. Gibbon, oh, gets a thick leading edge, and it's running away down towards the boundary. It won't get there. They'll just take the single. So Lawrence 1 for 49 in 3.
I think that's 25 runs off the over.
That's good calcs from you. Well done.
I mean, we were talking about how Gibbon looked relatively comfortable against the extra pace of Atkinson, and he's clearly got shots in his locker. Any time that Lawrence has tossed it up, he's been very eager to go for the slog sweep, targeting that short leg side boundary and taking balls that are actually quite a long way outside off stump and sending them over the leg side boundary.
Now the field will spread again like an exhaling lung. Everybody goes out.
Atkinson over the wicket this time to Ben Gibbon. Still fly slip, short leg, 2 men out, 3 men out deep.
Swing and a miss.
On the leg side, you've got a sort of man at long leg, Kemar Roach at deep fine leg. I think that's Sean Abbott, who's just in front of square at deep square leg. Sean Abbott, who's actually warming up now, which might signal the end of the Dan Lawrence experiment.
I was rather enjoying it. Bouncer from Atkinson. I remember watching Neil Wagner. He must be playing for Essex against Somerset at Chelmsford, and he decided on the bouncer barrage to George Bartlett and Tom Banton quite early on in their careers, and he had almost 2 fly slips. It was great to watch. Just banged it in and banged it in. He goes again and misses.
Well, Neil Wagner has probably had as much success with the short ball as anyone else in Test cricket, and he's done so without being particularly quick nor particularly tall. I think part of the reason why he does it is, 1, he's really accurate, but 2, he goes all in on the plan.
Yes,
so often you have bowlers who bowl short, but they only have like 2 men out for the short ball. If you're going to do it, 4 balls out of 6, why not have deals like this?
They're scrambling for 2. No, they're just going to settle for 1, which means Singh's got a couple of balls to face against Atkinson. Strongly suspect that 1 might be short and 1 might be full. Can never be certain, but that's where the smart money's at.
Yeah, it's all change in the field for Surrey. Much more conventional. 2 slips in place. Man at a leg slip, which we've seen a lot of today. Man under the lid. The shortest extra cover, Dan Wall extra cover.
Oh, he's gone full straight away. He was equal to that, was Singh. Elsewhere, by the way, in the County Championship, it took Lancashire quite a long time to declare. Eventually they did so, setting Durham 475, and Durham have got off to a good start. They're 66 without loss. Finally, Curry's vigil is over. 72 off 236 balls for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. A bouncer to finish. End of the over. Singh survives. 206 for 9. So Leicestershire are still batting there. They're still 338 runs behind with 2 wickets in hand on first innings. Kent 247 for 1, 129 runs behind Somerset, but it's been a bit of a turnaround at Essex, where Essex are 160 for 4. They're nearly halfway to their target. It would be one of the great recoveries after conceding a first innings deficit of 235. If they could get back into that game, and Hampshire have lost another. It's James Vince. 32 for 3.
And we do have that change of bowling. We were anticipating Sean Abbott into the attack for Dan Lawrence.
He bowled 6 overs in this innings, Abbott.
A lot of men out. 2 slips in place, but pretty much everyone else on the boundary.
Short one to start with. Surrey now just 1 wicket away from wrapping up this match inside 4 days. Well, inside 3 days, I beg your pardon. Having put into bat, that's not an easy thing to do. It's been clattered away. Just be the one. So Singh's got 4 balls to face here from Abbott, and that ball is quite a rapid one, up at 86.5 miles an hour. Interesting to see Abbott's approach here.
Yeah, and what Rory Burns does with the field. Obviously, they wouldn't have seen much at all of Singh in professional cricket. This is his first class debut. But just the 2 slips in at the moment, which I'm slightly surprised by. Got quite a few fielders in on the 1, so they're probably doing their best to keep Singh on strike.
I'd quite like a short leg in here, because there's been he's looked a little bit discomforted against the short ball. Actually, literally, now there's a short mid-wicket coming in. Now, I wouldn't say that he necessarily got in behind that ball, but it came out of the middle of his bat. He's saying it's staying a little bit leg side.
A little bit leg side, but as we've seen for the last 20 or so overs, the pitch hasn't played particularly quickly. So, although that wasn't necessarily a defensive shot straight out of the coaching manual, he got behind it.
Sorry, just checking on the shape of the ball. There's still 25.5 overs before they can get a new one.
You never know.
You do never know. That would be tomorrow if it happens. Or maybe not. It could be the extra half hour, of course. Shots!
Oh, there we go.
Lovely cover drive. Wally Hammond to be proud of that. They settle for 2. Gibbons saying, do you want a third? No. Says, no, I'm fine here. Relax. I've got this. I've got this.
They really did consider the third there.
Yeah. Well, since being 75 for 7 and 102 for 8, Worcestershire have taken the attack to Surrey. Scored 107 for the loss of just 1 wicket since then. Bouncer that was, again, not expertly evaded, but he survived it. He's still there.
That's almost the most dangerous length to Sing at the moment, because he's so eager to get under the short ball. It's the slightly less short ball that doesn't really get up that high that's causing him the most discomfort so far.
Yeah. The slightly less. I know exactly what you mean. The slightly less short ball.
I think as soon as he sees it as short, he wants to get underneath it, but
yeah,
not all short balls are ones that you can get under.
Oh, the Yorker, but really well dug out. So he survives again. 13 balls. He survived it. Look, he's not the worst batter by any means. We've seen an awful lot worse, but you can tell there's a certain lack of experience and a certain apprehension, perhaps, at the pace of the bowling coming down at him. And I can't say as I blame him. He's making his first-class debut against one of the quicker attacks on the circuit, if not the quickest. I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly up there. I know that people talk about Gloucestershire's attack being one of the quickest in the country, the Marshant de Lange, Ajit Singh Dale in it, but this must be up there as well. What Worcestershire do have now is that they really are playing for something. Gibbons got a career best score, he's on 63 not out, and with the way he's scoring,
he could yet get more.
Exactly, and he'll have an eye on
3 figures.
Exactly, getting to a first class 100, and that's something for Singh to play for as well. Can he get his mate over the line?
Yeah.
Career changing milestone for the rest of your career as a bowler. You are described as someone who's got a first class 100.
Got a first class century. Like everyone says about Adil Rashid. He's got a first class 100.
He's got 10 of them.
Yeah. Where's that gone? Out towards the deep square leg on the bounce. They've taken the single. Simon Mann is preparing himself. It may not be the last rights in this game. You never know. They've shown plenty of fight, the Worcestershire tail.
Yeah, and Ben Gibbon showing a bit more faith in Singh than he was 5 or so minutes ago. Taking the single, giving Singh 4 balls in the over to face.
Just backs away slightly, but now there's the inexperience. He's gone to collect the ball and give it back to a Surrey fielder.
I don't think he asked for permission, did he?
No. Alex Carey would have appealed for that, wouldn't he?
I'm surprised Arsenal fan Ollie Pope didn't appeal.
Any update? Is it as you were?
It is exactly the same.
2-1 City, 1-1 all at Arsenal. Oh, wow! It's a shot and a half. Bit of width, short, wide. It's a cut ball, yes. But Singh, who's happy to stay a little leg side of the ball, saw that gift and gratefully demolished it. It's a bit of flair to that shot. He's getting close to double figures.
A couple of really nice shots from Singh.
This will be frustrating and irksome for Aktinson. And that's the length you're talking about, the length he doesn't like. In the end, it goes into the ground. It could have gone anywhere. It's hurt his hand. He's taken his glove off. And I think he's in more than a little bit of discomfort here. And you can see a physio making their way down the stairs.
He's in a fair bit of pain here.
Given slightly in the way for us to see the hand. It's the left hand.
And Dan made the point earlier that it's conceivable that Singh wouldn't have faced many bowlers of Atkinson's pace, and we were bigging up his numbers in club cricket in Birmingham, and how he averaged something like 15 with the ball in club cricket. I was interested in what were his batting numbers like. They aren't great. He averages 10 across his entire club cricket career. That's a sample size of 214 games.
Ah, right, okay. That's significant.
So even in club cricket, he's not known for his batting. So he's batted very bravely so far.
And actually punched that back down the ground as well. He's survived that over. End of it. 214 for 9. Surrey still need that 10th wicket to see if they can get it the next half an hour or so. It will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, but I don't think we would have thought that we'd still be here an hour and a half or so ago, but there's been admirable resistance from first Nathan Smith and then Ben Gibbon. Ben Gibbon now on 64 not out of 57 deliveries, his first class score above 50 as Simon Mann joins me.
Well, I'm not sure I expected to come back, but Worcestershire they really have resisted well, and it shows actually what was in it for them on this, what will be the final day. You can show a bit of resistance and pride, and that was not far away from being the end of the game though. Given taking it on against Abbott.
Yeah, and I think we were talking earlier about how conditions are still pretty good for batting. If you can get through the new ball, it was always unlikely, extremely unlikely, that Worcestershire would chase down a target of this magnitude, but Surrey was so dangerous with the new ball. Dan Worrell on the money again, and as soon as Worcestershire lost those 4 or 5 early wickets, they had no chance really, but shows what's possible once you get through the new ball here.
Goes for it and gets it. It's another big one. He has hit the ball so well. He has got long levers, he's a tall man, and really climbed into that, out to the short side. There are 4 men on the leg side boundary, and it went sailing into the stand.
It is a short boundary, but it's not the first time that Gibbon has cleared it with some ease.
I would sorry be thinking, keep banging it in, he's going to miss cue, but it hasn't happened so far. He's got half a chance of 100 here. There he goes again. That's very well fielded in the deep. There's Dan Lawrence out there. Kept it to 1 because that was well struck as well. So 3 balls left in this over for Singh to face. not long after being wrapped on the glove.
That's 4 sixes in the innings now for Ben Gibbon, the most any individual batter has scored in an innings in this game.
Well, he joins in as well. It's probably the best way to go. Bowlers bang it in, the field is up. You've just been hit on the glove. Why be a standing target? And you can try to take it on.
Yeah, he gave himself just a little bit of room, and that boundary brings up the 50 partnership. 52 off 38 deliveries. Singh moves into double figures for the first time in his first-class career. Gibbon 29 runs away, potentially, from a century.
Sean Abbott just giving the stare there. I saw that off camera actually. He walked down. I don't know if he said anything. But Singh not exactly getting into line and taking his chances. And so far connecting pretty well. Rory Burns has tossed the ball to the umpire. Is it out of shape? Well, I'd be surprised if it was after some of the clatter it's endured in the last half an hour or so. What's umpire Blackwell going to decide here?
They've asked the questions a couple of times now.
Well, looks like we're going to get another change in the ball. It's been deposited into the Galadari stand a few times. Might have hit some concrete out there. No, it's not going through. Out come the box of balls again. We had one changed earlier. Ian Blackwell, who was no stranger to playing this kind of innings himself. He used to like to hit it hard, and did on many occasions. He was a big hitter for Derbyshire and Somerset.
I always find this a fascinatingly unscientific part of the game. That looks around about the same colour.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also, what is it? It's 56.5 overs old, so you've got to find one in the box of balls that is about the same.
Well, we were talking about this earlier in the game. Where are those balls from?
Yeah. Yeah. So I agree with you about this sort of unscientific nature of it. It feels it. I'm sure there's something that says 50 overs, 60 overs, but. Exactly. What game were they used?
Yeah,
they're taken from?
Exactly.
I mean, there must be something a bit more scientific than it seems. A bit more process-driven than just randomness. Change ball, and he's got it away again. This is threatening the third boundary. It will be picked up by Atkinson. It's been a bizarre innings from Worcestershire. They look like subsiding for roughly about their first innings score, and they doubled it, more than doubled it. Smith succumbing to long on against Dan Lawrence. He thought, well, that was probably it now, but Singh and Gibbon are putting together this partnership. Of course, the game has gone. Way behind. But restored some pride to their batting after a low first innings score, and then a disappointing start to their second innings. Right, Dan Lawrence is going to bowl now. Now this is interesting because he's come to the Vauxhall end, which means he's bowling into the hitting up with the bigger boundary coming to his aid in theory. So if you're going to hit it over there now, it's going to have to be a really big hit. So Gibbon on strike. What's he going to do? Is he going to take it on? I'm sure Lawrence is going to toss it up. Well, he does take it on, and they've lost the ball. They don't know where it's gone. Sibley's down here at long on. He was going, where is it? Where is it? I can't see it. And they went away to his right-hand side for 4. Sibley and Atkinson were there, and Sibley said, I just didn't see it.
See on the replay here, you just get a glimpse of a bemused Dominic Sibley.
This is going to be fun because it looks as though he's going to take it on. Tossed up again, heaved away again, this time along the ground. He's not going to take the single. Well, he fancies a bit of Lawrence here. He's 25 away from 100. If you land a couple over the rope, and suddenly you're in the 90s. Well, the reverse hit is in the air and caught. And that's the end of the game. Well, the Lawrence ploy worked. It was an extravagant stroke from Gibbon, who'd been hitting it well to the leg side, decided on the reverse and then holed out, and Surrey have won the game. It's been likely for quite a long time, not just today but yesterday as well. They've dominated the game after a difficult start, and Worcestershire with a bit of pride in their second innings. 231 all out. Well played, Ben Gibbon. Entertained the Sunday crowd in the sunshine. Out for 75, batting at number 10, and Singh 14 not out. But it is another victory for Surrey and for Rory Burns' team, and cementing their position at the top of the table. Dan Lawrence picking up a couple of wickets to go with his pair of 80s. Dan Worrell had a great game, and so too did Dan Lawrence. There we go. Who would have thought this game would have ended with a reverse sweep caught at deep cover?
It was wonderful entertainment to finish from Gibbon, but it's a 4th win in a row for Surrey. The champions extend their lead at the top of the County Championship Division 1 table. It wasn't the easiest of wins it wasn't the easiest win they've had this season, with a lot of jeopardy on the opening morning, having been put into bat. They fell to 15 for 4 before Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence put on a wonderful partnership. And by the end of day 1, having started it in a position of weakness, they've controlled the game ever since, having bowled out Worcestershire for 128. More runs for Lawrence in the Surrey second innings with 87, as well as 98 for Jordan Clark. And meant that Worcestershire was set, well, a hypothetical but also literal 513 to win, but they'd never looked like getting close to that. Another very professional bowling performance by Surrey. Dan Worrell, the star of the show, he finishes with 10 wickets for the match.
And it was fitting that the two Dans who were instrumental in Surrey's victory combined for the last wicket. Worrell taking the catch, Lawrence the wicket. There we go. Worrell leading the team off. 10 wickets in the match, 4 for 35 in the second innings to go for his 6 for 22. Wonderful match figures from him, but Lawrence also playing his part as well, with vital runs in the first innings and then enjoying himself in the second innings, making 87. So another victory for Surrey, and although they had to work hard or so in the last hour and a half, it's still another crushing win. So their 4 wins this season have been by big margins, 2 by an innings, this one by 281 runs, so not their biggest against Worcestershire. It threatened to be at one point, but nevertheless that is a thumping win, and it's also inside 3 days as well, and everyone likes a day off, not least county cricketers, especially if you've won.
I know. Well, another point worth making is that Surrey are 4 from 4 with the Duke's ball. Those 2 draws came in those 2 rounds of the Kookaburra, and they have that incredibly strong quintet of seam bowlers that they went into this fixture with. Worrell, Abbott, goodness me, Jordan Clark, Gus Aktinson, Kemar Roach, and they've been borderline unstoppable over the last month of cricket. No, as you said, a little tidbit at the end, Dan Lawrence with remarkable bowling figures of 3.3 overs, 2 for 53, which is a nice bit of fun to finish. Sorry, next going down to Hampshire next Friday when they play away before they go into the blast.
So there's the match summary. That game against Essex end of June is looking quite a tasty affair here at the Oval. Next championship home match at the Oval. So the match summary: 281 runs, Worcester with a bit of respectability in that second innings thanks to Gibbons' 75 and Smith's half century as well. But the 2 Dans, Lawrence and Worrell, and some help from Jordan Clark today, out for 98. Disappointing for him to miss out on that 100. Dan Worrell with match figures of 10 for 57. That's a good 3 days work from Dan Worrell. So that's the situation. Let's just have a quick look before we say goodbye at what's going on elsewhere in the championship. with Essex requiring 151 more to win, with 6 wickets left against Warwickshire, 179 for 4. Durham at 83 for 1 now. They need a further 392 to beat Lancashire. Hampshire need 129 to win, with 7 wickets remaining against Nottinghamshire. Kent 272 for 1 following on. They're 104 behind. Zach Crawley's 152 not out there. Into the second division, Notts lead Derbyshire by 153 with 9 wickets remaining, 97 for 1 in their second. Glamorgan 197 for 3. They're 37 ahead of Middlesex, 7 wickets remaining. Leicestershire's resistance in their first innings has ended, 371 all out, so they're 335 behind on first innings. I mean, there can't be many teams being bowled out for 371 that are 335 behind on first innings. Inevitably, they've been made to follow on by Gloucestershire. You'd think that's their only chance of winning, really. Make the follow on, they could bat again, I suppose, and rest the bowlers, but they're coming to the end of the day's play there. And Sussex beat Yorkshire by 21 runs in a thriller at Hove, with Ollie Robinson to the 4 at the end, taking 4 for 42 as Yorkshire were bowled out for 161. So as far as the Surrey live stream is concerned, taking a break from County Championship action, but back for the T20 blast, and there is that vital game against Essex coming up at the end of June, or what feels like a big game anyway. Going into this match, the top 2 in the County Championship table, but it's 4 wins out of 4 for Surrey. Another big victory from them. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage over the last 3 days. From all the team here at the Oval, we are going to say goodbye to you.